The warrior looks down with a grim expression, his eyes clouded by sorrow and anger under the dim moonlight. Looking at the giant blue dragon carrying a corpse in its jaws, he asks in disbelief, "This Danwol?" His subordinate reports, "I am told they were last seen following a girl from an inn in Chengdu." He darkens and replies, "A girl? Huh. Deploy as many men as it takes." In the pouring rain, a massive attack strikes the ground with dark, chaotic energy. Amidst the dark vapors and rain, the warrior clenches his hand tightly, filled with rage. The scout reports solemnly, "We have recovered the remains of the Blue Moon Squad." Standing over the wreckage, he commands, "For now, we shall return to the main base." His voice booms with absolute fury. "Bring out the heaven-shaking thunders. I will reduce the AK clan to dust." He roars with venom and intense malice in his eyes, determined to exact his revenge. The next morning, a bright sky shines over a beautiful mansion as someone says, "Thank you for your hospitality last night." A warm voice replies, "Don't mention it. You are my nephew's companion. You are welcome to stay longer." "Thank you for the offer. However, we must be going," the group replies as they walk out together. The young lady walks alongside her companion, looking calm yet thoughtful. Watching them leave, the dark-haired woman thinks, "Those two have been on my mind since last night." She clenches her jaw in annoyance, thinking, "Why is he only paying attention to that clumsy girl and ignoring me?" Meanwhile, her companion asks her, "Why is my nephew's partner making such a long face so early in the morning?" She whips her head around in irritation and snaps, "Say?" He breaks into a nervous sweat and quickly clarifies, "I said partner." Pointing towards the girl walking away, she asks, "Then what about that young lady over there?" Rubbing his chin, he muses, "To my eyes, they simply look like a close brother and sister." She smiles subtly, pleased with his response, and says, "Is that so? Then I shall completely forget what happened yesterday." He advises her with a serious expression, "Before you go anywhere, pay your respects to the patriarch. That is the proper etiquette of the AK family." He never misses his daily training, so he should be at the training grounds, he adds as the focus shifts to a hand tightly gripping a sword. At the training grounds, a powerful red-haired warrior swings his blade with incredible force, creating shockwaves in the air. He pauses his training, his eyes narrowing as he thinks, if what Hyungwoo said last night is true? Later inside, the patriarch drinks from a cup and asks, "I heard the news from your uncle, but to think you wiped out an entire unit of the Black Snake Gang? Just what kind of formidable martial arts have you mastered?" The young lady politely explains, "I do not mean to mock you, patriarch, but the name truly is the three-talent sword technique. I was told he learned it from Changija." The patriarch looks completely shocked and sweats, exclaiming, "What? From Changija? If that's the case, is Changija your master?" The young man clarifies coldly, "In that case, he only taught us the basics for 3 years. We completed the martial art ourselves." The woman is left speechless, thinking in awe, "To think they have such a history with Changija? No wonder. He was so ridiculously strong." The young man continues with deep hatred in his eyes. "Furthermore, Changija is no master. He is merely the enemy who dragged us away and locked us in hell." The patriarch and his subordinates gasp in utter disbelief. "What? Changija did that?" Out on the training field, the patriarch swings his heavy sword in torment, thinking, "Changija is the enemy who kidnapped my son, Aksegi, and led him to his death. But he is also the benefactor who taught us martial arts and revitalized our clan." Subordinate reasons, perhaps his teaching martial arts to the AK clan wasn't a coincidence, but a calculated move, a sort of compensation. Sweating and trembling with rage, the patriarch swings his blade, thinking, "Joined with compensation? You mean this martial art was the price for my son's life?" He continues his aggressive training, clearing his mind as he thinks, "But with enemies constantly watching for a chance to strike the AK clan, I cannot discard the martial arts I have already mastered." He leaps high into the air above a training dummy, preparing to bring down a devastating strike. With a single powerful slice, he splits the training dummy in half, crying out in his heart, "What am I supposed to do, my son?" Back in the courtyard, the young man tells the others, "Leave." The patriarch asks, "If you must, then you must. Is it regarding that young lady?" The young man replies, "Yes." Looking at him, the patriarch thinks, "Dan Hyungwoo? Segi, your last friend is standing right before me." Looking at him with deep affection, the patriarch thinks warmly, "I will think of him as a new son in my old age." The young man looks back with a slight, confident smile and tells him, "Be careful." Placing a hand on the young man's shoulder, the patriarch says, "Please, take good care of my son." The young man looks up and replies, "Yes, father." Sometime later, a panicked voice echoes through the compound shouting, "My lady, guard Hyung, where have you been? You have only just arrived." The escort bureau members crowd around them in relief, saying, "We are so relieved you are safe. Everyone was worried that something might have happened to you with those men yesterday." The lady smiles warmly and says, "I'm sorry for making you worry. Please get ready immediately. We are returning to Hanan. Once we return, we will rebuild the escort bureau first." The loyal members of the escort bureau look at her with tears of joy and bright smiles, touched by her determination. Guard Hyung raises his fist with confidence and says, "Of course you should. Though my strength is lacking, I will lend a hand." The lady replies happily, "Thank you, Guard Hyung." Suddenly, an escort runs in gasping for breath and yells, "Emergency! The comrades of those men from yesterday are surrounding this inn right now." Outside, a massive, threatening crowd of armed martial artists stands gathered, completely blocking the streets. The guard warns, at a glance there are easily over 100 of them. The surrounding enemies look on with smug and menacing expressions, ready for a fight. Looking out at the sheer number of enemies, the lady gasps in shock, thinking, "Could it be? They are looking for us? The Black Snake Gang?" He wonders, staring back at her with a calm but sharp gaze as she looks at him with worry. He turns his back to her, standing tall as he looks out into the open sky, preparing to face the threat head-on. The Black Snake Gang was targeting the AK clan anyway, he states calmly, standing before the worried members of the escort bureau. Stepping out onto the balcony, he looks down at the massive crowd gathered below, completely unfazed by their overwhelming numbers. Below him, a massive army of over 100 armed fighters from the Black Snake Gang stands ready, completely blocking the street. This is actually perfect, he thinks, a confident smile spreading across his face as he looks down at his enemies. "What are you waiting for?" the fighters mutter among themselves, looking up at him with anticipation. "Capture that girl, even if you have to kill everyone in the end," Danwol of the Black Snake Gang commands with a sinister smirk. "He looks like a porter from that girl's group, but it seems the thug remarks, staring up at the lone figure standing on the balcony railing. Standing atop the high railing, he looks down like a predator cornering its prey, completely unaffected by the tense atmosphere. With incredible agility, he leaps from the high balcony, diving straight toward the crowd of enemies below. "That guy! He actually jumped!" one of the thugs gasps in sheer disbelief. He lands with a thunderous crash, sending a violent shockwave of dust and debris that forces the crowd back. Before the dust can even settle, powerful surges of blue electricity begin crackling wildly around him. Massive bolts of lightning strike out in all directions, blowing the martial artists away with destructive force. "Fuck?" one of them gasps, sweating profusely in absolute terror as the lightning sparks around them. A bolt from the blue out of nowhere, he thinks, moving like a flash of lightning as he unleashes his devastating technique. "Today, the Black Snake Gang will vanish from this world," he declares coldly, his eyes shining with terrifying power. Meanwhile, a bright sun shines over the magnificent green cloud pavilion. Inside the bustling pavilion, many martial artists gather, whispering and discussing the latest events in murim. "Prestige of the Murim alliance is truly astounding," they remark, marveling at the sheer influence of the alliance. Changsha is filled to the brim with warriors of the Murim alliance, Jo Seolian, daughter of the Zhou clan lord of Hainan, notes thoughtfully. "Indeed, it is remarkable." Jo-in, the son of the Zhou clan lord, agrees. "Moreover, I never imagined the alliance leader himself would mobilize personally." "It is likely because the Sato Alliance and the Green Forest Bandits are heading toward Mount Hang," explains Sama Chol, head of the Hainan Escort Bureau. "That is true as well, yet such a vast number following along must surely be due to his renown," he muses, his expression turning serious. The discussion turns to the legendary Changija, a figure of mythic status in the martial world. He was said to possess extraordinary insight and mastery over mechanisms and formations, holding formidable martial prowess and profound perception of heavenly chi. In his later years, he became a legendary master whose name commanded absolute respect. Changija devised the legendary martial art called the Flashing Shadow Blade, a technique that completely shook the entire world. Using mechanisms and formations in a singular method, he transmitted this martial art to a wandering swordsman, turning an obscure third-rate vagabond into an absolute master in a mere 3 years. However, that warrior was eventually condemned as a public enemy of Murim and met a miserable, bloody end. And now the martial manual containing the arts of the vanished Changija has been discovered by the Zhou clan lord, Samachel states, so it is only natural that all of Murim would covet it. "At the request of the Zhou clan lord, I accompany them, so no grave trouble should arise," he reassures her. "Even so, you must exercise utmost caution. Understood?" In this world, she thinks silently as a mysterious shadowed warrior stands silently at the entrance behind her. He has no connection to you whatsoever, Jo-in warns his sister with crossed arms, and he lacks both propriety and courtesy, so your goodwill would be wasted. But, she tries to argue, feeling deep concern despite her brother's warning. I share Jo-in's view, Samachol speaks up. To separate from this group and wander about now would be far too dangerous. Besides, is the alliance leader not arriving soon? She remains silent, looking down with a heavy and complicated expression. Meanwhile, Dan Hyungwoo walks quietly down the busy city streets, shrouded in his dark cloak. 5 nyang, the merchant states, as the customer politely asks, please grant me a small discount. A musician plays a cheerful melody on his flute, bringing smiles and applause from the passing townspeople. How peaceful, he murmurs, taking in the tranquil, normal lives of the ordinary people around him. He looks over at a mother happily browsing a cloth stand with her young son, a rare warmth touching his heart. Thank you, madam, the little boy cheers happily as his mother strokes his hair with a warm smile. Staring up at the clear blue sky, his mind drifts back to the painful memories of his dark past. Hyungwoo, we must leave this place no matter what, his companion had urged in their dark prison. Once we do, let us try everything we were never able to before. Agreed, Hyungwoo had replied. And one more thing, promise me, his friend requests. What is it? Hyungwoo asks, looking back at him. If you manage to leave, please visit my home, Oksegi says softly, and deliver my words to my father. Go out and tell him yourself, Hyungwoo replies coldly, refusing to let his friend give up hope. Haha, indeed, I shall tell him myself. Oksegi laughs softly, a bright smile on his face despite their grim surroundings. In a dark, monster-infested abyss, Oksegi and Hyungwoo fight side by side against a horde of terrifying beasts, determined to survive the day together. Suddenly, a colossal monster looms behind Hyungwoo, and Oksegi calls out in a panic, Hyungwoo! Sensing the imminent danger, Oksegi screams a desperate warning, watch out! Hyungwoo turns his head in shock as a cold sweat breaks out on his face. A violent slash tears through the darkness, accompanied by a bright flash of purple and red light. Oksegi takes the devastating blow meant for his friend, coughing up blood as Hyungwoo watches in utter horror. Hyungwoo grips his sword tightly, his hands trembling as blood splatters across the dark cavern. Kneeling beside his companion's broken body, Hyungwoo cries out in agonizing grief, "Why did you do that? Why instead of me?" Hyungwoo looks up with tears streaming down his face, his heart shattered by the loss of his dearest friend. With his final breaths, Oksegi looks up at Hyungwoo with a weak smile and urges, "Among us, you were the strongest. Survive, Hyungwoo. Live, and tell my father." The ominous silhouette of Chengdu appears in a memory, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, otherworldly power. Hyungwoo's gaze hardens with cold determination as he quietly vows, "I am indebted to you all as well." Standing under the bright full moon, he looks up at the sky and declares, "I promise you, I will exact this debt from Chengdu." Lost in his heavy thoughts, Hyungwoo wanders through the quiet night and finds himself back outside the guest room. Looking toward the door, a rare, soft smile graces Hyungwoo's face as he reflects on his journey. He peers through the wooden screen at Jo Seolion and thinks, "That girl is still here? Come to think of it, I never conveyed my thanks." Suddenly, the heavy thud of marching footsteps catches his attention, and he turns his sharp gaze toward the source of the noise. A disciplined army of martial artists dressed in uniform blue attire gathers in the courtyard, preparing to mobilize. Standing before the assembly, a high-ranking commander instructs them, "If we travel without rest, one day will suffice. Keep pace swiftly." With absolute discipline, the martial artists salute and shout, "Yes, sir," before dashing off into the night like a gust of wind. Hyungwoo watches their departure in silence, his sharp blue eyes reflecting the cold moonlight. Among the departing crowd, Jo Seolion follows closely behind, her long hair flowing in the wind. Standing high atop a tiled roof, Hyungwoo looks down at the city streets and notes, "So that girl was heading there as well." Curiosity piqued, he leaps from the rooftop and follows them like a shadow, wondering, where are they going? Deep inside the dark, misty forest, the army of martial artists marches in a neat and orderly line. Hyungwoo tails them silently from behind a tree, wondering in disbelief. Surely they are not heading to the place I emerged from? Watching them closely, he realizes that the hidden group tailing the main army is also moving in the same direction. With growing suspicion, he wonders, what exactly are they seeking? Two senior figures of the alliance discuss the tense situation, noting, "The Sato alliance and the Green Forest are making sudden movements. This troubles me. Such times have always heralded danger." The other replies, "Yes, it is said they are racing toward an objective entirely opposite to ours." Zuge Jungchun, the wise strategist of the Murim alliance, strokes his beard and reassures his companion. "Nothing will occur. Pray do not worry excessively, alliance leader." Dokgo-un, the formidable leader of the Murim alliance, ponders deeply and mutters, "Is that so? It seems even my intuition has grown dull." As they march through the forest, Jo Selyan sighs wearily from exhaustion, unaware of the admiring glance from a young martial artist behind her. The young man, Peng Chaoyang, vice commander of the Rising Dragon Division, eagerly approaches her and offers, "Miss Jo, you appear somewhat fatigued. Shall we rest a while? I shall inform the alliance leader." Jo In immediately steps forward to protect his sister, blocking Peng Chaoyang as he retorts, "That will not be necessary. I will manage myself. Leave it be." Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes reveals a menacing, heavily built bandit chief who sneers, "At last I have found you, Murim Alliance." Standing tall before his gang of ruthless outlaws is Seo Hyogui, the fierce Lesser Mountain Stronghold chief of the Green Forest. Sensing the imminent ambush, Alliance leader Dokgo-un swiftly draws his sword, his face tense with readiness. Strategist Juge Jungcheon warns him of the unfolding scale of the battle, saying, "Alliance leader, take care. It seems even the Sato alliance has joined forces." Observing the terrifying presence of the enemy leader, Dokgo-un notes with grave concern. Moreover, the Lesser Mountain Stronghold chief, Seo Hyogui, he is no trifling master. Seo Hyogui leaps high into the air, swinging his massive blade with a bloodthirsty roar. Shall we have the righteous faction taste blood? With a single brutal strike, the bandit chief cuts down an alliance fighter, spraying blood into the night air. Seo Hyogui charges through the ranks like a wild beast, tossing aside anyone who stands in his way with sheer physical dominance. He unleashes a powerful kick that strikes a warrior squarely in the face, fracturing his skull and sending him flying. Multiple alliance fighters cough up blood as they are effortlessly overwhelmed by the bandit chief's monstrous power. The battlefield turns chaotic as more alliance members are sent reeling, spitting blood from the devastating impacts. Glaring down at the fallen warriors with a sadistic smirk, Seo Hyogui mutters, "The small friar finished." Suddenly, alliance leader Dokgo-un strikes from the side, his sword cutting through the air with incredible speed and precision. Seo Hyogui shifts his stance just in time, his eyes flashing with excitement as he prepares to counter the alliance leader's assault. The two master martial artists leap at each other, clashing in mid-air amidst a flurry of sword strikes and intense energy. Their weapons collide with a resounding boom, locking blades as they glare at each other, testing the limits of their formidable strength. Amidst the chaotic night battle, a ruthless bandit swings his blade down, viciously cutting down one of the alliance fighters in a spray of blood. Grimacing through his sweat, a senior alliance member grits his teeth and mutters, "Damn it, we are outnumbered." As the battle rages on, the alliance fighter glares at his gloating opponent, completely unaware that Hyungwoo is watching them closely from the shadows of the forest. Looking on with an intense, unwavering gaze, Hyungwoo silently murmurs, "Changyi-ja." With lightning speed, Hyungwoo leaps from his hiding spot, slamming his sword down into a massive boulder to launch himself forward. With a single, devastating swing of his sword, he easily shatters the solid stone into massive fragments. Leaping gracefully into the night sky, Hyungwoo sends the heavy rock fragments hurtling down toward the stunned combatants below. A brilliant, blinding flash of purple and white energy tears through the night, creating a powerful shockwave. The sheer force of the falling debris and energy strikes the battlefield, completely overwhelming the bandit chief and his men. Hyungwoo glides effortlessly through the air as the defeated bandits are sent flying in all directions by the impact. An absolute tempest of energy erupts on the battlefield, completely sweeping away the enemy forces in a single, decisive stroke. The surviving alliance fighters, including their leader, look up in stunned silence at the mysterious, powerful savior who just saved them. The veteran leader can only stare in disbelief, completely stunned by the overwhelming display of power. Jo Seolyan looks up with a mixture of wonder and relief, her eyes wide as she gazes at the mysterious warrior. Younger disciples stand frozen in place, their mouths agape as they process the incredible feat they just witnessed. Standing amidst the fallen bodies under the dark sky, Hyungwoo demands in a cold voice, "Where is Changyi-ja?" Sweating under his breath, alliance leader Dokgo-un thinks to himself, "From where did he appear? As the Murim alliance leader, I sense no presence whatsoever." A tense standoff begins as the alliance leaders carefully assess the mysterious young man who stands before them. Hyungwoo remains calm and silent, his sharp gaze cutting through the darkness as he awaits their response. In a flat, matter-of-fact tone, Hyungwoo reveals Changyi-ja has already been dead for 10 years. Hearing this, one of the alliance members repeats in disbelief, Changyi-ja. Hyungwoo's mind flashes back to the terrifying memory of Changyi-ja standing before a dark, ominous portal. He quietly whispers to himself in disbelief, dead. Lost in his thoughts, a green mystical aura begins to emanate from Hyungwoo's body, swirling around him. The nearby disciples groan weakly as they begin to feel the stifling weight of the energy filling the air. The oppressive green aura grows stronger, filling the forest with a terrifying, suffocating pressure. The sheer intensity of Hyungwoo's aura paralyzes everyone on the battlefield, making it difficult for even the strongest masters to move. Looking down at his sword, Hyungwoo thinks with a heavy heart, the object of my vengeance has vanished. He remembers the dying pleas of his fallen comrades in the dark abyss. To our families, please deliver news of us to our families, Hyungwoo. He remembers the heartbreaking faces of those who perished, their last hopes placed entirely on his shoulders. Sensing the terrifying pressure, Dakko-an realizes in shock, this energy is void chi. Understanding the grave danger, he thinks, if this continues, the entirety of the Murim alliance may succumb to chi deviation. I must cut him down at once before it is too late. Before any conflict can break out, Joseleon steps forward and asks softly, excuse me, are you all right? She looks at Hyungwoo with genuine concern in her eyes, sensing the deep pain and turmoil hidden behind his cold exterior. The memory of his dearest friend Aksegi flashes before his eyes once more, urging him, accept my sword, Hyungwoo. Live, Hyungwoo. Remembering his friend's final wish, Hyungwoo's expression softens, and the suffocating pressure of his aura begins to fade away. Looking up at the starry night sky, Hyungwoo quietly decides, then I suppose I must go and find them now. The Alliance disciples look around in confusion, saying, what is this? That overwhelming lethargy has disappeared, while another responds, eh? You as well? Dakko-an is left completely dumbfounded, thinking, has the void chi ceased? Even seasoned masters struggle to escape void chi. Joseleon continues to watch him closely, relieved that the terrifying pressure has finally subsided. She gently breaks the silence, asking, are you perhaps searching for someone? Turning to her uncle, she pleads, Uncle, this gentleman aided us. Until he finds the person he seeks, could he not travel with us? Samachal scratches his head in reluctance, letting out a conflicted, Strategist Zuge Jungcheon observes from a distance, thinking, it is difficult to refuse helping one who has helped us, but the Murim Alliance strategist nearly fell prey to void chi. Will the Alliance leader truly permit it? Dakko-un ponders the situation deeply, uttering a quiet, His eyes narrow as he analyzes Hyungwoo, thinking, he is dangerous enough to cleave through the Green Forest and Sado Alliance rabble in a single exchange. Dakko-un continues to weigh his options, thinking, with our numbers already diminished, it may be wiser to keep him close than to let him wander freely. Making up his mind, Dakko-un announces, I shall approve it. With the Alliance leader's approval, Hyungwoo is officially invited to join the group on their journey. Samachol steps forward, ready to guide their mysterious new companion as they prepare to resume their march. The Murim Alliance fighters look on with relieved and friendly expressions as they continue their journey. The Henan Escort Bureau is no place for just anyone. Surely you are not refusing? Hyungwoo remains quiet, his calm and steady gaze revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. What did you say? I shall explain. Bureau is a place that transports commissioned goods and protects the client? I see. Is it truly the right choice, I wonder? But that sword he carries, Brother Peng, did you sense it as well? The killing intent emanating from that blade is by no means ordinary. The two young division heads share a dark, plotting smile as they watch Hyungwoo from behind. For now, there are too many watching eyes. We shall wait until the Alliance leader and the division heads enter Mount Heng. As dawn breaks, the golden rays of the rising sun paint the sky, illuminating the lush forest of Mount Heng. A massive, jagged peak of stone towers into the clouds, marking their arrival at the enigmatic mountain. So this is Mount Heng. It feels rather eerie, does it not? Standing in the midst of the Alliance members, Hyungwoo maintains his silent vigilance, his sharp eyes scanning the rugged terrain. So this is the place they sought. At last, shall we behold Changyi-ja's secret manual? However, we cannot locate the entrance to the cave at all. It is nowhere in sight. If we delay further, we must carve through the mountain, but then Changyi-ja's manual may be damaged. Hyungwoo narrows his eyes, focusing his formidable senses on the mountain's natural energy flow. The place from which I emerged has already collapsed, so we must find Chengdu true entrance, a place where his chi can still be faintly sensed. There. With sudden lightning speed, Hyungwoo dashes forward, leaving the startled alliance members in his wake. He leaps effortlessly over the rocky terrain, heading straight toward his target as the disciples watch in amazement. Landing with flawless grace, Hyungwoo positions himself right at the threshold of the hidden entrance. The entrance is here. Do you know the paths of this place? This is where I once lived. Here? As expected. The two young division heads exchange a knowing, sinister glance behind Jo Seolyeon's back, realizing this is the perfect opportunity to make their move. The search party will consist of myself, the strategist, and the heads of the Azure Dragon Division and Rising Dragon Division. The disciples of the Alliance bow deeply in unison, saluting their leaders as they prepare to stand guard. We remain indebted to you. My thanks. There is nothing inside. Bathed in the brilliant sunlight pouring into the cave, Hyungwoo stands like a lone sentinel, surrounded by faint traces of residual energy. A flicker of red energy dances across Hyungwoo's calm eyes as he senses the deep changes within the cavern. He seems more uneasy than before. Perhaps it is my imagination. From here onward, leave it to us and involve yourself no further. Let us go. Yes. Indeed, with Chengdu dead and gone, what occurs here is none of my concern. Turning away from the cave, Hyungwoo takes a light, silent step forward, intending to depart. Did you truly live here? Looking down at her, Hyungwoo gives a subtle nod of confirmation. Before they can say another word, several figures suddenly rush forward with hostile intent. What are you doing? There is no guarantee he is not a spy of the Green Forest. What are you implying? You saw him save us from the Green Forest. And how can you be certain? It may have been a staged performance with them. Therefore, if you are truly innocent, then first that sword. We shall keep it in safekeeping for you. Seeing it up close, it is even clearer. At a glance, it appears to be a worn and unimpressive old blade. You are telling me to hand this sword to you? If you understand, then surrender it now. This sword was entrusted to me by a fallen friend. A cold, menacing dark aura begins to swirl around Hyungwoo as his eyes flash with dangerous intent, warning them of the grave mistake they are making. Jo Seolyeon and the others climb up the rugged mountain path, looking up at the mysterious Hyungwoo, who stands silently on the rocky peak ahead. Hyungwoo stands tall against the sky, his piercing gaze fixed on the oncoming threat, as a tense aura begins to swirl around him. One of the young division heads lets out a cold, sinister smirk, confident in their impending ambush. Jo Seolyeon watches in silent worry as the division head moves past her with a dark, determined look on his face. Footsteps rustle against the cold, jagged rocks as they stealthily close in on their target. Hyungwoo calmly observes their movements, noting that one is attacking from behind while the other moves in to pressure him. Realizing they are planning to attack simultaneously, Hyungwoo prepares his response. He quickly ducks to dodge their oncoming blades with effortless grace. And in a swift motion, he prepares to unleash a decisive counterattack to cut him down. The two young division heads exchange a knowing nod, confirming their sinister plan. They leap forward, charging rapidly up the rocky slope toward Hyungwoo. Scaling the steep vertical cliffside, they close the distance in a flash. Even as a powerful strike descends upon him from above, Hyungwoo remains completely unbothered, his eyes cold and focused. A terrifying purple light flashes in Hyungwoo's eyes as a heavy, menacing pressure begins to radiate from him. Dak-go-eun shouts in fury, demanding to know what they think they are doing when they were ordered only to observe. Startled by the sudden outburst, the division head hesitates and stammers, "Alliance leader?" Dak-go-eun and the Alliance elders emerge from the dark, cavernous depths with grim expressions. Looking toward the cave, one of the Alliance members wonders anxiously, did they find it? The surrounding disciples whisper in tense anticipation, wondering if Chengdu's secret weapon has finally been uncovered. Dak-go-eun commands in a booming voice, "We're done here. Retreat." The disciples immediately salute and shout in unison, "Yes, sir," before beginning their descent down the mountain. Glaring back at Hyungwoo, the young division head clicks his tongue and mutters, "Ch, you consider yourself lucky." Jo Seolyeon quickly runs up to Hyungwoo, asking with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Looking at her, Hyungwoo thinks to himself, "I'm not quite sure what she means by all right." Seeing him unharmed, she sighs with relief and says, "That's a relief. I was worried." She brightens up and realizes, "Oh, come to think of it, we haven't even introduced ourselves yet. I'm Seolyeon, Jo Seolyeon." Hyungwoo looks at her gently and replies, "That's a nice name." Hyungwoo turns to leave, telling her, "Come on, let's go. We need to get ready to head back." With the mystery still unsolved, the Murim Alliance's expedition to find Chang'e Jia's secret weapon comes to a temporary end. The scene shifts to a bustling grand city, where rumors about the expedition's findings begin to circulate. Citizens gossip excitedly in the streets, whispering, "Have you heard? The Murim Alliance has found Chang'e Jia's secret weapon?" With another responding, "Ha, then it's only a matter of time before the Murim Alliance rules the world." Inside a tavern, martial artists debate, asking, "Besides, what is this secret weapon anyway?" While another replies, "How could we know if the Murim Alliance is keeping it hidden?" As the sensational rumors continue to spread far and wide across the land, tension mounts at the Murim Alliance main headquarters. A powerful fist slams down on the wooden table in anger and frustration. Go-an exclaims in frustration, "No one will believe us even if we say there's no such thing as Chang'e Jia's secret weapon." During the Murim Alliance Elders Council meeting, one of the elders warns, "Do you think that's the only issue, Alliance Leader? These rumors have passed through Wuhan and are now clouding all of Hubei." Go-an reflects grimly on their actual discovery, stating, "All we found in that cave at Hyungsan was this wooden box, which seems to have been left by Chang'e Jia along with a letter." He recalls the moment they stood in the silent, dim depths of the cave, staring at the mysterious wooden box left behind. The wooden box rests solemnly upon a letter inscribed with strange, dark calligraphy. Reading the contents, the elder asks in confusion, "What is the meaning of this text?" The letter warns of a terrifying threat, stating that the blood demon being is a figure who will shake the ages and wishes to throw the entire Jianghu into chaos. To prevent this catastrophe, Chang'e Jia wrote that he nurtured 100 peerless martial masters, pleading for them to be used to stop the blood demon being. The letter explains that the yin-yang parasites inside the wooden box are required to control or utilize these masters. In his final moments, Chang'e Jia vowed bitterly, "The blood demon being, you will never get what you want." Whispering the name, yin-yang parasites, the elder carefully clicks open the locked wooden box. As the lid opens, a faint white mist rises, revealing a glowing, translucent sphere containing something dark inside. The elders analyze the bizarre creature, noting it is quite shocking that this yin-yang parasite has never been seen before. But there isn't a single trace of the 100 martial masters mentioned in the letter. How much of this can we actually trust? Another elder asks defensively, "Are you suggesting the letter is just nonsense?" Go-an narrows his eyes thoughtfully and says, "Rather than that, it feels like there is a mastermind behind all of this." An elder of the Murim Alliance explains to the Alliance leader that there are several reasons to be suspicious, beginning with the likelihood that the Green Forest Bandits' primary objective at Hyungsan was not Chang'e Jia's secret weapon. In a dramatic flashback of battle, the elder explains that the bandits' true objective was actually to harm the Murim Alliance itself. The Alliance leader listens intently as the elder explains that by the time they arrived at Hyungsan, there was no trace of the bandits, and the disappearance of many of their corpses serves as proof. As citizens gossip in the crowded city streets, the elder notes that rumors are continuing to roll and grow like a snowball rolling down a mountain. Alliance leader Go-an listens in silence with a grim and heavy expression, deeply troubled by the scale of the unfolding conspiracy. The surrounding elders of the council sweat in anxiety, shocked by the revelation as one of them exclaims in disbelief, "Who would do such a thing?" The elder continues his analysis, stating that they must first suspect the head of the Zhao clan, who was the one who brought them the map in the first place. Staring at the glowing yin-yang parasite in the wooden box, Go-an notes that there could be a spy within the Zhou clan and orders that they send someone suitable to watch over them. With a dark and suspicious look in his eyes, Go-an adds that even if the Zhou clan isn't directly involved, there is a strong possibility they are being used by a traitor. Under the warm glow of the sunset sky, the caravan finally arrives at the grand, towering gates of the Zhao clan residence. An elder of the clan steps forward to warmly greet the returning group, expressing his relief and gladness that they have all returned safely. Walking through the courtyard, Hyungwoo calmly takes in his massive surroundings, thinking to himself that the young lady's family home is incredibly huge. The escort leader turns to leave, informing Hyungwoo that he must go to meet with the clan head immediately. Looking back, the escort leader decides that he should probably take Hyungwoo to the Henan Escort Bureau first to get him settled. Sensing a sudden gaze, Hyungwoo glances back with a quiet, expressionless curiosity. Jo Seolian looks at Hyungwoo with a sorrowful expression, admitting that she had wanted to make a proper scabbard for his sword on the way home, but laments that she couldn't. Hyungwoo reflects silently, noting that people in the outside world seem to be quite obsessed with scabbards for their weapons. Looking down at the blade at his waist, Hyungwoo thinks to himself that no matter how good a scabbard might be, nothing can withstand his sword's terrifying killing intent. In a fleeting memory, a white scabbard violently shatters into pieces under the overwhelming power and pressure of the unsheathed blade. Turning to Seolyeon, Hyungwoo calmly tells her that just as he thought, he has no need for a scabbard, leaving her quite startled. With an apologetic look on her face, Seolyeon casts her eyes down and says, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said I'd make a scabbard for you." Hyungwoo stares at her in quiet bewilderment, wondering to himself why she is apologizing to him. A painful memory flashes in Hyungwoo's mind of his dying companion, who, bloodied and smiling weakly, whispered, "I'm sorry, Hyungwoo." Hyungwoo reflects on how, back then, his dying friend had said those exact same words. Staring down in silence, Hyungwoo wonders why his friend was the one apologizing when he was the one who was dying. Looking intensely into Seolyeon's eyes, Hyungwoo firmly commands her, "Don't ever say you're sorry to me. I never want to hear those words again." Taken aback by his sudden, intense gaze, Seolyeon gasps in surprise before softly replying that she understands. The escort leader yells out loudly across the courtyard, commanding Hyungwoo to get over there immediately. Turning away in silence, Hyungwoo begins to walk toward the escort leader, leaving Seolyeon behind. Seolyeon watches his departing back with a concerned and worried expression, sensing the heavy burden of sorrow he carries. Night falls over the Henan Escort Bureau, where a supervisor yells out to the busy workers, warning them to be careful and not to drop any of the cargo. Walking through the courtyard, the escort leader explains to Hyungwoo that a porter's role is highly essential. As they observe a worker carrying a heavy wooden crate, the escort leader describes a porter as a laborer who carries goods for the escort bureau. Spotting a massive, muscular worker, the escort leader yells out, instructing him to take charge of Hyungwoo and train him properly. Wiping sweat from his brow, the burly, shirtless worker looks over his shoulder and scoffs, "Whew, a newbie, huh?" The cocky porter, Jong-chil, flashes a confident grin and responds, "Yes, escort leader, leave it to me." Looking back at Jong-chil, the escort leader thinks with concern that the man looks incredibly rough, hoping that nothing bad will happen. The escort leader advises Hyungwoo to learn well from Jong-chil, while Hyungwoo simply stares back in expressionless silence. Nodding slightly, Hyungwoo calmly agrees, prompting the escort leader to wish him good luck before walking away. Jong-chil towers over Hyungwoo with a menacing smirk, demanding to know his name and saying he needs to take his lessons, while other workers watch in tense silence, whispering about the thug. Jong-chil's smirk quickly turns into a look of irritation and disgust when he gets no reaction from the calm newcomer. Hyungwoo looks at Jong-chil's proportions and bluntly remarks, "I see your limbs are short, your body is really strange," instantly provoking the furious porter to scream, "You prick." Jong-chil's enraged shout of "What did you say?" echoes loudly throughout the entire courtyard. Clenching his fist, Jong-chil yells furiously at Hyungwoo, demanding to know if he wants to die on his very first day. Sensing the threat, Hyungwoo's inner thoughts turn dark as he calmly ponders, "Should I just cut him down?" Hyungwoo stands completely calm and composed, his eyes cold as a dangerous purple aura slowly begins to swirl around him. Jong-chil roars in absolute rage, demanding to know what Hyungwoo said, drawing the startled attention of everyone in the bureau. Jong-chil screams in absolute fury, his face contorted in anger as he prepares to strike the unfazed rookie. Suddenly, Hyungwoo registers the sudden spike in tension, recognizing the intense hostility coming from the enraged man. With a chillingly cold look in his eyes, Hyungwoo contemplates his response, calmly thinking to himself, "Should I just kill him?" Jong-chil's eyes widen in sudden shock as he notices the weapon at the newcomer's waist, exclaiming in disbelief, "This bastard, he has a sword." Pointing an accusing finger at Hyungwoo, Jong-chil shouts aggressively, "Hand it over right now." Looking back with quiet, undisturbed eyes, Hyungwoo calmly replies, "I cannot give it to you." Staring into Hyungwoo's cold, glowing eyes, Jong-chil sweats in nervous terror, thinking to himself, "What's with this guy? That killing intent." Sweating profusely and backed into a corner, Jong-chil hastily retreats from the confrontation, muttering, "It's late, so we'll stop here for today." Staring off into the distance, Hyungwoo reflects quietly, "There are many people coveting this sword." Behind Jong-chil's back, the other workers chuckle mockingly and whisper, "Jong-chil always acts like he's someone important, but he got scared by a newbie. Oh my gosh." Trying to break the awkward tension, one of the porters nervously tells the group, "Right, we need to sleep. All right, everyone, let's go back." Hyungwoo stands completely silent in the courtyard as the rest of the workers disperse, casting wary and suspicious glances back at him. Walking ahead into the dark corridor, Jong-chil gruffly commands, "Follow me. The dorms are this way." Glancing back at Hyungwoo's weapon with a deeply bitter expression, Jong-chil thinks, if not for that sword, he wouldn't even be worth beating up. Grinding his teeth in absolute rage and humiliation, Jong-chil silently vows, "I'll make you pay for humiliating me." Night falls completely over the quarters as loud snores echo from the sleeping workers under their warm blankets. Moving silently in the pitch-black room, Jongchul stealthily crawls across the wooden floor, trying not to make a single sound. Looking around the dark, crowded room, Jongchul whispers to himself, he must be sleeping somewhere around here. Bumping face first into a hard surface in the dark, Jongchul's face contorts in sudden pain and surprise. Rubbing his nose in confusion, Jongchul mutters under his breath, "What the? Is there a pillar here?" Peering upward through the shadows, Jongchul is horrified to find a dark, towering figure standing directly over him in the darkness. Overcome with sudden panic, Jongchul falls backward onto the floor, gasping in surprise as he looks up. Shrouded in the dark room, Hyungwoo looks down at the intruder with a calm, expressionless face. Staring back at the terrifyingly silent rookie, Jongchul's eyes widen as a cold sweat drips down his face. Reaching out a trembling hand toward Hyungwoo's scabbard in a desperate bid to steal it, Jongchul thinks, in that case. In a split second, Hyungwoo's eyes snap wide open with a terrifying deadly focus, detecting the intruder's greed. Feeling the sudden heavy pressure in the air, Jongchul freezes instantly, utterly overcome with horror. Shrouded in an ominous dark aura, Hyungwoo looms over him like a grim reaper, making Jongchul realize that even if just for a split second, in that moment he felt a terrifying, overwhelming fear that froze him to the spot. Shaking uncontrollably, Jongchul faces the rookie's glowing, merciless eyes radiating pure malice. Swept away by the terrifying presence, Jongchul feels completely paralyzed, like a helpless prey trapped before a deadly predator. Staring directly into the bottomless depth of those dark eyes, Jongchul felt as though he saw death itself looming over him. Tears of terror streaming down his face, the trembling porter begs desperately, "Spare me!" Scrambling backward frantically across the floor, Jongchul screams out in absolute panic, "Please!" Hyungwoo watches the pathetic display with a quiet, detached, and completely expressionless gaze. Slowly closing his eyes, Hyungwoo lets the heavy silence settle over the room once more. In a fleeting memory of his past, Hyungwoo recalls standing in a dim, silent cave, deep in contemplation. Clutching a roasted piece of meat in his hand, Hyungwoo remembers his companion urgently shouting, "They're coming, eat quickly!" Shrouded in a violent purple aura, Hyungwoo prepared himself in the cave to face the oncoming waves of hostile enemies. Looking down at the porter on the floor in the bright morning light, Hyungwoo calmly asks, Jongchul? Waking up to find Hyungwoo standing right over him, Jongchul gasps in pure horror, screaming, "Huh? You?" As Jongchul runs away screaming at the top of his lungs, Hyungwoo watches him depart with mild curiosity, thinking, his name was Jongchul, right? The head supervisor rouses the sleeping workers in the quarters, shouting, "Wake up already, we have a mountain of work to do today," while another groggy worker asks, "What work are you talking about?" The bright morning sun illuminates the busy courtyard of the Henan Escort Bureau, where massive towers of wooden cargo crates are piled high. With incredible ease, Hyungwoo leaps high into the sky, effortlessly tossing several massive wooden crates upward. Landing gracefully on top of a towering stack of wooden crates, Hyungwoo completes the daunting manual labor in a single fluid motion. Looking down at his hands with a neutral expression, Hyungwoo reflects, it's pretty easy. So this is a porter's work? The other porters stand in a neat line in the courtyard, sweating and staring up at him with their mouths wide open in complete jaw-dropping shock. Looking down from his high perch, Hyungwoo calmly asks the stunned crowd, "Should I do the rest too?" Before anyone can even respond, Hyungwoo effortlessly tosses the remaining massive wooden crates high into the air. Two of the porters whisper to each other in awe and concern, saying, "That new guy isn't normal. At this rate, won't he take all our work?" While Lady Ceolian overhears them from behind the wall. The workers quickly bow in respect as Lady Seolyan approaches them with a gentle smile, greeting her, "Lady Seolyan, what brings you here?" To which she warmly responds, "It looks like you're about to eat." Looking down thoughtfully, Hyungwoo recalls the words spoken to him, reflecting, "When I heard something like that, I couldn't help but be affected by it." Seolyan reflects on Hyungwoo's words, thinking, "Never apologize? What did he mean by that?" I'm strange too, though. I can't believe I was so curious about the meaning of those words that I couldn't sleep and ended up coming to find him. Walking through the corridor, Ceolian suddenly gasps in surprise, as Hyungwoo unexpectedly appears before her. Blushing slightly, Ceolian nervously greets him, "Hello, Hyungwoo," while thinking to herself in a panic, "I called his name unconsciously." Hyungwoo calmly explains, "I started working as a porter," prompting Ceolian to ask with gentle concern, "Oh, how have you been? Is there anything making you uncomfortable?" Looking aside with a quiet blush, Ceolian thinks to herself, That's not what I wanted to ask. Staring back at her with a calm expression, Hyungwoo says, hearing a friend say they're sorry? That is what I hate. Selyon's face lights up with joy as she happily realizes he thinks of me as a friend. Yes, Suddenly a voice calls out from behind them, saying, what a coincidence. Peng Cholyong rides into the courtyard on a horse, flashing a smug grin as he says, you've become even more beautiful since we last met, Lady Jo. Surprised and tense, Seolyeon asks, Warrior Peng? You must be busy with murim affairs. What brings you here? Peng Cholyong smiles confidently and replies, I came here after receiving another mission from the Murim Alliance. They decided to support the Henan Escort Bureau as much as possible. Standing face-to-face in the courtyard, Hyungwoo and Seolyeon listen to the arrogant warrior, contrary to Dan Hyungwoo's desire for peace. Under a dark purple night sky, an imposing and heavily guarded fortress sits deep within a rugged mountain range. Inside the dim fortress hall, a horrifying scene of slaughtered warriors lies on the carpet, with a shocked voice asking, the 30 members of the Heavenly Vigil Squad have been wiped out? Kneeling beside the bloody bodies, a heavily scarred, purple-haired commander sweats in shock and disbelief. An ominous dark energy swirls as the commander's thoughts echo. The Heavenly Vigil Squad was strong enough to easily wipe out the Murim Alliance's Tortoise Squad, yet they were annihilated? A pale hand covered in blood reaches out from behind a dark curtain, dripping with a terrifying red and black aura. In a terrifying display of power, the bodies of the fortress warriors are lifted into the air and torn apart by a dark, bloodthirsty force. The helpless warriors are violently slaughtered and thrown back by the overwhelming pressure of the invisible killer. A glowing crimson eye peers through the slit of the dark curtain, with the narration, and they were all defeated by a single person. Sinister, dark energy envelops the room as a voice says, I see, Chan Yi Ja. So you created hundreds of monsters like this, huh? The dark aura intensifies over the words, but even so, a close-up reveals a horrifying manic grin with sharp teeth and glowing red reptilian eyes shrouded in darkness. The silent mountain fortress remains shrouded in a dark, ominous purple mist under the night sky. Survivors of the brutal attack carry away the bloody corpses of their fallen comrades in grim silence. Kneeling before the curtain in the main hall, the scarred commander bows deeply, shouting, Yes, sir! A violent splash of blood accompanies the leader's furious thought, I must find which bastard wiped out my Heavenly Vigil troops. The terrifying leader roars in absolute demonic rage, his scream echoing through the halls. Back in the bright morning at the escort bureau, Seolyeon looks on with a concerned expression, feeling a sudden, strange chill in the air. Peng Cholyong, identified as the deputy leader of the Rising Dragon troops, looks down from his horse with a smug, self-satisfied grin. Peng Cholyong's eyes narrow as he looks toward Hyungwoo, thinking suspiciously, but why is that man? Hyungwoo stands completely calm and composed, carrying his sword at his waist. Pointing a mockingly polite finger, Peng Cholyong scoffs, a porter still carrying his sword is really ridiculous. If you can't handle it, the wisest thing to do is to keep holding that sword from the very start. Leaning in close to Hyungwoo, Seolyeon whispers in a panic, the Rising Dragon troops have come as representatives of the Murim Alliance. We would suffer if we caused trouble here. Don't let him get to you, Hyungwoo. Hearing footsteps behind them, Peng Cholyong looks back in surprise, thinking, they're already close? A beautiful female warrior with a high ponytail approaches, identified as Peng Miryong, Cholyong's younger sister, thinking to herself, you came down immediately after receiving orders from the Alliance leader because of Miss Jo Cholyong? A guard from the Hainan Escort Bureau in a blue uniform steps forward past Peng Cholyong's horse. Seolyeon looks on in surprise as Hyungwoo calmly replies, yes, that's my name, and Hyungwoo's. The guard salutes respectfully, introducing himself as Hyung Pyo, guard from the Hainan Escort Agency, and says, so Miss Jo is here as well. I came here on orders from the chief guard to train the new porter who will be joining this escort mission. Selyon's sweat drops in complete shock, thinking, he just started working and he's already being sent on an escort mission? Peng Cholyong smiles smugly and says, that's the nature of a porter's job, Miss Jo, while thinking to himself, good, this is my golden opportunity to get close to Seolyeon without that bastard interfering. Hyungwoo looks at the guard calmly and replies, an escort mission? I don't know anything about that, but I can't give you this sword. Stunned by the rookie's blunt response, Hyungpyo's sweat drops and challenges, what, your sword? Very well, then attack me. While thinking in annoyance, I didn't expect him to look down on me so openly. Peng Cholyong chuckles mockingly, saying, why are you staring? Your senior is waiting. Ho-ho, what if you get fired because of this? Looking on with irritation at her brother's behavior, Peng Miryang thinks to herself, what a guy! Even a deputy troop leader can be this childish. Watching Hyungwoo walk away without a single word, Peng Miryang observes him thoughtfully, thinking, but that man, he didn't react at all, even after being provoked. Could that sword just be for show? Seolyeon quickly calls out, where are you going, Hyungwoo? As he walks away. Peng Cholyong sneers as Hyungwoo departs, thinking, did he leave because he was annoyed? He probably isn't anything special. Seolyeon watches Hyungwoo's departing back with a concerned and deeply worried expression. Hyungwoo walks away silently in the bright morning light as Seolyeon watches him go. Hyungpyo walks with Hyungwoo through the courtyard while Seolyeon watches them from behind. In a dimly lit room, the chief of the escort bureau instructs Hyungpyo. Jongchil will teach him how to carry the load. Make sure Hyungwoo doesn't cause any trouble during the escort mission. The chief narrows his eyes thoughtfully, thinking, I also need to make him quit before he can get close to Seolyeon. Standing in an office, Hyungpyo thinks with a sweat drop, he's already an adult, why should I help him? Hyungpyo walks beside Hyungwoo in the courtyard, thinking, I can overlook the way he speaks since people say he lived alone in the forest, but Hyungpyo's eyes drop to the sword at Hyungwoo's waist, thinking in disbelief, a porter who carries a sword? Hyungpyo turns to Hyungwoo with a friendly smile, asking, are you by any chance studying swordsmanship? Hyungwoo stares back at Hyungpyo with a completely neutral and calm expression. Hyungpyo smiles confidently, thinking, so he's a beginner training because he dreams of becoming a guard, and advises, even though tri-energy sword art is the foundation of martial arts, there are many techniques more useful in real combat. With a satisfying metallic clang sound, Hyungpyo proudly draws his sword from its scabbard. Holding his unsheathed blade, Hyungpyo stands in a loose stance ready to show off his skills. Hyungwoo stands calmly with his hand resting near his sword hilt, watching Hyungpyo's display. Surprised and slightly nervous, Hyungpyo holds up his hand, sweating as Hyungwoo prepares to respond. Hyungwoo looks at him calmly and says, I'm stronger than you. Bursting into loud laughter, Hyungpyo scoffs, haha, how is that possible? I've trained my entire life while you just started learning swordsmanship. Facing Hyungwoo, Hyungpyo raises his sword and confidently proclaims, I'll show you how to become stronger. In response, Hyungwoo calmly extends his open left hand toward Hyungpyo. Hyungwoo adjusts his hand slightly and thinks, how about I turn it a little more? Seeing Hyungwoo's strange gesture, Hyungpyo sweat drops in confusion and asks, what are you doing? Hyungwoo's expression turns serious as he thinks to himself, this is my first time not killing, so I have to calculate it. Suddenly, a faint shimmering afterimage of Hyungwoo's hand sweeps in a wide arc past a sweating and shocked Hyungpyo. Hyungwoo looks down at him calmly and says, that's enough, you won't die like this. Staring up with a sweating, stunned face, Hyungpyo realizes, so this is what the chief of the escort agency meant. Gritting his teeth, Hyungpyo prepares to strike, shouting, fine then. Hyungpyo leaps forward, raising his sword high in a swift strike as Hyungwoo stands completely motionless. Executing a powerful, dynamic sword move, Hyungpyo slices through the air with glowing energy. Shrouded in shadow, Hyungwoo's eyes glow with a cold light as he thinks, so that he won't die, I have to strike what's in front of me. Hyungwoo prepares to unleash his strike, enveloped in a sudden surge of powerful blue energy. With incredible speed and a sharp crackle of energy, Hyungwoo's blade flashes forward. An immense, towering pillar of blinding white and blue lightning erupts into the sky between Hyungwoo and Hyungpyo. Caught in the explosive pressure of the blast, Hyungpyo gasps in terror as his sword is sent flying from his hand. Tossed high into the air by the immense shockwave, Hyungpyo struggles to comprehend the attack, thinking, that was... With a heavy thud, Hyungpyo crashes hard onto his back on the courtyard ground. Stunned and out of breath, Hyungpyo lies on the ground, gasping for air. Staring up at the sky in pure disbelief, Hyungpyo remains completely motionless. Hyungpyo looks up from the ground, his vision filled with a towering silhouette standing before him. Looking down at the falling guard in the bright sunlight, Hyungwoo calmly states, the technique just now is called Heavenly Thunder. Sitting helplessly on the ground with his sword lying nearby, Hyungpyo sweat drops and responds, even if you say that, it didn't feel like tri-energy sword art at all. Looking at Hyungwoo in awe and fear, Hyungpyo thinks, Heavenly Thunder? That sword energy felt like thunder roaring down from the sky. I didn't expect this man to be a martial master. Does the chief of the escort agency know about this? Hyungwoo looks down with a neutral expression and adds, in short, my ability is still above yours. Hyungpyo lets out a groggy breath and smiles slightly, thinking, he's this naive despite being strong. He's no different from a child. Looking thoughtful, Hyungpyo reflects, it won't be too late to report this incident to the chief of the escort agency later. But first, I need to teach this man the rules of society so he can use martial arts without causing trouble. Sitting on the ground, Hyungpyo reaches his hand out toward Hyungwoo. Hyungwoo looks back at him, blinking in mild curiosity and silence. Pointing up, Hyungpyo explains, in a situation like this, the right thing to do is to help me up. Realizing the custom, Hyungwoo simply responds, ah. Grasping Hyungpyo's hand, Hyungwoo pulls him up with a calm expression. Later that night, in a dimly lit room, Hyungpyo looks at Hyungwoo standing over him and asks in disbelief, do you always sleep like that? The next day, Hyungpyo points at a large map or document on the table, guiding Hyungwoo through the escort mission route. In the busy courtyard, Hyungwoo suddenly pulls off his robe, revealing his muscular torso, as Hyungpyo panics and yells, "Don't change clothes outside," while another worker looks on in shock. Hyungpyo yells out in sheer panic, completely flabbergasted by the rookie's bizarre behavior. Hyungpyo points accusingly and screams, "Especially don't take off your pants outside," as Hyungwoo begins stripping down right in the middle of the open courtyard. Watching from behind a wooden pillar, Pang Miryong observes the scene with a suspicious and calculating gaze. An alliance commander instructs his subordinates, "Your mission is to monitor every move of clan leader Joe," prompting Pang Cholyong to ask in surprise, "Clan leader Joe? But why?" The commander narrows his eyes and explains, "If clan leader Joe has any connection to the Green Forest bandit attack in Hangshan, you must find proof of his involvement. Do you understand?" Saluting respectfully, Pang Miryong replies, "Yes, sir, we will follow the alliance leaders well." Standing in the courtyard, Pang Miryong observes the workers and thinks to herself, "There's no suspicious person here. The only thing that stands out is that naked man." Pang Miryong glances up towards the balcony, spotting Seol Yan watching from above. Sweat dropping with a wry smile, Pang Miryong thinks, "The young lady's taste is certainly strange." Looking down from the balcony, Seol Yan whispers softly to herself, "Hyungwoo." Hyungwoo stands in the courtyard wearing his new gray uniform. As the narrator notes, "You've now become a member of the Henan Escort Agency." Two majestic horses stand side by side in the courtyard, ready to embark on the long journey ahead. The senior escort officials stand together, proudly preparing for the departure of their grand convoy. A stern and capable warrior on horseback is introduced as Ma Yuk, guard from the Henan Escort Agency. Ma Yuk raises his hand high and commands, "All right, everyone, focus. Our escort mission has begun." Heavily loaded carriages rumble forward, rolling out of the escort agency gates with tremendous power. Escort guards and porters march alongside the cargo carriages as the expedition officially gets underway. Solian stands among the crowd, watching the departing convoy with a mixture of hope and deep concern. Hyungpyo looks back over his shoulder toward Hyungwoo as the team moves out. Hyungwoo gazes ahead with absolute calm, captioned with the words, "Dan Hyungwoo's life truly began, starting with his very first escort mission." Back at the estate, Pang Cholyong salutes and announces, "We are the Rising Dragon Division of the Murim Alliance, and we request an audience with the Zhou clan leader." Jo Il-hyun, leader of the Zhou clan, responds, "Let them in. How is the alliance leader?" Jo Il-hyun gestures to the round table and invites them. "Sit." Jo Il-hyun acknowledges, "So you are the Blade Dragon, one of the twin dragons of the Rising Dragon Division?" As Pang Cholyong introduces himself, "My name is Pang Cholyong." Smiling confidently, Namgung Jin introduces himself. "You flatter me. My name is Namgung Jin." Pang Miryong bows slightly and adds, "And I am Pang Miryong, the younger sister of the Blade Dragon." Jo Il-hyun smiles warmly while thinking, "The Pang clan? Aren't they the greatest martial arts clan in Hebei?" Looking at her elegance, Jo Il-hyun thinks to himself, "Plus, she's so elegant and beautiful. She'd be a perfect match for Jo In." Jo Il-hyun raises his cup and says, "While you are here, you can teach my children many things through martial arts exchanges," while thinking that this daily interaction is a great opportunity to bring the young people closer. Raising their cups, Pang Cholyong and Namgung Jin reply, "We are the ones who will be in your care, clan leader Jo." Pang Miryong sips her tea gracefully, her sharp gaze scanning the room. Pang Miryong recalls the alliance leader's secret orders. "Rising Dragon Division, listen carefully. The reason you are at the Zhou clan is to confirm if the Green Forest bandit attack at Mount Hang has any connection to the Zhou clan leader and to find evidence. Do not forget that." Pang Miryong looks at her brother with sweat-dropping exasperation, thinking, "But even though we have that mission?" Pang Miryong continues her thought, "You're only paying attention to the Zhou clan leader's daughter, as we see Selyan practicing her swordsmanship in the courtyard." Seolyan focuses intently, raising her sword in a disciplined stance. Pang Miryong tells her brother bluntly, "I've watched her for a few days, and honestly, she doesn't even look at you. She's staring at a porter instead." Pang Cholyong smirks confidently and replies, "If you mean that man, there's nothing to worry about." Hang Cheliang grins mockingly, thinking, I hear he's going on an escort mission for a few months. With that long time, I'm confident I will win Lady Selyan's heart. Meanwhile, Hyungmu stares with ultimate focus at a juicy piece of braised meat held between his chopsticks. Hyungwoo closes his eyes, savoring the rich flavor of the food with absolute bliss. Savoring every bite, Hyungwoo looks up towards the sky in deep appreciation. Hyungpyo watches him sweat dropping and comments, I've never seen someone eat like they're performing some kind of ritual. Hyungpyo advises him, well, you should eat up now. That way the escort mission won't be too hard, especially since the destination is Sichuan. Hyungpyo continues, Sichuan has long been the homeland of the Tang clan, and this request came from one of the largest clans in Jianghu, the leader of all Tang clans. Hyungpyo concludes, that is the Sichuan Tang clan, as a distinguished elder wearing a straw hat rides past their table. The dignified elder is identified as Tang Hoguan, elder of the Sichuan Tang clan. Riding close behind him is a sharp-eyed warrior named Tang Cholgi of the Sichuan Tang clan. Hyungpyo explains further, apart from the warriors of the Henan Escort Bureau, the Tang clan also selected and sent their own guards. The Tang clan delegation rides forward majestically on horseback, leading the front of the convoy. As Hyungwoo happily chews on his delicious meat, Tang Hoguan smiles under his straw hat, thinking, ho ho, why do I smell something delicious from here? Dan Hyungwoo extends his index and middle fingers as a beautiful butterfly lands on his fingertip, calmly thinking, annoying. In a sudden, explosive burst of blue energy and a sharp crackle of power, the butterfly is instantly blown to pieces. Sensing the subtle shift in the air, Elder Tang Hoguan reacts with surprise, gasping, Riding close behind him, Tang Cholgi notices his reaction and asks, what is it, Elder? Looking back over his shoulder toward the resting convoy, Tang Hoguan observes, among those porters, someone is emitting an unusual energy. Beneath his straw hat, the elder narrows his eyes and wonders intensely, who is it? Behind them, the unsuspecting porters and guards continue chatting and eating their meals in the courtyard. Dan Hyungwoo sits quietly at his table in his new gray uniform, staring ahead with his usual calm, expressionless face. Suddenly, a powerful black horse gallops past the eating tables, kicking up dust with loud thudding sounds. Mounted on the horse, Ma Yuk raises his hand and announces, preparations for departure are complete, so you can relax now. Watching the guard ride by, Tang Hoguan thinks to himself, so the escort leader Ma Yuk was the source of the energy I felt? Ma Yuk commands the convoy. The journey will be long, so let's hurry and move out. While Tang Hoguan looks on thoughtfully, wondering, was his energy always that strong? Ma Yuk turns his horse around, shouting out commands to the departing convoy. Ma Yuk yells with absolute urgency. Usually a journey to Sichuan takes 4 months, but we must arrive in a month and a half. The porters and guards answer with sweat-dropping, worried expressions. Yes, sir, while thinking in sheer disbelief, a month and a half? A veteran guard advises the anxious rookie, if you are slower than leader Ma Yuk, you will be kicked out of the Henan Escort Bureau later, so don't fall behind. Ma Yuk leads the charge on horseback, riding swiftly as the expedition officially begins. Hyungwoo runs steadily with a completely neutral expression, easily keeping pace with the horse. Heavily loaded cargo carriages rumble forward, rolling down the dirt path at a remarkably fast pace. Running alongside the carriages, the rookie guard gasps for breath, his face drenched in sweat. Running effortlessly, Hyungwoo reflects, fall behind? I really didn't understand what he meant. As the rookie beside him wheezes, huff, huff, Hyungwoo, hang in there a little longer, we'll rest soon. The grand convoy of carriages and escorts dashes along the road, kicking up dust as they rush towards Sichuan. The sun begins to set, painting the sky in deep orange and purple hues as the exhausting journey continues. Later that night, in the dark forest, the rookie guard tells a sweating Ma Yuk, oh, he always sleeps like that. As Ma Yuk asks in complete disbelief, is he not sleeping at all? The next day, the convoy continues its relentless pace under a bright blue sky, the carriage wheels spinning rapidly. Tang Cholgi grips his horse's reins tightly, riding hard through the dense forest. Suddenly, a sharp wooden spear flies through the air, cutting through the leaves with terrifying speed. Spotting the sudden projectile, Ma Yuk quickly draws his sword, his face tightening with battle readiness. The swift and powerful swipe of his sword, Ma Yuk deflects the flying spear, sending it spinning away. Ma Yuk looks back over his shoulder toward the caravan, calling out a warning to stay alert. From the tall green grass beside the road, a bandit steps forward with a smug smile, answering, that's what we should be asking. A group of fierce, bare-chested bandits emerges from the trees, smiling wickedly as they surround the convoy. A massive, bald bandit leader with a giant sword resting on his shoulder laughs, now that you've entered the territory of the Green Forest bandits, hand over your goods and leave. Only then will we spare your lives. Watching the confrontation from safety, Elder Tang Hoguan tells his companion, if they are just green forest bandits, no need to panic, let's just observe first. To which his subordinate replies, yes, Elder. The veteran guard reassures Hyungwoo. They will retreat if we pay the toll, so don't worry too much, Hyungwoo. While Hyungwoo wonders, green forest bandits? Are they the same as the bandits from last time? Ma Yuk holds up a thick ring of iron coins on a rope, calling out confidently, the toll is here, so clear the path. The bald bandit leader looks at the offered coins with a highly unimpressed, arrogant expression. With a sudden, swift slash of his giant blade, the bandit leader cuts the rope, sending the coins flying. As the coins scatter, the bandit leader yells furiously, not this chump change, I want you to leave the goods and get lost. With an aggressive leap, the bandit leader jumps high into the air, aiming his giant blade directly at Ma Yuk on horseback. The rookie guard yells out in terror while Hyungwoo watches the descending attacker with calm, unbothered eyes. Holding his giant sword high with both hands, the massive bandit leader dives through the air with a menacing grin. The bandit leader grimaces, putting his full strength into the descending slash. Ma Yuk raises his sword defensively on horseback as the bandit leader's massive blade clashes against it with a loud clang. The bandit leader spins gracefully through the air, ready to deliver a powerful follow-up strike. Landing a sudden, explosive kick straight to Ma Yuk's chest, the bandit leader forces him to cough up blood. Ma Yuk is sent flying backward off his horse, crashing heavily onto the grassy ground as the bandit leader lands safely. The bandit leader points forward and screams with a wicked laugh. Haha, do you think a third-rate escort bureau can stop us? What are you doing? Slaughter them! With a resounding battle cry, the massive horde of bandits charges down the grassy hill toward the convoy. Seeing the overwhelming number of charging enemies, the convoy guards sweat and panic, with one crying out, how are we supposed to fight against this many bandits? Elder Tang Hoguan narrows his eyes under his straw hat, questioning, bastards, you aren't ordinary green forest bandits? Who is backing you? The bald bandit leader replies arrogantly with a smug grin, we are the heroes of the green forest. Charging forward aggressively with his giant blade raised, the bald bandit yells, consider it an honor to die by my hand, old man. Tang Hoguan calmly raises his hand and shoots a glowing needle forward with a swift, powerful motion. The needle flies through the air and strikes a large tree trunk with an explosive, splintering impact. The needle remains deeply embedded in the tree trunk, vibrating with residual purple energy. The bandit leader is silhouetted as a perfect circular hole is blown through his chest, and he gasps in shock. How could a single needle do this? The bandit leader spits out a large fountain of blood and collapses to the ground as the other bandits watch in utter horror. Tang Hoguan stands ready on horseback, crossing his arms and holding several glowing needles between his fingers. How dare you target the goods of the Tang clan? He unleashes his needles with a fierce gesture, shouting, do you think trash like you can lay a finger on our goods? A rain of purple glowing needles sweeps across the battlefield toward the charging bandits. The needles pierce cleanly through the bandits' bodies, making them cry out in agonizing pain. Blood splatters everywhere as multiple bandits are struck down instantly by the deadly flying needles. From the shadows of the forest, a group of masked men in dark uniforms walks forward as one of them observes, as expected, the green forest bandits aren't enough. The dark-clad leader of the newcomers steps forward, and they are identified as the Vile Phantom Hall. An elite guard of the Tang clan acknowledges his commander's signal, responding firmly. Yes, Tang Hoguan declares with grim determination, even if everyone from the Henan Escort Bureau falls, we must deliver these goods to the main clan in Sichuan. The elite Tang clan guards draw their swords following their commander's order. You are the elite of the elites, handpicked by me. No matter what happens, protect the cargo. The masked assassins of the Vile Phantom Hall charge down the hill to attack. Wipe them out. Chaotic battle ensues as the masked assassins clash fiercely with the guards of the Escort Bureau. A veteran escort guard in a blue uniform grinds his teeth as he struggles to parry an assassin's blade. Amidst the chaos of the battle, Dan Hyungwoo stands completely motionless and unbothered as a guard runs past him. Hyungwoo maintains a calm, expressionless face while the desperate screams of the guards ring out around him. Quag, maintain formation! A masked assassin ruthlessly slashes down an escort guard, leaving a bloody trail. The veteran guard in blue watches his comrades fall in despair, thinking our escorts are no match for them. They are genuine martial artists. Even if the Sichuan Tang clan is superior, they have no intention of fighting for our sake. The young rookie guard looks up in absolute horror as a comrade is struck down right before him. A masked assassin leaps through the air, bringing his sword down to strike the helpless rookie guard. In a brief flashback, the rookie guard warmly smiles at Hyungwoo, offering him a plate of delicious meat. If it looks that tasty, save some for me too. In the present, Hyungwoo suddenly steps in and draws his sword, which instantly erupts with blinding blue lightning energy. Hyungwoo unleashes a massive vertical strike of crackling lightning that splits the sky. The powerful blast of blue lightning strikes the attacking assassin, vaporizing him instantly. The rookie guard watches in utter shock as the assassin is turned to ash right before his eyes. Two nearby assassins halt in complete confusion and fear, wondering, did lightning just strike or something? Hyungwoo calmly stands with his sword drawn, while the rookie guard looks up at him in stunned silence. The rookie guard turns his head in sheer disbelief, sweating as he stares at Hyungwoo. Hyungwoo looks back at him and explains in a calm voice, "Why? I only helped you because you saved me." The rookie guard gasps, completely speechless at Hyungwoo's simple but profound reasoning. Nearby, the brutal battle continues as another guard is cut down, and a terrified porter falls to his knees, begging, "We're just porters. We don't have any inner force at all." Hyungwoo begins to sprint forward into the enemy ranks with his sword, adding, "But if you ask, I'll do it." Close-up of Hyungwoo's calm, focused face as he joins the fray. Hyungwoo leaps high into the air, surrounded by a faint white aura. The porters cover their faces in astonishment as a massive pressure begins to ripple through the air. A blue-uniformed guard struggles to look up against the powerful wind pressure kicking up around them. Meanwhile, Elder Tang Haogwan and his elite guards engage in close-quarters combat against the skilled Vile Phantom Hall assassins. Tang Haogwan readies his blade for a powerful counter-technique as the clash intensifies. A masked assassin lunges at him, calling out, "Cheap tricks like that won't work on us, Tang Haogwan. It's still not too late. If you hand over the goods and retreat, we will spare your life and theirs." Suddenly, Tang Haogwan's eyes widen in sheer shock as he senses an unbelievably powerful presence passing behind him. What just passed behind me? Hyungwoo dashes past a masked assassin at blinding speed, his blade drawn in a swift slash. Hyungwoo looks back over his shoulder with a calm, neutral gaze, thinking, this should be enough. Multiple massive columns of lightning-infused energy erupt simultaneously across the battlefield, striking down and vaporizing the remaining assassins in an explosive blue blast. Hyungwoo stands calmly, looking back over his shoulder with a neutral, expressionless face. Woo Min-hai, leader of the Vile Phantom Hall and daughter of the Woomin clan, asks with a smug look, "Didn't you say the Vile Phantom Hall was enough to handle the Henan Escort Bureau and that old man Tang Haogwan?" Her subordinate bows apologetically, explaining that there was an unidentified martial master among them. But Hai interrupts him, declaring, "No need, I will do it myself." Smiling confidently with a slightly menacing gaze, Hai adds, "Correct. I will find out who that martial master is." The grand compound of the Woomin clan is shown, with the narration explaining that although they are not included among the 5 great clans, they control 1/3 of the world's commerce with their massive financial power. Woomin Huang, leader of the Woomin clan, stands on his balcony as his informant reports. Yes, the Sichuan Tang clan has succeeded in creating thunderclap bombs along with the Hua clan, and they are transporting about 5 wagons towards the Sichuan main clan through the Henan Escort Bureau. Wu Man Huang looks intrigued, questioning, "You're saying the Tang clan rediscovered the production method for thunderclap bombs, which had been lost for centuries, along with the thunderclap sect?" The informant sweats as he explains the leader of the Hua clan is actually a descendant of the thunderclap sect. Holding out some seeds to feed a small sparrow on the balcony railing, Huan muses, the descendant of the thunderclap sect has finally brought that method back to the world, and 5 wagon loads. When you consider the record of how the thunderclap bombs were used, Hong looks on seriously as he concludes, they could easily wipe out several ordinary sects without any difficulty. Suddenly, Wang crushes the sparrow tightly in his hand as he states his ultimate goal, and the manufacturing method for ourselves. The informant nervously adds, "Actually, the young lady heard all of this and left together with the Vile Phantom Hall." Huang yells in shock and panic, "What did you say? Hai did that? Where is she going?" As the informant responds that she is likely heading to Mount Pingding, as Hai gallops ahead on her horse at full speed. Hai looks ahead with a determined and cold gaze as she rides. As evening falls, the scene shifts back to the convoy, with the narration stating, "Thanks to Hyungwoo's help, the Henan Escort Bureau managed to eliminate all the enemies." The narration notes, the only survivors are the critically injured Chief Escort Ma Yuk and a warrior named Hyung Po, while Hyungwoo stands quietly in the background. The remaining porters huddle together on the ground, completely overcome with fear and trauma from the bloody battle. Under his straw hat, Elder Tang Haogwan tells his companion, "No, we must trust them until the very end." His companion objects furiously. What do you mean? You're going to keep entrusting the escort mission to this agency even in this state? Wouldn't it be better to just use a small local agency? We have your Heavenly Thunder after all. He goes on to offer a respectful salute, saying, Uncle, you completed the Tang Clan's secret technique, Heavenly Thunder, didn't you? Congratulations, Uncle. You should have told us sooner, leaving Hogwan completely stunned. Looking over his shoulder toward Hyungwoo, Hogwan clarifies, well, even I didn't see it myself, so of course you couldn't have seen it at all, but the Heavenly Thunder that wiped out the culprits wasn't something I used. His companion is utterly dumbfounded, asking, what? If it wasn't you, then who was it? Tang Hogwan stares with a deadly serious expression under his straw hat. Hogwan reveals the truth, saying, it was that porter carrying a sword, Dan Hyungwoo, as Hyungwoo stands calmly in the sunset. Hogwan approaches Hyungwoo and demands, which sect are you from? Hyungwoo responds with a blank look, my sect? What do you mean by that? To which Hogwan explains, the place where you learned martial arts. Hyungwoo recalls a brief flashback of his past, remembering a harsh master throwing them into a living hell. He reflects on the brutal survival training where he had to fight endlessly on the border between life and death to forge his own martial arts. Back in the present, Hyungwoo calmly responds, so, I don't have a place where I learned martial arts. I don't have one. Hogwan reacts in disbelief and frustration, shouting, what did you say? You don't have a sect? Then are you saying your skills just fell from the sky? Hogwan demands rudely, and why are you speaking so rudely to me? You're senior in Jonghu and an elder of the Tang clan, while Hyungpo rushes over in a panic. Hyungpo quickly steps in to pacify the situation, begging, Sir, this friend of mine has lived on a mountain for a long time. That's why he's like this. I'll teach him properly, so please let it slide just this once. Hogwan narrows his eyes, thinking to himself that Hyungwoo is just another arrogant jerk who has some skill, but acknowledging that they need his incredible strength for the upcoming escort. Hyungpo whispers frantically to Hyungwoo, please, this time, if you're gonna talk like that, it's better not to talk at all. Turning his attention to Hyungpo, Hogwan remarks, you have more skills than I anticipated, which takes Hyungpo completely by surprise. Hogwan commands him, you will take Chief Escort Ma Yuk's place and take charge of this escort mission until it's finished, while silently noting that this ensures they remain protected by the one who can use Heavenly Thunder. Hyungpo stands frozen in utter shock, sweating as he hears the sudden order. Hyungpo tries to object, saying he should return to the bureau to get reinforcements, but Hogwan asserts, yes, Hyungpo, you're the only one left. Pointing at the frightened porters, Hogwan adds, you will lead them. Hyungpo grits his teeth, realizing he has no choice but to take responsibility for this escort mission. Accepting the order, Hyungpo salutes respectfully with a determined look on his face. Hogwan nods in approval, saying, that's what we'll do. Besides, we can't move any further today, so we'll set off tomorrow. Meanwhile, Hogwan's subordinate is left trembling in fear, thinking, how is this possible? That young porter is a supreme martial master who has mastered the Heavenly Thunder? Hyungwoo maintains his usual calm and aloof expression as he stands by the transport wagons. As darkness begins to fall over the camp, the order is given. For now, everyone try to get some sleep. Under the cover of night, Hyungpo rides a horse at full speed through the dark forest. Hyungpo tells himself that even with Hyungwoo's strength, everyone will be in danger if the enemy attacks again, making it vital to secure reinforcements from the bureau. Suddenly, Hyungpo halts his horse and looks up at the dark sky in shock, wondering, what is that? Hyungpo's face tightens with dread as he realizes something else is heading toward the Henan Escort Bureau, prompting him to hurry. An extreme close-up of a shocked, wide blue eye reflecting a sickle and chain weapon, accompanied by a sharp gasp of alarm. Hyungpo is suddenly ambushed from behind, a chain hook wrapping around his neck and slashing deep as blood sprays in the dark night forest. Hyungpo is violently pulled off his horse and sent crashing to the ground as the weapon retracts. The chain weapon whizzes back through the dark forest as the horse continues to run off in panic. A squad of red and black-clad assassins suddenly descends from the night sky. The masked assassins land in the dark woods, preparing to advance on their target. A close-up of a masked assassin holding his weapon with a title card introducing them as the Ghost Masked Assassin, an assassin unit from Demon Blood Being. The assassin leader remarks coldly, we've finished cleaning up those rats. He turns his eyes toward the horizon, declaring, next up is the Zhou clan estate. Inside the peaceful Zhou clan estate, two members are working late. One of them sighs, sigh. For some reason, work just never ends today. The bearded clan leader smiles gently and responds, no, the more we delay our work and training, the less we'll want to do it. Let's finish this. A drop of black ink slowly drips from the tip of his calligraphy brush. Suddenly, the older gray-haired companion senses a powerful, hostile presence, gasping in alarm. What is this presence? Out in the courtyard, blood suddenly splatters heavily onto the stone ground. A clan warrior is brutally slashed across the chest by an intruder, crying out in pain. Damn it, who are you? Ugh. Back in the study, the gray-haired elder stands up in shock, realizing, just as I thought. Swarms of masked assassins invade the compound, shouting, "This is the Zhou clan estate. Kill them all and don't leave a single person alive." The elder charges out with his sword drawn, shouting, "How dare you madmen attack our Zhou clan?" The bearded clan leader bellows in warning, "Head steward Sa, stop!" Head steward Sa looks back in confusion, asking, "Clan leader? What is it?" The clan leader states with grim resolve, "I don't think this is a situation we can stop easily, even if you intervene personally." In the courtyard behind them, the Zhou clan guards are mercilessly cut down in a bloody clash against the assassins. The clan leader narrows his eyes, sweating as he accepts the grim reality of the situation. Footsteps rush hurriedly down a wooden hallway as the estate begins to fall. A young woman named Cielian bursts into the room, crying, "It's an emergency, I'm coming in," to which Sa reacts in surprise. "What?" Sa rushes to her, pleading urgently, "We have to leave this place immediately, Cielian. Hurry up and pack your things." Horrified, Cielian gasps, "What is going on? What about my father?" Outside, another Zhou clan warrior is stabbed through the back, screaming in agony. Wah! Amidst the spreading flames, the enemy leader commands, "Slaughter them all, including the people from the Henan Escort Bureau." As his subordinate replies, "Yes, Hall leader." Horses gallop at breakneck speed through the dark forest under the night sky. Head steward Sa, Ciolian, and their companions ride frantically to escape the burning compound. Looking back, the grand estate of the Zhou clan is engulfed in a massive, raging inferno. Solian looks back in sheer horror, thinking the fire isn't only devouring the Zhou clan estate, but it has also spread to the Henan Escort Bureau. Sa urges his horse forward, shouting, "Don't stop, Solian. We have to leave from here right now." Celian protests with tears in her eyes, but father is still back there, prompting Sa to ask, "Have you forgotten who your father is?" Sa points to a sacred spear, reminding her, "He is Zhou Ilhyun, Henan's strongest spear and the head of the Zhou clan." Back in the burning courtyard, Zhou Ilhyun brandishes his spear, unleashing a fierce, swirling blue energy. With a single powerful swing of his spear, Zhou Ilhyun obliterates a massive temple gate, sending debris flying everywhere in an explosion. Zhou Ilhyun stands tall and majestic amidst the wreckage, enveloped in a powerful blue aura. An assassin notes from a distance, "That seems to be the head of the Zhou clan." Zhou Ilhyun roars in defiance as he readies his spear to face the enemy horde alone. He leaps atop the burning ruins, single-handedly holding off dozens of assassins with his unmatched spearmanship. Back in the forest, head steward Sa yells at Ciolian, "Do you really not know that the head of the clan is holding them back for your safety?" Her companion adds, "Uncle is right. You have to trust your father, Ciolian," while Ciolian looks back in tearful despair, whispering, "But..." Sal declares, "We have to hide now. Let's find a proper place." While the young man asks, "Forgive me, but is the Rising Dragon Division coming with us?" To which the blue-haired woman replies, "We'll return to the Murim Alliance from here." The young man looks on in stunned disbelief at her sudden declaration. The blue-haired martial artist explains coldly, "We have to inform the Murim Alliance about this as soon as possible." The young man reluctantly agrees but worries, "I agree, but they will chase us. What should we do?" He recalls a flashback of a mysterious young porter effortlessly defeating the Green Forest Bandits, thinking, the figure who repelled the Green Forest Bandits in Hyungsan? That porter. Head steward Sa salutes respectfully with a look of determination, resolved to seek out the powerful porter to save them. Under the dark night sky, horses gallop frantically through the woods as head steward Sa prays, "I pray for your safety." Urging them forward, Sa commands, "Let's go! We'll join the escort group headed to Sichuan," as Ciolian follows closely. Tearfully looking back, Ciolian finds hope in her heart, thinking, "Right, if we go to Hyangwoo, we will be safe. Until that time comes..." As she looks back at her burning home, tears stream down her face while she whispers, "Take care of yourself, father." In the burning courtyard of the Zhou clan estate, the masked assassins stand victoriously over a pile of slain warriors. A close-up shows the severely bleeding wound on the chest of Zhou Ilhyun, the clan leader, as he tightly grips his weapon. Bleeding heavily and facing his enemies, Zhou Ilhyun demands, "Who are you? Why are you destroying the Zhou clan estate?" The masked assassin stands silently before him as a dark voice laughs menacingly from the shadows. "Ha ha ha!" A towering dark silhouette with glowing red eyes replies coldly, "Do you want to know about that before your death?" Blinded by fury, Zhou Ilhyun roars in defiance. Suddenly, a massive, destructive burst of dark crimson energy erupts across the courtyard. Jo Il-hyun's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as a hand with long, sharp nails reaches for him, prompting him to wonder how his attacker could still be alive. With a brutal slash, the attacker strikes Jo Il-hyun down, cutting off his speech mid-sentence as a desperate cry of "No!" echoes. A deep voice declares from the darkness, "I have already discarded that name." Standing atop the ruined ashes of the Jo clan estate, the shadowy leader laughs, "Hoo hoo hoo! Yesterday, this pile of ashes was the Jo clan estate." He then asks his subordinate, "You have done this job well, Void Shadow. Where did my mercenary killers go?" Bowing respectfully, Void Shadow answers, "They are chasing the last members of the Jo clan." Looking up, Void Shadow asks, "I still don't understand. Why?" The terrifying leader, revealed to be the blood demon being with a long dark beard, smiles sinisterly and asks, "Why I, blood demon being, am ravaging the Jo clan estate, you mean?" His red eye gleaming with malice, blood demon being asks, "Blood Shadow, do you know my relationship with Changgi-ja?" Void Shadow responds, "I know that you used to be rivals who competed by staking your lives." Blood demon being chuckles, "Of course, the one still alive is only me." He explains with absolute madness, "This is the place where Changgi-ja first planned to gather 100 martial masters to stop me, right here at the Jo clan estate. Doesn't it make sense that I start here too?" Grinning wildly, he adds, "This is my first step in destroying every plan of Changgi-ja." Close up on his sinister grin as he proclaims, "The remnants left in the final breath of the Jo clan's lineage." Back in the forest, head steward Sa gasps in exhaustion, thinking, "Damn it, they're this close? Just a little more, and we can meet the escort group headed to Sichuan." Beside them, the young warrior Jo-in pants heavily, pushing his limits. Jo-in gallops at full speed through the dark, ominous forest as the atmospheric tension rises. Turning his head, Sa yells urgently, "It's close, Jo-in, don't get left behind." Jo-in selflessly shouts back, "I'll definitely catch up to you. Take Seolian to a safe place first." Suddenly, a sharp chain-hook weapon whizzes through the air as Saul yells, "What do you mean? No, I won't leave you behind." Before Jo-in can react, the hook brutally slashes his neck, spraying blood as he screams in agony, "Kwa," while the final warning of, "If this continues, you could be is cut short. Head steward Sa cries out in absolute horror as he witnesses the attack. Jo-in is violently pulled from his horse, crashing onto the ground in a pool of blood. Selian screams in tearful despair, "No!" A horde of ghost mask assassins descends from the trees, relentlessly pursuing their targets. An assassin leaps forward, slashing at head steward Sa with his sword while shouting, "Got ya!" Knocked off her horse, Seolian lets out a terrified scream, "Yeah!" The masked assassins surround the fallen survivors, their cold eyes glowing in the dark forest. Lying defeated on the grass, head steward Sa weakly reaches out, calling, "Seolian." Tears streaming down his face, Sa speaks his final words, "I at least want to protect you." Falling to her knees in despair, Seolian cries, "No, father and Jo-in were both killed." An assassin stands directly in front of her, raising his glowing blade with lethal intent. With cold indifference, the assassin raises his sword to strike, declaring, "But you can only go this far." Closing her eyes, Seolian weeps and begs desperately, "I want to live, no matter who it is. Ooh, please, save me." In an instant, a surge of blue electricity strikes, shattering the assassin's sword into tiny fragments. Selion opens her tear-filled eyes in absolute shock, unable to believe what just happened. Through the darkness, a blurred figure moves like a lightning bolt, obliterating the threat in a flash. Standing proudly in front of her, enveloped in a crackling blue aura, is the powerful porter. Selion gasps in disbelief. "Hyungwoo?" With a fierce, determined gaze, Hyungwoo looks down at her and replies calmly, "I heard your call." With tears streaming down her face, Seolian stares in grief and disbelief after the devastating battle. Under the dark night sky, the escort caravan headed to Sichuan moves carefully through the dense, quiet forest. Walking alongside the carriage, Hyungwoo suddenly halts in his tracks, sensing something in the distance. In the quiet night air, Hyungwoo clearly catches a desperate, muffled cry for help echoing through the woods. "Hyungwoo, what's wrong?" asks his companion, noticing his sudden pause. Hyungwoo turns his head slightly, his sharp eyes narrowing with deep focus and concern. "Be back? Where are you going?" the companion yells in confusion as Hyungwoo suddenly prepares to move. "Hyungwoo!" his companion shouts in disbelief as Hyungwoo vanishes into the darkness like a lightning bolt. "I definitely heard it," Hyungwoo thinks to himself as he speeds through the forest at breakneck speed. Your voice calling for me, Hyungwoo thinks, rushing directly toward the source of the plea. No, I don't want to die like this. Help me. Seolyeon cries out in absolute despair as death looms over her. Why is the sword? The assassin gasps as a sudden, powerful surge of energy shatters his blade into tiny fragments. Enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, Hyungwoo lands gracefully right in front of Seolyeon to shield her. I heard it, your voice calling me, Hyungwoo says calmly, his eyes gleaming with intense resolve. Brother Hyungwoo? Seolyeon asks through her tears, staring up at her savior in complete shock. The surrounding assassins watch in stunned silence as a new defender stands firmly between them and their target. What is that guy? The masked assassins whisper among themselves, taken aback by his overwhelming presence. Hyungwoo, please, take care of our Yan, head steward Saw gasps with his final breath, while Seolyeon weeps, crying, Uncle. With a solemn and determined look, Hyungwoo nods silently, accepting the heavy responsibility. That is enough for me, head steward Saw whispers in relief before finally closing his eyes. Whoever he is, it's just one more corpse to add. Kill him, the lead assassin commands as they leap forward to attack. What is this? Seolyeon wonders in amazement as Hyungwoo places a gentle, warm hand on her head. As soon as brother Hyungwoo's hand touched me, the fear and fatigue that had piled up, she thinks, are melting away like snow, Seolyeon thinks, feeling an incredible sense of warmth and peace washing over her. I'll finish this quickly, Hyungwoo tells her calmly as the horde of assassins closes in. Leaping into the air, Hyungwoo readies his sword with breathtaking speed and grace. In a flurry of brilliant blue lightning slashes, Hyungwoo cuts through the assassin horde in a single motion. Arg! What kind of martial art is this? I've never seen it. Arg! The assassins scream as they are utterly obliterated. Landing back on the ground, Hyungwoo stands completely unharmed as the crackling energy begins to fade. With a swift, quiet motion, Hyungwoo finishes his technique, his expression remaining perfectly calm. To think nearly 20 assassins turned into ash in an instant? Seolyeon thinks, staring in absolute awe at his immense power. If I had power like brother Hyungwoo, Seolyeon thinks longingly, staring at his broad back. Hyungwoo stands quietly in the forest, the battle over as quickly as it had begun. I will come back soon, Hyungwoo promises quietly, resting his hand on the trunk of a tree near the final resting place. And make sure you can rest in a better place, Hyungwoo says, paying his final respects to head steward Sa. Brother Hyungwoo, what do I do now? Seolyeon asks softly, feeling completely lost and empty. Without my father, without my brother, what should I do all alone? Seolyeon cries, tears streaming down her face once more. Alone, Hyungwoo repeats quietly to himself, her words striking a deep, familiar chord within his heart. I, too, survived that hell alone, Hyungwoo recalls, remembering his own painful past. And came out into this world. The first person to reach out a hand to me was this child, so I will do the same for her, Hyungwoo resolves. Live, Hyungwoo tells her firmly, catching her completely by surprise. With gratitude for those who went before you, live doing what you want to do, Hyungwoo advises gently. What I want to do? Seolyeon murmurs, searching her heart for an answer. I want to join the escort procession too, Seolyeon declares with newfound strength and resolve. Seolyeon gasps in surprise as Hyungwoo suddenly takes her firmly by the wrist. We're leaving now, don't let go, Hyungwoo says with a warm, reassuring smile. With a sudden burst of speed, Hyungwoo leaps high into the bright sky, pulling her along with him. Seolyeon gasps as she is lifted effortlessly, soaring far above the forest canopy and into the daylight. This isn't just lightness art, it feels like flying through the clouds, maybe because of that. Seolyeon marvels as they soar through the sky. My tears are all blowing away, Seolyeon realizes, a sense of hope and freedom finally returning to her heart. Soaring through the sky, Seolyeon marvels at Hyungwoo's incredible speed, staring in awe at his calm and focused profile as they head toward safety. Keeping pace effortlessly, Seolyeon thinks to herself, a lightness art that feels like taking a stroll. Brother is truly an amazing person. High above the trees, Seolyeon contemplates her late uncle's strength, remembering him as quite a master in his own right. As they glide, she continues to reflect on Hyungwoo's terrifying power, astonished by how easily he turned the formidable assassins into ash. Unable to contain her curiosity, Seolyeon looks up at him and asks, "How are you so strong, brother? We aren't that far apart in age." Keeping his eyes focused forward, Hyungwoo replies calmly, "If you fight with your life on the line for a long time, you become like this." With a cold and intense glare, Hyungwoo simply utters, "Monsters." Startled by his choice of words, Seolian asks, "You mean demons?" To which Hyungwoo grimly responds, "You could see it that way." Eager to understand his past, Seoyeon looks at him with wide, curious eyes and asks, "Could you tell me more about that?" Deep in thought, Hyungwoo remembers his agonizing past, thinking to talk about that hell as the terrifying visage of a red demon flashes in his mind. He recalls the brutal battles of his youth, where he was forced to fight vicious, horned demons in a dark, reddish cavern. In the grim flashback, the bloody corpses of fallen martial artists are piled high across the cavern floor. Standing amidst the slaughter, Chong-yi-ja, a powerful and imposing elder with a long gray beard, looks down with a cold expression. Staring downward, Hyungwoo speaks of his old rival with bitter regret, thinking, "But in the end, he died, so I couldn't take any revenge." Soaring through the sunset, Hyungwoo brings Seolyeon down toward the forest canopy, saying, "I'll tell you that story another time." Hyungwoo lands gracefully in the forest, still holding Seolyeon as they arrive near the escort caravan. Spotting the survivors, a voice cries out in disbelief, "Lady?" In a dramatic transition, the narration states, "And there, Hyungwoo." Staring in shock, a companion guard reacts to a grim revelation with a single word, "Dead." Seolyeon looks back with deep focus, her expression serious as the scene transitions. Hyungwoo's sharp eyes narrow with intense determination as he begins to ask, "Then are you saying Chong-yi-ja?" A textured transition background carries the narration. Here's unexpected news. Descending to the ground, Hyungwoo gently sets Seolyeon down as they finally rejoin the caravan. The guard runs up to Seolyeon in complete shock and concern, shouting, "What happened, young lady?" Sweating and trembling with shock, the guard asks in disbelief, "The Zhou clan estate and the Hainan Escort Bureau have vanished?" Whispers and murmurs break out among the caravan members, with one asking, "Then what's going to happen to us now?" And another replying, "What else? We'll have to go somewhere else and look for work." Looking down with deep sorrow, Seolyeon stands before the guards as one of them says, "I'm sorry to have delivered such tragic news in the middle of an escort mission." Gently raising his hand to comfort her, the guard says, "Not at all. You must be the one suffering the most right now, young lady." The guard's face tenses with worry as a narration box notes, however, the morale that had already dropped due to the ambush. The grim reality hangs over the group as the narration continues, is hitting rock bottom because of this news. At this rate, it might become difficult to finish the mission. The guard grits his teeth and sweats, thinking there must be some clever scheme to overcome this situation as tension builds. Forcing a bright smile to reassure the men, the guard raises his voice. "We still have the massive commission fee we were promised upon completing this escort mission. With that amount, everyone will be able to start a new life, however modest it may be." Or, looking warmly at Seolyeon, the guard continues, "It might even be possible to rebuild the Hainan Escort Bureau, because we still have the young lady with us," leaving her wide-eyed in surprise. Staring at him with a soft, touched expression, Seolyeon thinks, "Hyungpyo ajasi." Stealing her resolve, Seolyeon thinks, "That's right, now is not the time for sorrow. The retainers of the Zhou clan that I must take responsibility for still remain." Walking alongside Hyungwoo, Seolyeon resolves, "After taking care of them, I will become strong like Hyungwoo or Aboni, and I will avenge my father, my uncle, and the rest of the Zhou clan family." Hyungwoo shifts his gaze and asks calmly, "So do we just start moving again?" Reinvigorated, the guard commands, "Yes, then let us resume the escort," as the horse-drawn carriage moves forward through the forest. Walking behind the carriage, a young escort asks, "Uncle, is that woman not the daughter of the Zhou clan?" To which the straw hat-wearing leader replies, "Don't pay it any mind and focus on the mission." Glancing back at Hyungwoo, the leader thinks, "I was so startled when that porter disappeared. As long as he participates in the mission, I don't care if he brings a tiger instead of a woman." The caravan members pick up their pace, running alongside the horse-drawn wagons. Running beside them, Seolyeon wonders about Hyungwoo's past, thinking Hyungwoo or Abani said he fought monsters for a long time. Glancing at his back, she continues to ponder, "I've never heard of such a place existing. I wonder what on earth happened to him." Seolyeon catches up to Hyungwoo and asks, Oraboni, could you tell me more about the story you mentioned on the way here?" Staring ahead as they run, Hyungwoo asks, "Did Chong-yi-ja truly die?" Surprised by his sudden question, Seolyeon replies, Yes, that's right. That is what's known. They say he passed away 10 years ago." Hyungwoo's face darkens with a solemn and focused expression, thinking, if so, is revenge truly impossible to achieve? Suddenly, the guard speaks up from nearby, declaring, "Actually, I do not believe the claim that Chang Yi-ja is dead." Selyon turns her head in absolute surprise at his words, while Hyungwoo remains silent. Hyungwoo immediately turns his sharp gaze to the guard, asking with intense focus, "Then, is he still alive?" There are many suspicious aspects regarding Chang Yi-ja's death. Rumors usually have a source, but this one has none. And yet, people firmly believe Chang Yi-ja is dead as if it's been confirmed. A sinister, shadowed silhouette of Chang Yi-ja with glowing white eyes and a creepy smile looms in the darkness, hinting at a deep and dangerous secret. Selyon looks bewildered, asking who on earth would spread such a rumor and why. The guard replies that while it's not certain, the most likely possibility is that the rumor of his death was spread by Chang Yi-ja himself, because he wanted to avoid the eyes of the world for some unknown reason. Selyon is stunned by the revelation, asking in disbelief, he spread the news of his own death? Hyungwoo listens intently, his eyes narrowing as he reflects on the fact that this all happened 10 years ago. Suddenly, the Straw Hat leader raises his hand and commands, "Everyone, stop." Standing on the road ahead is a stalled carriage, and a voice from the scene apologizes for unintentionally causing them some trouble. It turns out their carriage is broken down after a wheel suddenly gave way. The guards explain that the carriage is too difficult to fix, so they intend to abandon it. They politely ask if their young lady could accompany the caravan. The Straw Hat leader recognizes the carriage's crest, realizing they belong to the Hyun clan. He grows highly suspicious, thinking about how they've been repeatedly attacked and wondering if their cargo info leaked. He finds it highly convenient for a Hyun clan carriage to break down right in front of them by sheer chance. The leader is about to reject their request, saying, "I'm sorry, but we can't," when the carriage curtain suddenly slides open. A mesmerizingly beautiful woman steps out and says with a gentle smile, "I'm late with my greetings. I am Hyun Hai." Caravan members gasp in absolute awe, completely captivated by her stunning appearance. While the others swoon over her peerless beauty and loveliness, Hyungwoo remains completely unfazed, thinking to himself how incredibly noisy they are being. With incredible agility, Hyun Hai leaps gracefully into the air toward the caravan. She glides effortlessly through the sky, her long hair and black dress flowing behind her in a display of remarkable lightness art. The moment Hyun Hai revolted herself, the entire escort group lost their senses, as if they were completely possessed. The Straw Hat leader and his companions stare up at her with slack-jawed, dazed expressions. Moving with the delicate elegance of a landing butterfly, Hyun Hai descends. She lands with perfect grace and poise right on top of the wooden cargo boxes. She sits down elegantly on the cargo wagon, casting a charming and serene smile toward the enchanted onlookers. One of the guards stammers that seating a person on the cargo wagon is normally against the rules, and another guard chimes in to confirm that it is naturally not allowed. Hyungwoo stands by quietly in silence, watching the situation unfold with an unreadable expression. Completely flustered and blushing, the Straw Hat leader clears his throat and stammers that since her carriage is broken, she will accompany them to the next village. The guard is absolutely stunned by this sudden turn, wondering in disbelief if even Dang Ho-gwan has been bewitched by her beauty. Hyun Hai simply maintains her beautiful, warm smile as she looks down at the flustered caravan. As a young guard happily giggles in agreement, the frustrated main guard can only sweat, realizing that everyone is falling under her spell. Dang Ho-gwan kindly suggests that since the wagon is meant for luggage, she should move to a much more comfortable carriage up front. Hyun Hai politely declines, stating that since she is the one receiving help, she doesn't want to be a burden. She insists on riding in the luggage wagon, right where Hyungwoo is stationed to guard the cargo. Dang Ho-gwan rationalizes the situation, thinking that if their powerful porter protects her, then their cargo will be incredibly safe as well. With the decision finalized, Dang Ho-gwan mounts his horse and commands the caravan to head out. Hyun Hai looks back at her men, thinking that while it is a relief the old man agreed so easily, they still need to be cautious. Her guard nods subtly, communicating that they have confirmed there is only one official escort and about 30 porters. Hyun Hai's eyes narrow as she assesses the caravan, confident that no matter how much she looks around, the only true martial arts expert among them is the old man, Dang Ho-gwan. The oblivious porters walk alongside the wagon, occasionally glancing back at her with blushing, infatuated faces. She reflects on how such weak military strength is being used to escort 5 wagons worth of highly valuable Thunderbolt grenades. These are the Thunderbolt Grenade and Heaven-Shaking Thunder, devastating firebombs crafted by the Thunderbolt clan. The creation of these 2 powerful weapons caused the prestige of the Thunderbolt clan to soar day by day, but ironically, the very weapons that brought them glory ultimately led to the complete destruction of the Thunderbolt clan. A cracked stone plaque bearing the name Calamity Family Manor lies on the ground amidst glowing embers. Hyun-hai contemplates the recent events, wondering if thunderbolt grenades were used to wipe out the Death Hall, though she can find no traces of such weapons. She is left with a burning question. Who on earth could have blocked their Death Hall's ambush and completely annihilated their forces? Suddenly, something catches her attention, causing her to murmur, She stares at Hyungwoo's back, noting that while his clothes are clearly those of a humble porter, he is carrying a sword. Yet he seems to possess absolutely no martial arts training or energy. She tilts her head in deep thought, wondering why such an seemingly unremarkable porter catches her attention so intensely. Suddenly, a startling realization hits her as she sweats in surprise, thinking to herself, wait, that porter, ever since I appeared? Hyun-hae looks at Hyungwoo's back in disbelief, thinking, hasn't spared me a single glance? How can he act like that even after seeing my beauty? Annoyed, she grumbles to herself, a man in this world who isn't interested in Hyun-hae? That's impossible. She then calls out to him, saying, hey there, Mr. Porter. Hyungwoo silently turns his head to look back at her, his expression remaining completely cold and indifferent. Hyun-hae stares back at him, her eye widening as she analyzes his gaze. She realizes with shock that his look was a man's pure indifference, something she had never received in her entire life. Gritting her teeth, Hyun-hae thinks, is this what they call humiliation? I feel like crushing his head right now, but letting out a subtle smirk, she resolves, was it Dan Hyungwoo? I'll make sure you crawl at my feet one way or another. As night falls over the forest, a caravan member acknowledges an order, replying, yes, sir. The exhausted caravan workers sit on the grass during a break, sighing in relief. Whew. Standing alone at the edge of the camp, Hyungwoo gazes into the dark forest with a quiet, focused look. A steaming bowl of savory meat soup garnished with green onions and tofu is held gently in someone's hands. Carrying the warm soup, Seol-yeon finds Hyungwoo standing by the trees and thinks, so he was over here. Just as Seol-yeon calls out, brother, have dinner, it's meat soup, Hyun-hae suddenly swoops down past them like a shadow. Moving with incredible speed, Hyun-hae glides past Hyungwoo, grabbing him as she leaps through the night air. Whispering close to him, Hyun-hae says, hey, Mr. Porter, follow me into the forest for a bit. Looking back at him with a knowing smile, she adds, I'll tell you what you want to know. She darts deep into the forest, challenging him, that is, of course, if you have the skill to keep up. As she flies ahead, she reasons to herself, the fact that a mere porter is carrying a sword means he's interested in martial arts. Smirking confidently, she wonders, shall I lure him out using the Wumon clan's martial arts as bait? Glancing back, she thinks, I hope he doesn't get discouraged by my lightness art, right? She continues her thought, if he's only that kind of man, I'd be disappointed, but is suddenly cut short. Her eyes pop open in absolute shock as she realizes Hyungwoo is running right alongside her, his face completely calm and close to hers. Hyungwoo casts a sharp, unbothered sideways glance directly at her. Stunned, she panics inwardly, thinking, how is he already... A cold sweat breaks out on Hyun-hae's face as she struggles to comprehend his terrifying speed. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes through the camp. Ka! Hearing the scream, the head guard bolts forward, commanding, follow me, Gyamsa, Unsa, while Seol-yeon looks on in worry. Looking around in confusion, Seol-yeon murmurs in concern, brother Hyungwoo? Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Hyun-hae reflects, even within the Wumon clan, my lightness art is overwhelming. She stares at Hyungwoo, completely out of breath and unable to shake him off. She continues to grapple with the mystery, thinking, but how did a mere porter? Panting heavily, she demands, you? What is your identity? Staring at her coldly, Hyungwoo replies, let me be clear. What I want is Changgi-ja's location. Speak quickly. The meat soup is getting cold. Hurriedly, Hyun-hae stammers in reply, I don't know Changgi-ja's location either. She blinks in confusion, thinking, but meat soup? What does that mean? Back in camp, the bowl of warm soup is still held carefully by Seol-yeon. Hyungwoo immediately turns around to walk away, stating, if you don't know, I'm leaving. Suddenly, several of Hyun-hae's guards leap out from the trees, drawing their weapons to ambush Hyungwoo. The lead guard furiously draws his sword, charging directly at Hyungwoo. Seeing this, Hyun-hae screams out in utter panic, Yangsa, you mustn't draw your sword! Hyungwoo's eyes narrow with lethal intent as he prepares to counter the attack. The guards slash through the empty air, completely missing their target. Looking around in absolute confusion, the lead guard stammers, where did he go? He was definitely... Hyun-hae looks up with a look of pure dread, whispering, he disappeared. Back at the camp, a sudden gust of wind rushes past Seol-yeon, causing her to gasp, ugh! She looks down at her empty hands in utter bewilderment, crying, "Huh? The soup bowl?" Standing right next to her and calmly holding the soup bowl, Hyungwoo eats as Sulyeon gasps, "Brother!" Sulyeon asks in surprise, "What about the person who went with you?" To which Hyungwoo casually replies, "Well, she'll come when she wants to." Sulyeon smiles softly and remarks, "Anyway, she's truly beautiful, isn't she? Young lady woman?" As Hyungwoo gulps down the rest of the soup, Sulyeon adds, "She's pretty enough to seduce any man," before thinking to herself with a warm sweat, "As I thought." Blushing slightly, Sulyeon looks up at Hyungwoo and asks, "How do I look to you, brother? Do you think I'm pretty?" Hyungwoo looks at her calmly and begins to reply, "You are." Sulyeon waits with bated breath, thinking to herself, "I am." With a subtle smile, Hyungwoo bluntly finishes his sentence, saying, "Not as pretty as her," causing Sulyeon to sweat and smile awkwardly. Hyungwoo stares ahead with a completely serious and calm expression. Stunned and flustered, Sulyeon sweats as she asks in disbelief, "Huh? Why?" Turning slightly, Hyungwoo replies in a cool, indifferent tone, "Because the seduction of a pretty woman brings death." Deep in the woods, a beautiful dark-haired woman in a black robe and floral hair ornaments smiles with quiet confidence. Her subordinate sweats as he suggests that he must be the master who annihilated their Saryang division, warning that they need to observe more since they know nothing about him. Her eyes narrowing with curiosity, she notes that they know nothing about him except for the name Dan Hyungwil. She tilts her head, contemplating and wondering, just what kind of man is he? The scene shifts to the bright daylight as the caravan approaches its destination, Sichuan. The caravan guards and porters move quickly along the path, maintaining a rapid pace. As she runs, Sulyeon looks back at Hyungwoo and wonders what he meant yesterday when he said a pretty woman's seduction brings death, questioning what kind of life he has lived. The guard in the blue uniform runs alongside her and calls out, "Excuse me, young lady." Looking serious and determined, the guard warns her, "You should be careful from now on." Up front, Dang Hogwan and another skilled escort ride their horses, keeping a sharp lookout. Dang Hogwan narrows his eyes, thinking that since they will arrive at the Sichuan main house tomorrow, the only remaining threat is the Black Snake Gang. The story flashes back to a massive, beautifully lit Chinese-style estate standing grandly under the night sky. It is revealed that this powerful sect established itself as the only force in the Sichuan region capable of threatening the Sichuan Tang clan. Back in the forest, the trees rustle violently in the wind as a sudden tension fills the air. Sweating from anxiety, Dang Hogwan worries to himself if the confidential information about their cargo was leaked from within the Tang clan. Sulyeon warns Hyungwoo that escort Hyungpyo senses an ambush and tells him to prepare, but Hyungwoo calmly responds, "About 100. Sulyeon gasps in utter shock as she notices the beautiful, dark-haired woman in black casually sitting on the cargo crates right behind them. Sweating in disbelief, the woman in black thinks to herself that it is absolutely absurd that he can pinpoint the exact number of ambushers just by sensing their presence. Suddenly, multiple shadows leap down from the treetops with incredible speed. A large group of armed bandits in gray robes dive down from the sky, swords drawn and grins on their faces. The bandits charge forward fiercely, ready to overwhelm the caravan. Watching the attackers descend, Hyungwoo calmly observes, the ones that came out first, about 50? Dang Hogwan roars in anger, shouting that these Black Snake Gang punks are in for a fight. Dang Hogwan swings his long sleeves with immense force, launching a powerful burst of purple energy at the airborne bandits. Dang Hogwan confidently declares, "We are enough to handle them," as the battlefield erupts. The anxious guard turns to Hyungwoo and asks, "How is it, Hyungwoo? Will it be okay?" Looking entirely unbothered, Hyungwoo reassures him, "Nothing to worry about. The old man's side wins." The Black Snake Gang bandits scream in agony as they are brutally cut down, blood splattering across the forest. The caravan guards fight fiercely alongside each other, blocking and parrying the bandits' relentless attacks. Moving with sharp precision, the guard in red executes a clean sword strike, taking down another enemy. From her safe vantage point, the dark-haired woman in the black robe watches the chaotic skirmish with a serene expression. Her expression sours and a cold sweat breaks out as she wonders, did we underestimate the Sichuan Tang clan? Hyungwoo silently watches the battle unfold from behind, noting how easily the escort group handled 50 attackers. Her subordinate Yongsa runs up to her, reporting that even if their 50 other warriors ambushing elsewhere were to attack, they would stand absolutely no chance of victory. She looks down in thought, deciding that retreating for now is indeed their best option. Biting her finger in frustration, she worries about how she can convey the retreat order without being detected by the caravan's experts. The scene focuses on the back of Hyungwoo's head as he stands nearby, listening quietly. Yongsa's eyes widen in sheer terror as he gasps, "What? Right now? Don't tell me!" Hyungwoo glances back coolly, while Youngsa panics inwardly, thinking he was listening to our sound transmission. Without even turning to face them fully, Hyungwoo calmly states, "I won't stop you if you want to go and inform them." Completely paralyzed with fear, Youngsa trembles, wondering in disbelief, what right now is he? The dark-haired woman is left completely jaw-dropped, her face pale with absolute shock and horror. She shivers in terror as she realizes the terrifying truth. He's been listening to the sound transmission between Youngsa and me this whole time? Dan Hyungwoo looks on with a sharp, piercing gaze, his expression completely serious and unwavering. A thought bubble reveals the enemy's utter disbelief. Eavesdropping on a sound transmission? That shouldn't even be possible. Staring coldly at his opponents, Dan Hyungwoo delivers a chilling warning. "If you don't back down, I will kill you all." Sweat breaks out on the dark-haired woman's face as she trembles in pure terror, realizing this isn't a bluff. Yielding to Hyungwoo's overwhelming pressure, she bows her head and commands, "Youngsa, go and tell him." Her subordinate, Youngsa, immediately bolts forward at top speed to convey the retreat order to their forces. Smiling with a mixture of relief and intrigue, she looks at Hyungwoo and says, "Thanks to you, our clan's warriors were saved," before adding, "You are truly an enigmatic person." Hyungwoo stands quietly in profile, his face calm and unbothered under the clear blue sky. Without another word, Hyungwoo turns away and begins walking back toward his caravan. The scene shifts back to the caravan as the guards easily defeat the remaining vanguard of the Black Snake Gang. Hidden high in the trees, a cloaked observer watches the battlefield, noting the vanguard has been wiped out. In the dark shadows of the forest, a group of hooded assassins prepares to make their move as their leader states they will be struck by our Red Moon squad. A dark, ominous bubble appears over the forest, declaring everything is according to plan. Back in the forest, Youngsa rushes to his squad, shouting, "It's the young lady's order, everyone withdraw," to which the warriors quickly comply. Keeping a sharp sense of the surrounding energy, Hyungwoo notes 50 of the ambushing troops have pulled out, and yet it's only growing thicker. Night falls over the dense forest as the caravan decides to halt and set up camp for the night. An escort crouches next to Seolyeon, informing her, "Young lady, the daughter of the UN clan is setting up a tent next to the carriage. Should I ask her if you two can sleep together?" Seolyeon looks up in surprise and responds, "But young lady, you don't need to go that far." Sitting around the cargo carriage, the caravan workers reflect on their journey. One guard admits, "I'm ashamed to admit it, but I didn't have much interest in the Henan Escort Bureau. Because the Bureau was always peaceful and never had any problems, I thought we just did the simple work of moving cargo." He continues, "However, I've realized it after joining the mission myself. The reason the Bureau could be peaceful?" Hyungwoo stands nearby listening as the guard finishes, "Was because all the escorts and wagoneers risked their lives to take responsibility for the mission." Looking up with determined eyes, Seolyeon declares, "And Mr. Escort, I've made up my mind. I won't just be the daughter of the Jo family, I'm going to become the chief of the Henan Escort Bureau." Startled by a sudden presence behind her, Seolyeon gasps, "Oh, Hyungwoo!" Seolyeon looks up at Hyungwoo with admiration and anticipation, waiting for his response. Hyungwoo looks down at her calmly and, blunt as always, states, "You must start as a wagoneer." Taken aback by his blunt advice, Seolyeon stammers with a nervous laugh, I see," while the guard next to her sweats in disbelief. Determined to improve, Seolyeon eagerly asks, "Then Hyungwoo, tell me how to become a first-rate wagoneer," as the older guard watches her fondly. Looking at her with deep pride, the guard thinks, "You've grown up so much before I knew it." Suddenly, a brutal night attack shatters the peace as blood splatters and caravan members are ruthlessly cut down in the dark. The narration box appears over a dark, rocky background, and the art of stealth. 3 caravan guards sit relaxed around their campfire, completely unaware of the threat looming in the dark. From the shadows behind the unsuspecting guards, massive, glowing red eyes peer out with lethal intent. A group of hooded assassins dives down silently from the trees with their weapons drawn. A quiet stillness returns to the campsite, leaving several caravan guards lying dead on the ground. Dong Hogwon is shown lying unconscious on the grass, completely incapacitated. Seolyeon also lies unconscious on the ground as an assassin's hand reaches down toward her. Hyungwoo stands tall with his back turned, facing the silent forest as a cold, powerful aura radiates around him. From the dark trees, an assassin's subordinate responds, "As you command," as a dark red energy flares. Hyungwoo slightly tilts his head, calmly noting, "Hiding there." An assassin hides behind a tree, sweating in terror as Hyungwoo rushes past him with incredible speed. Swiftly grabbing an assassin by the throat, Hyungwoo coldly counts, 1. With blinding speed, Hyungwoo pivots and reaches out for the next target. Hyungwoo lands a devastating kick, slamming another assassin violently into the ground. Another assassin looks on in absolute horror as Hyungwoo counts 2. Several assassins fall to the ground, completely neutralized by Hyungwoo's effortless counterattacks. Another dark-robed assassin leaps down from above with his sword raised high. The enemy's commands flash across the screen: leave no one alive, eliminate the most threatening targets first. An assassin plunges downward with his blade aimed directly at the unconscious Deng Hagwon, shouting his name. Gloating as he strikes, the assassin shouts, "You went through a lot of trouble bringing those thunder bombs all the way here. In the end, the ones who will claim the thunder bombs are us, the Black Snake Gang." With a massive clash of steel, Hyungwoo's sword intercepts the assassin's blade, protecting Deng Hagwon just in the nick of time. A hooded assassin of the Red Moon Squad lunges forward with his sword drawn, targeting the unconscious Deng Hagwon, only for a caravan member to stand guard in front of the fallen elder. The assassin braces himself as his blade clashes against Hyungwoo's defense, a dark red energy crackling around them as the fight begins. Sweating in shock, the nearby caravan escorts shout in disbelief, wondering who this intruder is and how they failed to sense his presence. Staring coldly at his opponent, Hyungwoo calmly asks, "Red Moon Squad, is that your name?" The assassin's eyes widen in sheer terror behind his mask as he panics, wondering how on earth Hyungwoo could have intercepted their secret sound transmission. Hyungwoo stands amidst the fallen enemies and coldly informs the leader, "The Red Moon Squad is no more. You're the only one left." Shaking with rage and fear, the masked assassin screams in desperation, "You bastard! What kind of monster are you?" Looking down on him with absolute calm, Hyungwoo unleashes a surging blue aura and tells him, "Go, join your comrades." A massive blast of blue energy erupts, completely engulfing the screaming assassin as he is obliterated. As the energy fades, the assassin is left in absolute despair, realizing that their carefully prepared plan has ended so fruitlessly. Deng Hagwon runs up in a panic, asking what happened, while a guard reports in disbelief that the forest is filled with the corpses of assassins. Selion sits up and asks what is going on, and the escort explains that remnants of the enemy tried to launch a surprise attack. Selion's jaw drops in utter surprise as she processes the news. The escort looks back at her and adds that all the attackers are already dead. The escort explains that, fortunately, Hyungwoo stepped up and handled the threat before anyone else could react. Solyeon smiles with a mix of relief and amusement, thinking to herself, "Hyungwoo again? He must have been annoyed." Watching the scene unfold, the dark-haired daughter of the Wooman clan smiles with quiet intrigue. The scene shifts as the horses gallop forward, kicking up dust as the caravan resumes its journey. The caravan carriages speed along the grassy path under a bright blue sky, heading toward their final destination. A narration box appears over the sprawling city, announcing, "Enter the Sichuan Tang clan, their destination." One of the escorts cheers happily, shouting, "Once we pass the Chengdu road, this perilous escort mission is over." Seolian walks beside the carriage and calls out to the Wooman clan daughter, saying, by the way." The Wooman clan daughter turns around with a serene smile and asks, "What is it?" Seolian mentions her previous plan to leave before Chengdu, and the Wooman daughter reassures her that she will go when the time comes. As Seolian looks ahead, the Wooman daughter stares at Hyungwoo's back with deep curiosity, thinking, "Look at him." The escort tells Hyungwoo that he will be busy once they arrive, but Hyungwoo flatly replies, "I don't know what you mean." The escort smiles and explains, "No, it's just that actually the AK clan manor is not far from the Sichuan Tang clan. Didn't you say your friend's name was AK?" He continues, "Since he was a precious friend, I thought you might want to visit his family," while Hyungwoo listens in quiet solemnity. A painful flashback shows Hyungwoo's red-haired friend lying bloody on the battlefield, weakly whispering that "I'm sorry." Back in the present, Hyungwoo's eyes narrow as he remains lost in his memories. The narration box marks their arrival. Finally, the Henan Escort Bureau's convoy arrived at the Sichuan Tang clan, showing the massive clan manor. An elder wearing a straw hat commands his disciples, "Stop making a fuss. Hurry up and bring the cargo inside." The escort looks up in relief, saying, "It's finally Sichuan," as Seolian and Hyungwoo look around the grand entrance. The straw-hatted elder stands before them, holding out a small, tightly tied gray pouch. He presents the pouch to Seolian, who prepares to receive it with both hands. Selian looks down at the simple pouch resting in her palms, representing the culmination of their perilous journey. A vision of a burning manor flashes in her mind, recalling the tragic events that led them here. Tears stream down Selian's face as she remembers her lost family members and the heavy sacrifices made to protect the cargo. The escort smiles warmly at her and reassures, "Do not worry too much, clan lord. Everything will go well from now on." Trying to stay strong, Xiao Lian wipes away a tear and forces a brave smile. Holding the pouch close to her chest, she smiles through her tears, feeling a profound sense of closure and hope. A transition frame showing branches against a light background appears with the text, "Meanwhile." The narration box continues, Wumin clan's party who ended up accompanying them all the way to the Sichuan Tang clan. Subordinate asks if they should return to the main family since they couldn't get the bombs, but the dark-haired lady replies, well, forget about the Thunderbolt bombs. The subordinate notes that the main family will find out about the bombs anyway, while the Tang clan disciples are instructed to move the cargo carefully. The lady's eyes flash with determination as she declares, there has never been a time when the Wumin clan failed to obtain what we set our minds on, so we will possess them by any means necessary. So no matter what means I use, I will definitely have it. She looks back thoughtfully, her eyes fixed on the caravan members as the bubble reads, is that man right there? Hyungwoo stands quietly in the courtyard, the target of her intense focus as the thought finishes, is that man right there? Dang Ho Guan and his companions stand proudly, smiling with relief now that their long mission is complete. The caravan escorts stand together in the courtyard, sharing a warm and peaceful moment of victory after surviving the dangerous journey. Hyungwoo stares ahead with a calm, stoic expression, his sharp purple eyes reflecting quiet focus. Looking at Hyungwoo, the escort explains, it's not that. Actually, there is a Yak clan estate not far from the Sichuan Tang clan. Didn't you say your friend was from the Yak family? Standing in the courtyard, the straw-hatted elder says, you truly worked hard. If you wish, you may rest at the Tang clan for a few days. The escort respectfully declines, replying, no, I cannot impose on you like that. Also, it is a personal matter, but there is somewhere I must go with Hyungwoo. Suddenly, Hyungwoo leaps high into the blue sky with incredible agility, leaving the escort staring up in utter shock. Hyungwoo lands gracefully on the curved edge of a high rooftop, calmly surveying the sprawling city below as the wind blows through his hair. A painful memory flashes in Hyungwoo's mind, showing his red-haired friend smiling warmly with his sword in hand amidst a battlefield. Feeling a familiar sensation, Hyungwoo senses the surroundings and thinks to himself, I feel it, a flow of chi definitely similar to Aksagi. As dusk approaches and the sky turns a warm orange, the escort suggests, first, let's stay at this inn for today, young lady. Inside the inn, one caravan guard stretches happily, saying, I want to take a soft and warm bath quickly, while another scolds him, how dare you speak of your body so vulgarly when the young lady is present? Meanwhile, Seolian watches Hyungwoo and the escort head toward the door and asks, where are you two going? Turning back with a gentle smile, the escort reassures her, we will tell you after we return, it is not certain yet, and Seolian softly responds, ah, yes. Hyungwoo raises his hand in a swift, gentle motion. He places his palms softly on top of Seolian's head, catching her completely off guard. Staring up in shock, Seolian's heart flutters as she wonders, brother? Does he mean I did well following the escort, so he's proud? Or perhaps she closes her eyes as a soothing sensation washes over her, thinking, warm energy is spreading through my whole body. It feels good. Raising his hand in a parting gesture, Hyungwoo calmly says, we'll be back. Rushing out of the inn's courtyard, the escort eagerly calls out, then let's go, as Hyungwoo follows close behind. Seolian looks on with a wistful expression, completely unaware of the dark-clothed figures swiftly tailing the two men in the background. Sensing movement behind them, the escort sweats in concern, realizing, what is this? Someone is tailing us? Leaping across the courtyard with intense focus, the dark-haired lady of the Wumin clan pursues them alongside her subordinate. Gritting his teeth, the escort thinks to himself, that young lady has absolutely no intention of going back. He continues running, sweating as he realizes, furthermore, to just follow us without even knowing where we are going, while Hyungwoo runs calmly beside him. Glancing at the struggling escort, Hyungwoo notes, the speed is too slow. Swiftly reaching out, Hyungwoo places his hand onto the escort's back, channeling a wave of pure glowing energy. A narration box explains, as Hyungpyo's speed slowed down because he was minding Wumin clan, Hyungwoo flowed his true energy chi into Hyungpyo. Feeling a sudden surge of power, the escort's eyes widen in amazement as he thinks, what is this? My steps are lighter than usual? Reinvigorated, the escort bounds forward with incredible speed and shouts, good, let's hurry to the AK clan estate. Tailing them from behind, the Wumin clan lady gasps in sheer shock, wondering, what is this sudden incredible speed? Was that escort also hiding his skills? The two men streak across the city roofs like flashes of light, leaving bright white dust trails in their wake. Moving with effortless speed, the escort grins with excitement as Hyungwoo runs alongside him with a calm demeanor. Night fully falls over the city, shrouding the grand traditional rooftops in cool dark blue shadows. Arriving in front of a massive, imposing courtyard, the narration box announces the two arrived at the AK clan estate. Looking at Hyungwoo, the escort says, "If you are ready, let's go." Hyungwoo gives a silent nod. Running up behind them, the woman clan lady and her companion pant heavily, completely exhausted. She gasps, "I barely caught up." Standing before the heavy wooden doors of the estate, the escort knocks firmly while thinking, did some accident happen? The large gate slowly creaks open to reveal a tall, broad-shouldered man with short red hair and a stern expression staring down at them. The red-haired man looks down coldly, his sharp eyes filled with suspicion. Hyungwoo's eyes widen slightly in recognition as he senses a familiar pressure, thinking, "It covered me. It definitely resembles Aksegi." Looking at them with disdain, the guard states, "I do not know who you are, but we're not receiving guests for the time being." The escort quickly explains, "It is nothing other than, do you by chance know a person named Aksegi?" Upon hearing the name, the guard's eyes flare with sudden rage, his face twisting in anger as he growls, "What? Aksegi?" Unleashing a massive, crackling red aura of pure killing intent, the guard lunges forward and roars, "You! What kind of guy are you to be looking for Aksegi?" Caught in the suffocating pressure, the escort grits his teeth in pain and thinks, "Cook, I only asked for a name, so why the killing intent?" Struggling to stand under the heavy aura, the escort panics, thinking, "The killing intent is so strong that my lungs are being crushed, it's hard to breathe," as Hyungwoo stands completely unfazed behind him. With blinding speed, a powerful fist cuts through the air, aimed directly at the escort. Before the strike can land, Hyungwoo flashes forward and intercepts the blow with a heavy clash of energy. Hyungwoo stands firmly, easily parrying the guard's ferocious attack to protect his companion. The guard is taken aback as his fist is effortlessly blocked by Hyungwoo's arm, unable to push forward. Gritting his teeth in fury, the guard reaches back for his sword and shouts, "How dare you!" Glaring at Hyungwoo with veins bulging on his forehead, the guard bellows, "Are you looking down on me?" Watching the intense confrontation from the shadows, the woman clan lady worries, "Why isn't he dodging? Dan Hyungwoo?" Desperately trying to defuse the situation, the escort steps forward and shouts, "You seem to be misunderstanding something. This man is a friend of Aksegi." Hearing this, the guard freezes in shock, repeating, "A friend, you say?" Sweat dripping down his face, the escort awkwardly chuckles and says, "Since I've lived in the mountains for so long, I'm not well versed in worldly manners." Akwon grits his teeth as a heavy silence falls, his mind racing with intense emotion as he mutters, "Aksegi is..." Looking down at the two men, Akwon demands to know if they happen to cross paths with his lost family member. A wave of realization hits Hyungwoo as he connects the pieces of a puzzle that spans a decade, thinking of Cheongija and Aksegi, who both vanished 10 years ago. He recalls the agonizing memories of his time in that brutal abyss, realizing that while those endless years of suffering felt like a century to him, only 10 years have actually passed in this world. Shaking with desperate anger, Akwon fiercely demands, "Speak up, where is Segi right now?" Hyungwoo stares back with a calm, stoic gaze, preparing to deliver the heavy truth. Hyungwoo's voice cuts through the tension with absolute certainty, delivering the devastating words that Aksegi is dead. Overwhelmed by sudden grief and disbelief, Akwon's eyes widen in sheer rage as he roars in denial. Blinded by fury, Akwon raises his sword and lunges downward to strike Hyungwoo. With a sharp clash of steel, Hyungwoo effortlessly blocks the furious attack as the escort watches in horror. From the shadows, the dark-haired lady of the Rumen clan screams out for them to stop. She leaps forward with incredible speed, unleashing a burst of energy to intervene in the conflict. Akwon looks on with wide, startled eyes as a sudden presence disrupts the battlefield. The woman clan lady swings her hand to strike, but her arm is abruptly caught midair. She grits her teeth in frustration, shocked by the overwhelming speed and power holding her back. With an effortless grip, Hyungwoo keeps her arm firmly locked in place. Gasps of shock echo through the courtyard as the lady looks up at Hyungwoo, completely frozen in disbelief. Hyungwoo looks down at her with his signature, calm, stoic expression. Sensing the shift in the air, Hyungwoo slowly turns his gaze toward the estate entrance. Still trembling from the sheer weight of Hyungwoo's aura, the lady softly wonders how such immense strength is even possible. Looking at his blocked blade, Akwon realizes with a cold sweat that his strike was completely stopped by a dense barrier of chi, and he marvels at the stranger's restraint in not counterattacking. The heavy wooden doors of the estate open wider as a dignified middle-aged man with red hair and a beard walks out, flanked by his guards. Staring at the chaotic scene, the head of the Ak clan bellows in fury, "Akwon, you fool! What are you doing to our guest?" Tears of frustration and sorrow stream down Akwon's face as he lowers his head before his father. The caravan members and the woman clan lady stand quietly as the imposing clan head approaches them. Looking directly at Eksegi's father, Hyungwoo calmly reiterates the painful truth. My friend, Eksegi, is dead. The Ok clan head gasps in absolute shock, his face turning pale as his world crumbles upon hearing his son's fate. Swallowing his grief, the clan head regains his composure and respectfully gestures inside, requesting that they enter the estate. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Saleon rests her chin on her hand and wonders if Hyungwoo and the escort are running late. She warmly recalls the gentle touch of Hyungwoo's hand on her head before he departed. A sweet blush spreads across her cheeks as she happily touches her hair, wondering what his reassuring gesture truly meant. Suddenly, a harsh, booming voice from the courtyard shatters the peaceful silence, shouting, "Found them! They're here!" Armed men break into the inn, yelling to their comrades that the targets are hiding inside as Saleon looks down from the balcony in shock. Panicking, Saleon runs to investigate, thinking, what the? A fight? Our porters should be drinking on the first floor. Downstairs, a brutal slash tears through the air as blood splatters across the room. A caravan porter falls to the ground in agony as his companions scream out in terror. Panic erupts among the patrons and porters as they scramble backward in fear. The caravan escorts quickly form a protective circle around Saleon, gritting their teeth as they complain about another sudden sword fight ruining their peaceful evening. One of the escorts turns to Saleon, stumbling over her new title before affirming, "Yes, young miss." Wait, no, understood, bureau head. Keeping a close eye on the unfolding chaos, Saleon notes with concern that while the attack isn't directed at them, committing murder so openly in a crowded inn is incredibly bold. Terrified patrons shout in anger, demanding to know who these ruthless intruders are. The caravan guards realize with horror which hostile group has cornered them. An armed bandit sneers at the trembling crowd, mockingly calling them scared dogs as a caption identifies them as the Black Snake Sect's Blue Moon Squad. Cold sweat drips down Seo-yeon's face as she recognizes the notorious Black Snake Sect that has been relentlessly targeting their cargo throughout the journey. The squad leader raises his hand and cold-bloodedly orders his men to slaughter everyone in the room. The ruthless bandits swing their swords, cutting down the defenseless patrons in a flurry of silver blades. Screams of pain ring out as more innocent people are brutally slashed by the invaders. Sol-yeon watches the bloodshed with wide eyes, realizing they must avoid getting dragged into this deadly conflict. Before she can move, a bandit leaps toward her balcony with a sinister smirk, sneering, "Oh, what's a—" As Sol-yeon stands amidst her companions, a shadow of tension looms over the crowd, with a speaker asking, "Have you set?" Looking at the intruder with a sharp, determined gaze, Sol-yeon coldly demands, "Please move." The guard behind her only sneers, placing a heavy, unwelcome hand on her shoulder with a sudden grip. Unfazed by the physical threat, Sol-yeon maintains her composure as the bandit mockingly warns, "You don't seem to know what happens when you get on the bad side of the Black Snake Sect." Before the bandit can react, Sol-yeon swiftly grabs his wrist, twisting it with a bone-crushing grip. With incredible grace and power, she flips the giant guard over her shoulder, sending him flying through the air. The arrogant guard is slammed brutally headfirst onto the floor with a painful gasp. Watching his companion get effortlessly neutralized, another bandit covers his mouth in complete disbelief, muttering, "Flower." Saleon turns a piercing, frosty gaze toward the remaining intruders as the bandit finishes his thought. "But you have thorns?" She prepares to make her next move as the atmosphere in the room grows increasingly hostile. Confronted by the hostile group, Sol-yeon proudly stands her ground as a bandit mockingly announces her presence to his comrades. The bandit shouts out in disbelief, identifying her as the head of the Heenan Escort Bureau. The surrounding Black Snake Sect bandits burst into mocking laughter, jeering, "This little girl is the head of the Heenan Escort Bureau? You've got to be joking," before sarcastically apologizing for failing to recognize such a high and mighty lady. Leaning in uncomfortably close to her face, a smirking bandit whispers that they will give her some special treatment. Keeping her cool under pressure, Sol-yeon quickly assesses the situation, realizing she cannot defeat all of them at her current level and must find another way. Making a swift decision, she unleashes a burst of movement to break through their line, thinking, "I need to make a break for it." Leaping down to the courtyard, Sol-yeon sprints away as the furious bandits shout, "What are you waiting for? Get her!" A bandit sneers with a sinister laugh as he leads the pursuit, shouting, "Run faster, sweetheart!" Looking back at the overwhelming crowd of armed men hot on her heels, Sol-yeon desperately wonders if she can successfully escape. Meanwhile, inside the grand reception hall of the estate, a solemn meeting is taking place around a long table. Dan Hyungwoo and his companions sit quietly, listening to the host of the estate. The lord of the Yak clan estate speaks with deep sorrow, noting that if his son Segi were still alive, he would be of a similar age. The caravan escort sits in absolute shock, sweating as he realizes the formidable clan head actually knows how to be incredibly polite. The escort's companion is equally astonished, marveling at Hyungwoo's incredible maturity and strength despite being only 20 years old. The clan head looks down solemnly, asking Hyungwoo to tell him more about his son's final moments. The senior guards of the clan stand in respectful silence, their faces filled with grief. In a bittersweet memory, a young Aksegi smiles warmly at Hyungwoo, saying, "The one who makes it out alive has to find the families of those we lost." Young Hyungwoo listens intently as his companion continues to speak in the dark. Aksegi stands armed against a horde of terrifying monsters in the abyss, admitting, "Sometimes I get this feeling that I won't be coming back." Young Hyungwoo firmly reassures his friend, telling him not to speak like that because they will definitely find their families together. Smiling sadly, Aksegi requests that if he doesn't make it out, Hyungwoo must deliver the message to his father. The memory shifts to the devastating sight of Aksegi lying lifeless and bloodied on the cold abyss floor. Hyunwoo stares ahead silently, remembering how his friend's sacrifice ultimately saved his life. Overwhelmed by agonizing grief, the clan head's hand trembles violently, cracking the solid wooden table under his grip. Stealing his emotions, the clan head proudly declares that it was a death truly worthy of his son. He fondly recalls the last time he saw his young son Aksegi happily waving goodbye as he headed out. A tear wells up in the father's eye as he deeply regrets that he never knew it would be their final farewell. Looking at Hyungwoo, the clan head's heart aches with deep sympathy, realizing the young man must have endured the exact same hellish suffering as his late son. Turning his gaze to the guest, the clan head asks to confirm his name. "So your name is Dan Hyungwoo, right?" Hyungwoo looks back with his signature calm, respectful demeanor and replies, "Yes." Filled with intense emotion, the clan head firmly places his hand on Hyungwoo's chest, declaring that from today on, Hyungwoo is his son as well, and commands him to call him father. Hearing this, Akwung looks on with tears streaming down his face, emotionally calling out to his new brother. The escort members sweat in disbelief, wondering if the blunt and stoic Hyungwoo will actually go along with this sudden declaration. With a gentle, calm smile, Hyungwoo looks at the grieving man and softly addresses him, "Father." Tears of profound gratitude and relief stream down the clan head's face as he hears the word he longed to hear. In that touching moment, the warm spirit of Aksegi seems to smile proudly over Hyungwoo's shoulder. Wiping away his tears, the clan head throws his head back and laughs heartily, his grief transformed into joy. Standing up proudly, the clan head loudly announces that they cannot sit around when his son is finally returned, ordering his servants to bring out the best alcohol for a grand feast. Servants quickly fill the long table with jars of fine wine and plates of steaming, delicious food. The atmosphere becomes warm and celebratory as Akwung and the escort happily clink their cups together, toasted to their new bond. In a solemn, mist-shrouded temple courtyard, a warrior kneels in respect before a towering elder, offering a sword as a tribute of grief. Desperately trying to drown out the sorrow of losing his son, Akbiwan throws himself into practicing the moon-shattering blade technique. Standing proudly before the grand estate, Biwan looks on with a stern, determined expression as his clan guards gather around him. In a flashback, Hyungwoo remembers the tragic sight of Aksegi's lifeless body lying cold in the abyss. Back in the present, the escorts inside the hall sweat in anxiety as they realize the dangerous situation outside involving the Black Snake sect. Selyeon warns her companions, asking with concern, "If it's really them, aren't those the same guys who've been hounding us this entire trip?" Startled by Hyungwoo's sudden movement, Biwan lets out a gasp of shock, muttering, "Son?" Hyungwoo calmly finishes his drink from a large clay jar, wondering in his mind, is this what alcohol feels like? Suddenly, his sharp senses pick up a fast-moving presence outside, noting that Seolyun's lightness art is incredibly fast and impressive. Setting down his drink, Hyungwoo gives his companions a reassuring look and says, "I'll be back in a moment, father." Before anyone can react, Hyungwoo vanishes into thin air like a gust of wind, leaving the escort sweating in disbelief as he shouts, "Hyungwoo?" In the dark forest, a sinister bandit leads the frantic pursuit, leaping forward with a malicious sneer. Seolyeon desperately sprints through the dark woods as the silhouettes of her pursuers close in around her. Feeling the cold sweat on her brow, Seolyeon realizes with horror, "They caught up to me." The bandit squad surrounds Seolyeon on all sides, mockingly asking, "Is this all the head of an escort bureau is capable of?" Grinning maliciously, the squad leader points his weapon at her and yells, "Just give up already." Suddenly, Seolyeon raises her hand and strikes the leader's chest with a powerful open palm strike, sending a shockwave through his body.
Clutching his chest in agony, the bandit stumbles back as a strange energy crackles around his hands, muttering, "This bitch? What the hell is—"
Staring at her hands in utter shock, Seolian wonders, what? Chi flowing through my body? Her eyes widen in realization as she remembers a warm touch from earlier, thinking, it must be the chi the brother Hyungwoo infused into me back then. Seething with anger, the bandit draws his sword with a sharp ring, determined to make her pay. Another bandit quickly steps in to stop him, mockingly warning, "Watch it, it'd be a waste to kill her before we've had our fun." Despair washes over Seolian as she senses her temporary strength fading, thinking, "I'm unarmed, and now brother Hyungwoo's chi is completely vanished. My martial arts are no match for them." The wicked leader raises his sword again, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Facing her seemingly inevitable fate, Seolian closes her eyes in solemn resignation, whispering, "Father, brother, I'm sorry I couldn't avenge you." She prepares for the worst, silently pleading in her heart, "Please, forgive me for making such a cowardly choice." Right before the blade can touch her, Hyungwoo suddenly appears in a flash of movement, blocking the strike perfectly and declaring, "I made it in time." Under the dark night sky, the bandits stand completely frozen in shock as a mysterious stranger stands protectively in front of Seolian. Holding his gleaming blade, the smug bandit leader sneers as he prepares to enjoy his triumph, thinking they have cornered their helpless prey. Back in Seolian's perspective, she realizes with despair that without any weapons or chi, her martial arts simply cannot match the overwhelming numbers of the Black Snake sect. Looking at her cruel pursuers, Seolian's eyes burn with fierce determination, choosing death over the humiliation of falling into their hands. The bandit leader lunges forward with a crazed, bloodthirsty grin, shouting, "Then shall we start with the top first?" A cold silver blade cuts sharply through the air, heading straight towards Seolian. Closing her eyes, she thinks to herself that if she throws herself onto the blade, she can reunite with her lost family in the afterlife with her dignity intact. Suddenly, Hyungwoo's hand intercepts the blade, catching it barehanded with effortless ease, leaving the bandit gasping, "Where the hell did he come from?" With a single squeeze, Hyungwoo's immense chi shatters the solid metal blade into pieces, sending shards flying through the air as the bandit looks on in absolute horror. The massive shockwave of energy sweeps through the forest, forcing the bandits to scream out in terror. Shielding their eyes from the blinding dust and wind, the bandits panic, yelling, "What's happening? I can't see a thing through the smoke." Emerging calmly from the swirling mist, Hyungwoo stands like an immovable wall of power. But looking up at him in complete awe, Seolian tears up and gasps, "Brother," as Hyungwoo asks, "What do you think you're doing?" Staring at the shattered sword, Seolian tearfully reflects on her reckless actions and how Hyungwoo was the only person who flashed through her mind in her final moments. Looking down at her with intense, piercing eyes, Hyungwoo demands, "Were you really going to throw your life away?" Sensing Hyungwoo's terrifying aura, the bandits tremble in fear, realizing that the strange protecting energy is gone, but they are now facing a literal monster. Keeping his back to her, Hyungwoo maintains a cold, protective stance. He quietly says, "I get the gist of what happened," but as a cold aura begins to gather around him. Looking at him with deep relief, Seolian softly replies, "Yes." The bandits try to bluff their way out, nervously shouting, "Who do you think we are?" as they desperately try to regain their courage. Staring at the trembling bandits, Hyungwoo's eyes glow with a chilling, murderous intent. As the narration notes, it was pure fury. With a sudden, explosive burst of movement, Hyungwoo unleashes a devastating slash that cuts through the night like lightning. The bandits scream in terror as the powerful shockwave of Hyungwoo's strike completely obliterates their defensive line, ending the battle in an instant. Under a dark sky, the ground suddenly splits open as a powerful blue-colored energy begins to surge upward with crackling force. Bandit is caught completely off guard as the earth trembles beneath him, and he screams out in sheer panic, The ground?" The sheer force of the erupting energy sends a bandit flying backward into the air, spitting blood as he is completely overwhelmed by the attack. Close up on another enemy warrior who cries out in intense pain and agony as the devastating shockwave hits him. Running for his life, a bandit leader sweats in sheer disbelief, thinking to himself that it is impossible for the earth to be writhing as if it were alive. A massive plume of dark, dust-filled energy shoots high into the sky, mimicking a colossal erupting volcano. A terrifyingly large shadow resembling a monstrous dragon head rises from the shattered ground, as the narration dramatically describes it as a dragon soaring from the depths of the earth. The colossal stone dragon sweeps forward, instantly crushing and swallowing the helpless bandits in its path. Staring ahead with wide, trembling eyes, Seolian is frozen in absolute shock and disbelief, gasping out, This is Standing beside her with his signature calm and composed demeanor, Hyungwoo reveals the name of his terrifying attack, softly calling it the Earth Dragon. A grand full-view panel shows the massive stone dragon towering over the battlefield, representing the second form of the three-talent sword technique. With the bandits soundly defeated and trapped within the stone dragon's massive jaws, Hyungwoo calmly suggests they go back to finish their meal, leaving a flustered Seoyeon to wonder where they are supposed to go. Back inside the warm hall of the Jo clan estate, the remaining guests and family members sit around a long banquet table filled with delicious dishes. Drowning out his grief, the clan head Bi-hwan heartily drinks fine wine directly from a large clay jar alongside another guest. A man and a beautifully adorned woman sit side by side, watching the festive scene with gentle, warm smiles. A stern warrior named Yan Baek sits in silence, looking down with a drop of cold sweat running down his cheek as he worries about the security of the clan. Yan Baek remains silent, staring down at the table as he contemplates the heavy responsibility of protecting his lord. Turning to the guests, Yan Baek voices his deep concerns, questioning how they can be drinking so peacefully when the vicious Black Snake Gang could strike at any moment, and wonders where the mysterious Hyungwoo has suddenly vanished to. Seeing his guard's anxiety, Bi-hwan gives him a reassuring look and tells Yenbaek to rest easy, declaring that Hyungwoo is now like a son to him. Desperate to make his lord understand the danger, Yanbaek pleads, warning that the Black Snake Gang will stop at nothing to destroy them. Yanbaek continues, asking what if the strangers are actually moles sent to exploit his lord's good heart, as the escort members quickly tell him to wait. Overcome with dread, Yeonbaek clenches his jaw, thinking that this feast is the perfect opportunity for their enemies to launch a surprise attack. Deep in the dark, misty forest, a large force of enemy warriors runs at high speed, closing in on the Jo clan estate. The narration introduces the invading forces as the Baekwan unit and the Black Moon unit of the notorious Black Snake Gang. Grinning maliciously, the leader of the Black Moon unit orders his men to wipe the Jo clan estate off the map today, to which they respond with a unified shout of compliance. Suddenly, the leader halts in his tracks, sweating in shock as he senses an incredibly powerful presence and demands to know who is hiding in the darkness. A towering, blinding beam of white-hot lightning strikes down from the heavens with a deafening crackle, illuminating the dark forest. The lightning bolt collides with the ground, creating a massive explosion of electric energy that completely engulfs the invading bandits. Watching from a distance, several other bandits stand paralyzed in pure terror as they witness the overwhelming power of the strike. Standing protectively in front of Seoyeon, Hyungwoo is surrounded by a swirling aura of blue wind and lightning as he calmly holds his sword. Soyeon looks up at her savior in complete awe and relief, while Hyungwoo maintains a cold, focused expression. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, Hyungwoo charges forward, leaving a trail of destructive wind and energy in his wake. Peeking from behind a tree trunk, a hidden bandit scout trembles in absolute horror as he witnesses his allies being effortlessly annihilated. Unleashing a devastating slash that illuminates the dark night, Hyungwoo moves like a god of war, with the narration describing him as a terrifying fiend. Terrified for his life, a lone surviving bandit runs back toward the estate at full speed, thinking that he must report this catastrophic event immediately. The panicked guard bursts through the doors of the feast hall, frantically shouting to his lord that the Black Snake Gang's Black Moon and White Moon units are attacking. Hearing the news, the warriors at the table stand up in anger, declaring that those bastards are finally looking for a showdown. The man and woman from earlier gasp in shock and disbelief, trying to process the sudden threat. Fueled by rage, Bi-hwan slams his hand down on the wooden table, cracking the solid surface with his immense physical power. His eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity, the clan head stands up and loudly commands his servants to bring him his sword. The escort leader watches in pure amazement as steam and blue energy rise from Bi-hwan's hand, realizing that the clan head is instantly purging all the alcohol from his system using his internal chi. Sweating and gasping for breath, the messenger guard continues to scream, stating that the attackers were wiped out. The entire hall falls into stunned silence as the guests try to comprehend the guard's shocking claim that the massive attacking force was instantly decimated. Wide-eyed with lingering horror, the guard recounts what he saw, crying out that a terrifying fiend appeared and burned them all to death. Bi-hwan barks back in frustration, asking if the guard is a fool who has been drinking on watch to make up such a ridiculous story about a fiend. Pointing his finger toward the doorway, the trembling guard desperately insists it is the truth, screaming in sheer panic as he spots the fiend standing right there. Enraged by what he thinks is an insult to his strength, Bi-hwan channels his fiery red chi and declares that he will show everyone what a real fiend looks like. The guard covers his face in sheer terror, desperately screaming that the monster is standing right behind his lord. Startled by the guard's frantic warning, Biwan turns his head around in shock, muttering, "What?" Standing directly behind the clan head with a warm, gentle smile, Hyungwoo calmly announces his return, softly calling him father. Sweat-drenched guards look up in sheer astonishment and terror, with one of them shouting out in panic, "The fuck?" Amidst a brilliant flash of blue lightning and energy, Hyungwoo leaps into battle, prompting an enemy warrior to scream, "A bolt from the blue out of nowhere!" Staring ahead with cold, glowing eyes, Hyungwoo promises the Black Snake Gang will vanish from this world. Back at the estate, guards carry away the bodies of fallen enemies. One asks just how many people died, while another answers, "We need to prepare to return to Hainan, so let's clean this up quickly." Soleon looks tearful yet relieved as she smiles softly alongside her companion, murmuring, "I've gotten quite used to it after doing it a few times." Looking down with worry in her eyes, Soleon wonders, anyway, will Hyungwoo be all right? Even so, taking on the entire Black Snake sect alone? A quiet hush falls over the silent courtyard as the guards continue their grim task of clearing the body-strewn battlefield. Reassuring her with a confident and gentle smile, her companion replies, "He'll be back without a scratch." High above, under a dark, stormy sky, the colossal and menacing multi-tiered pagoda fortress of the Black Snake sect looms in the shadows. In the darkness, 3 rope-bound blackstone bombs bearing the mark for thunder rest on the stairs as the narrator notes their purpose, to overcome the current crisis. A close-up reveals the heaven-shaking thunder bombs, heavy and filled with volatile, highly destructive power. An ominous memory flashes of a majestic estate being utterly consumed by a sea of red-hot flames, with the narrator adding, even the Thunderbolt clan was once swallowed by the fires caused by these heaven-shaking thunders. Holding one of the deadly bombs with a malicious grin, the Black Snake sect chief declares, "With these heaven-shaking thunders, I will destroy the Yak estate." A panicked guard bursts into the room, shouting, "Chief, Danwol is outside right now!" To which the chief calmly responds, "So, has Danwol captured that girl and returned?" Confused by the guard's hesitation, the chief demands, "He's returned? What do you mean by that?" As the guard stammers, "That is, through the windy, mist-shrouded streets of the sect's headquarters, a lone figure slowly approaches, dragging something heavy behind him." The guard's voice trembles with fear as he continues, "He's being dragged here by some man," revealing Hyungwoo walking calmly while pulling the defeated Danwol by his hair. Close-up of Hyungwoo's handsome, unbothered expression as he steps onto the main grounds of the enemy base. Gritting his teeth in intense pain and humiliation, the thoroughly beaten Danwol can do nothing as he is dragged like trash. Trembling on the ground, Danwol desperately pleads, "Yes, so please stop now," as Hyungwoo keeps his grip tight. Looking up at the massive pagoda towers, Hyungwoo remains calm and analytical. Standing before the grand, sprawling fortress of the Black Snake sect, Hyungwoo drags his prisoner forward into the open courtyard. Hyungwoo notes, the entrance is peculiar, as Danwol desperately bargains, "That's right, you have to pass through a maze of connected houses to finally reach the entrance, and only we of the Black Snake sect know that path. If you let me go, I'll show you the—" Only for Hyungwoo to coldly cut him off, saying, "No need." Shocked by his response, Danwol gasps in terror as Hyungwoo raises his hand, channeling a blinding surge of energy. Danwol screams in sheer panic, his eyes wide with horror as he realizes the devastating power about to be unleashed. With a swift, powerful kick, Hyungwoo launches Danwol flying high up into the air. Drawing his sword with lightning speed, Hyungwoo unleashes a colossal swing that cuts through the wind. A massive white-hot shockwave of pure energy slices forward, tearing the courtyard apart. The explosive force of the strike collides with the wooden houses, completely obliterating the maze structures into flying debris. Danwol is caught in the massive blast, sent spinning helplessly through the air amidst the wreckage. The shockwave rips a straight path directly through multiple buildings, carving a line straight to the main pagoda. Stepping forward calmly amidst the rain of splinters and dust, Hyungwoo mutters, "I'll just make a path." Moving like wind, Hyungwoo lunges forward and catches Danwol mid-air as they break through the collapsing walls. Danwol spins out of control through the exploding wreckage of the shattered fortress walls. Crashing violently onto the stone tiles, Danwol slides backwards as the wooden structures behind him continue to collapse. Danwol lies unconscious and battered on the ground as the dust slowly begins to settle under a clear blue sky. The remaining warriors of the Black Snake sect draw their weapons in panic, sweat pouring down their faces as they stand in defense. The chief stands frozen in absolute disbelief, sweating as he thinks it was a maze with dozens of stone walls and even formations, to think he smashed it all like this. Desperate to reclaim his authority, the chief screams in fury, "Do you think you can take on the entire Black Snake sect, no matter how great a master you are? Don't even think about leaving here alive." In response, a massive gust of wind and swirling purple energy erupts from Hyungwoo's body. The chief shields his face, shocked by the sudden, overwhelming pressure washing over him. The sheer force of Hyungwoo's chi completely shatters the surrounding wooden pillars and blows the roofs away. In pure terror, the chief's sweat drops as he thinks, what kind of sword wind is this? He looked like a young man, but is he a supreme master who has undergone rejuvenation? Looking down from a high angle, the courtyard is shown littered with broken wood as the powerful shockwave clears the entire area. Hyungwoo calmly walks through the wreckage, holding his sword out as he asks, "Are you the chief of the Black Snake sect?" Backed into a corner and desperate, the chief pulls out a heaven-shaking thunder bomb, yelling, "I didn't think I'd use it like this, but I have no choice." With a sharp click, the fuse is lit and a bright spark ignites on the blackstone bomb. The chief hurls the bomb with all his might, screaming, "It's a sky-shattering thunder!" Hyungwoo stands calmly, holding his sword across his body, looking completely unfazed as the explosive projectile flies toward him. Close-up of Hyungwoo's beautiful, serene purple eyes, ready to easily neutralize the incoming threat. A colossal column of fire explodes into the sky, completely engulfing the fortress of the Black Snake sect. Looking at the raging sea of fire, the chief of the Black Snake sect notes with relief, "So this is a sky-shattering thunder. If I hadn't controlled the range, even I might have been blown away." Believing his formidable enemy has been completely reduced to ashes, the chief erupts into a maniacal, triumphant laugh. Suddenly, from deep within the blazing inferno, a cold, calm voice pierces through the crackling flames, asking, "Are those your final words?" Unscathed and completely untouched by the fire, Hyungwoo walks out of the flames, calling out, "Jiyoung." With a swift, fluid motion, Hyungwoo draws his blade, ready to put an end to the battle. Suddenly, massive stone spikes erupt from the ground, shattering the courtyard with terrifying force. The chief of the Black Snake sect watches in absolute shock as the earth-shattering power manifests right before his eyes. A colossal, terrifying black dragon formed from pure chi rises into the air, opening its massive jaws to roar down at the trembling chief. Gripped by pure terror, the chief screams in agony as the overwhelming pressure of the dragon's aura crushes his spirit. The monstrous black dragon lunges downward, completely swallowing the chief of the Black Snake sect. A quiet hush falls over the battlefield as the immense black dragon hovers over the ruins, with Hyungwoo standing calmly amidst the destruction. Looking on with cold, unyielding eyes, Hyungwoo remains completely unbothered by the absolute devastation around him. Terrified for their lives, the surviving members of the Black Snake sect flee in pure panic, screaming, "Gah, a demon! He's a demon!" As the remaining warriors run for their lives, a panicked shout echoes across the courtyard. "A demon has swallowed our Black Snake sect!" Clamped firmly in the dragon's jaws, the defeated chief drops the volatile heaven-shaking thunder bombs, which fall uselessly through the air. Moving with lightning-fast precision, Hyungwoo reaches out and easily catches one of the falling explosive devices. Hyungwoo stands peacefully amidst the ruins, holding the powerful blackstone bomb in his palm. In the distance, the main pagoda of the Black Snake sect burns brightly, marking the complete downfall of the notorious organization. At a different location, a tense standoff concludes as a powerful warrior lowers his blade, looking down at his defeated opponent. Throughout the region, a terrifying rumor begins to take root, whispered with dread. A demon. In an instant, the shocking rumors of the Black Snake sect's sudden defeat spread rapidly throughout the entire province of Sichuan. Deep within the formidable walls of the Sichuan Tang clan, the atmosphere grows incredibly heavy as the elders gather. Stunned by the unbelievable report, a clan member asks in disbelief, "Does that even make sense?" Tang Chensong, head of the Sichuan Tang clan, sweat drops and mutters in deep concern. "Even though we went through the trouble of preparing the heaven-shaking thunders to fight them, could this mean another faction has emerged?" A messenger in red robes enters the grand hall, preparing to deliver even more shocking details of the battle. Gritting his teeth, a warrior repeats the name of the annihilated force in utter shock, Black Snake sect. Slamming his hands down, Tang Chonsong erupts in anger, yelling, "What, only one person, you say? Is that even possible? How dare you spread such absurd rumors to me?" An elder with long white hair looks thoughtful, wondering, could the rumored person be? An image of Hyungwoo holding the heaven-shaking thunder bomb flashes in their minds as they try to identify the mysterious warrior. The reporting messenger looks up and confirms, correct. Sweating with anxiety, Tang Chensong demands more answers about this terrifyingly powerful individual. The elders of the Sichuan Tang clan exchange worried glances, realizing the massive shift in power that has just occurred. Narrowing his eyes, Tang Qiansong realizes the incredible opportunity before them, thinking, if that is, with a calculating, ambitious grin, the Tang clan head declares, we must recruit him and make him a part of the Tang clan. Meanwhile, Hyungwoo walks peacefully through the busy streets of the city, looking entirely serene. Hyungwoo arrives back at the grand estate of the Henan Escort Bureau, stepping through the main gates. From high up on the balcony, a familiar figure spots him and waves her arms excitedly. Selian smiles warmly and waves down at him, her eyes filled with immense relief and joy at his safe return. Looking up at her, a gentle, affectionate smile graces Hyungwoo's handsome face. Far away in a dark, ominous hall, a furious voice echoes, "The Black Snake sect has been annihilated?" A high-ranking operative kneels trembling on the floor, surrounded by a dark, suffocating red aura. A voice from the shadows asks, "Haven't we invested heavily in that place?" To which the kneeling messenger stammers, "Yes, that is correct." Seated upon a grand throne, a terrifying shadowy figure with glowing red eyes demands coldly what happened in detail. Sweating profusely under the intense pressure, the messenger reports, "It was the work of a boy raised by Chang'e Jia." The lord on the throne reaches out in absolute rage, roaring, "A boy? Are you saying the Black Snake sect was wiped out by just one boy?" Desperately trying to appease his lord, the messenger stammers, I apologize, but fortunately we have found his location. Lately he has been working as a porter at the Henan Escort Bureau." The red-eyed lord narrows his eyes as he thinks, the Blood Moon sword art was given to the Black Snake sect to help them take over Sichuan, before asking, "And what else?" The messenger quickly adds, "We also gave them 3 heaven-shaking thunders." With his single visible red eye burning with terrifying wrath, the master of the dark sect bellows, "Then do you think I would believe that the monster they failed to defeat even after using the heaven-shaking thunders is merely a porter?" Trembling under an oppressive, suffocating dark aura, the messenger bows his head in terror and stammers, "I apologize." The Dark Lord commands coldly, "Go and conduct a proper investigation into that monster. To think Chang'e Jia could create such a monster in a short amount of time is truly impressive, but our time is almost upon us." With a sinister, wide grin, the Dark Lord vows, "I will shatter every trace you left behind into pieces, starting with that monster you created." Meanwhile, Hyungwoo walks calmly alongside his companions, completely unaware of the threat looming over him. The porters of the Henan Escort Bureau walk through the bustling streets of Sichuan as they prepare for their journey back home. Showing off the captured explosive device, a porter exclaims in admiration, "You are truly amazing, brother." Selian holds the black bomb in her hands, her eyes wide with curiosity, as she asks Hyungwoo if he really brought such a dangerous object back with him. A warrior of the Escort Bureau is gripped by sudden panic, sweating as he asks in disbelief, "The heaven-shaking thunder? Do you mean the legendary bomb that completely brought down the Thunderbolt clan?" Hyungwoo answers calmly, "It is not an ordinary bomb. It is called the heaven-shaking thunder. This thing looked useful, so I brought it." Seeing how casually Seolyan handles the volatile weapon, the warrior desperately waves his hands, screaming for her to be careful with it. With a nervous sweat drop, the warrior carefully takes the explosive, stammering, "Yes, of course." Holding the legendary weapon in his hands, the warrior can't help but feel a deep sense of relief and security for their journey. Suddenly, a look of pure astonishment washes over their faces as they notice someone approaching. The group stops in their tracks, turning around to see a familiar figure blocking their path back to Henan. Smiling playfully, the mysterious woman in elegant black robes greets them with a graceful wave. Looking at her with an annoyed expression, Seolyan mutters that the woman might end up moving to the bureau permanently, while another companion chuckles nervously and suggests traveling together since she won't leave anyway. Sidling up to Hyungwoo, she asks with a bright smile if he is happy that they'll be traveling together, only for Hyungwoo to reply flatly, "Don't be a nuisance." Unbothered by his cold response, she turns to the others with a smile and says she looks forward to their journey together, receiving a polite but awkward reply in return. As Hyungwoo walks ahead with absolute indifference, the other members of the escort group can only sweat drop, already anticipating how chaotic this journey home will be. Henan Escort Bureau. The group prepares to depart from the province, set on returning to their main headquarters. However, their departure is suddenly interrupted as they spot someone waiting for them ahead. A distinguished elder wearing a straw hat steps forward with a friendly smile, raising his hand to greet the group. The escorts exchange puzzled glances, wondering who this old man is and what he wants from them. The lead warrior bows politely and asks, "What brings you here?" To which the elder replies that he has a favor to ask. The elder looks at them warmly and asks, "We're heading to Henan. Could we join your escort group?" The escorts are overjoyed by the request, thinking, "I was worried we might lack combat power on the way back, but now Tang Hogwan of the Tang clan is joining us." The elder steps aside, introducing his companion, a young woman who bows politely to the group. Meanwhile, back in the Sichuan Tang clan's library, a high-ranking master thinks about the head's daughter joining the escort bureau. With a calculating, confident smile, he mutters that she must carve her own path and find her own fate. Introducing herself with a gentle bow, she is revealed to be Tang He-ryong, the daughter of Tang Chansong, head of the Sichuan Tang clan. Selian and the mysterious woman in black exchange wary glances, surprised by the prestigious identity of their new companion. Unmoved by the revelation, Hyunwoo maintains his silent, unreadable expression as he looks ahead. Tang He-ryong looks down quietly, her thoughts hidden behind a calm and polite expression. She steals a quiet glance at the group, her bright green eyes filled with curiosity. The woman in black keeps her gaze fixed on the newcomers, a subtle, knowing smile gracing her lips. Selian is completely overwhelmed, crying out in her mind, "Why on earth do such incredibly famous and powerful people keep trying to travel with us?" She looks over at Hyungwoo's back, realizing there must be only one reason they're all here, right? Observing Hyungwoo closely, Tang He-ryong wonders in disbelief. No matter how I look at him, he doesn't seem like much. Is what my father and uncle said about him really true? Hyungwoo continues to walk peacefully, his eyes focused forward, completely indifferent to the doubts of those around him. The newly expanded group makes its way onto the quiet mountain trail, surrounded by towering trees as a cool breeze blows through. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Tang He-ryong steps forward, thinking, "As I thought, I need to check something for myself." She catches up to the leaders and asks politely, since we've ended up traveling together, shouldn't we introduce ourselves to one another?" However, Hyungwoo walks right past her without sparing a single glance, leaving her completely stunned as she yells, "Hey, are you really gonna ignore me?" Selian's sweat drops at Hyungwoo's consistent indifference and quickly tries to defuse the situation, stammering, anxious, young lady Tang, please don't mind him. Brother Dan is always like this." Suddenly, Hyungwoo stops walking, his back tensing as if he has sensed something ahead. Taken aback by his sudden halt, Tang He-ryong asks in confusion, "Huh? So suddenly?" Tang Ho-guan narrows his eyes, immediately sensing the shift in the air and realizing that they are no longer alone. The companions exchange worried glances, realizing that the peaceful journey has just come to an abrupt end. A heavy silence falls over the forest as the entire group braces themselves, waiting to see what is hiding in the shadows of the trees. Tang Ho-guan turns to Selian and asks what she intends to do as the head of the escort, leaving her to point at herself in shock and stammer, "Me?" Selian looks up with deep resolve and declares, "I intend to rebuild the escort bureau." Smiling warmly, Tang Ho-guan promises, "From now on, whenever the Tang clan passes through Henan, we will be sure to use the Henan Escort Bureau." Selian looks completely stunned, questioning in disbelief, "Is that really true?" Staring blankly with nervous eyes, Selian thinks to herself, "It is a massive opportunity, but there must be a price for something like that." Narrowing his eyes with a knowing smile, Tang Ho-guan begins to reveal their condition, saying, "Our only condition is that one." Fearing what the Tang clan might ask for, Selian and her companions sweat with anxiety as she thinks, if it is something they desire, then as expected, it must be related to Brother Hyungwoo. Before she can even worry further, Hyungwoo suddenly smirks and confidently states, "I accept." Selian and her companion freeze in absolute shock, unable to believe how easily he just agreed to their terms. If Hyungwoo's legendary heavenly thunder technique was like a devastating bolt of lightning descending directly from the heavens, his opponents would stand no chance. Under a dark sky, a martial artist raises his arm toward a massive, swirling vortex of brilliant green energy that illuminates the entire forest. An ancient martial arts manual glows with a mystical green light, its pages filled with neat columns of traditional Chinese characters. As they continue their journey, the escort warrior nervously asks, "Say, did you really smile this morning?" Only to be met with Hyungwoo's cold, indifferent stare. Walking side by side with her uncle, Tang He-ryong listens as he explains, "Surely the answer we seek lies within that young friend's martial art, the heavenly thunder." As the beautiful orange glow of sunset fills the forest, the lead escort calls out, "Let's camp here for the night," to which the others eagerly reply, "Yes, Escort Hyungpyo." After settling down, Tang Ho-guan politely extends his hand, offering Hyungwoo a friendly invitation to have a quick spar. Hyungwoo glances back with a calm, unbothered expression, quietly assessing the older master's true intentions. With a playful, calculating grin, Tang Ho-guan reassures him, "The spar I'm talking about isn't to see who is stronger. You already know that, don't you?" Looking on in pure panic, the escort warrior warns Hyungwoo, "A spar is something where if you kill your opponent..." Shaking with fear, the warrior recalls a terrifying flashback of being effortlessly blasted away during their own spar, sweating as he questions his past sanity. Stepping into a grassy clearing under the watchful eyes of their companions, Tang Hagwan smiles and remarks, "Well then, this spot seems good." Instantly shifting into a serious combat stance, Tang Hagwan prepares to attack as a sinister green poison aura swirls around the sharp needles in his hands. With absolute composure, Hyungwoo raises his weapon and calmly replies, "Let's begin," as crackling blue lightning starts to envelop his hand. Watching intently from the sidelines, Tang Hae-ryong focuses all her energy as she thinks, "I must focus and find the key to his technique." A blinding, roaring bolt of lightning strikes down from the heavens, tearing through the dark tree canopy and illuminating the forest. In a flash of overwhelming electrical energy, Hyungwoo's lightning-imbued attack clashes violently against Tang Hogwan's defenses. The watching escorts gasp in horror as Tang Hogwan is blasted away by the explosive lightning strike, screaming in defeat. Panicking, Tang Hae-ryong rushes forward as fast as she can to check on her defeated uncle. Hyungwoo stands completely calm and composed, turning his back as the dust and winds from the brief battle slowly settle. Tang Hae-ryong stares ahead in absolute shock, her eyes wide with disbelief at how effortlessly her uncle was defeated. Looking at Hyungwoo's cold profile, she is completely overwhelmed with wonder, thinking, just how does that man possess such terrifying power? Kneeling beside her groaning, defeated uncle, Tang Hae-ryong calls out in deep worry, "Uncle." Staring into the night, she feels entirely lost, thinking, what should I do? It happened so fast that I couldn't see anything, but I absolutely cannot let my uncle engage in another spar like this. Looking down at her injured uncle, her expression hardens with resolve as she tells herself, but I must find out. Standing quietly by a flowing stream in the dim blue moonlight, Hyungwoo remains calm as she resolves, no matter what it takes. Clutching her hand over her chest, Tang Hae-ryong gathers her courage and prepares to make a desperate proposal. She steps quietly into the moonlit forest clearing, approaching Hyungwoo as he stands peacefully by himself. However, Hyungwoo walks right past her with absolute indifference, leaving her standing there frozen in nervous silence. Watching from the shadows, the mysterious woman in black and Seolion look on in shock, wondering, just what on earth is she trying to say in the middle of the night? Tang Hae-ryong nervously speaks up, stammering, young hero Dan," to which Hyungwoo coldly responds, "Speak." Bowing deeply with a bright red blush, she desperately begs, "Please teach me the heavenly thunder. If you do that, I will give you my everything," only for Hyungwoo to immediately reply, "I will." Tang Hae-ryong looks up in absolute shock, completely stunned by how easily and quickly he agreed. Looking at her with a calm, casual gaze, Hyungwoo simply repeats, "I will teach you if you want." Hearing this, the mysterious woman in black leaps out in sheer frustration, yelling, "How can you just give away your secret technique so easily?" Tang Hae-ryong's jaw drops in utter bewilderment as Hyungwoo reveals his casual terms, prompting her to gasp, "What? The others too?" The woman in black sits on the ground in utter disbelief, while Seolion raises her hands in absolute confusion, stammering, "No, just what are you even saying?" Under the quiet, starry night sky, a heavy, comical silence falls over the entire camp as everyone sits frozen in disbelief at Hyungwoo's absurd generosity. Looking ahead with an unreadable expression, Hyungwoo prepares to share the legendary secrets of the heavenly thunder. The next day, Hyunwoo begins his training session in the bright forest, leaving Seolion, the woman in black, and Tang Hae-ryong to mimic his sword swings with completely blank, bewildered expressions. Not only are the main fighters training, but even Tang Hogwan and the seasoned escort warriors find themselves standing in line, sweating as they awkwardly follow along. To everyone's utter astonishment, Hyungwoo doesn't stop there, casually teaching the legendary technique to even the sweating, muscular porters of the escort bureau. Raising his sword high into the bright sky, Hyungwoo commands his eager students, "Watch closely." With a swift, powerful strike, he swings his sword directly downward, unleashing a crackling line of brilliant blue electrical energy. Looking back with sharp, focused eyes, Hyungwoo maintains his absolute composure after demonstrating the basic movement. The female companions raise their arms in utter bewilderment, sweat dropping as they realize he just swung it from top to bottom. Following his demonstration, Tang Hae-ryong swings her sword downward with a sweaty, confused expression. Under the bright sun, the entire group lines up on the mountain trail, awkwardly mimicking the simple overhead swing. Without a hint of hesitation, Hyungwoo looks at their clumsy attempts and coldly declares, "Wrong." The female companions hang their heads in deep frustration, tears of defeat welling in their eyes at his blunt criticism. Despite the rigorous and repetitive training, the Henan Escort Bureau continues their long journey home through the lush green forest.
From the front of the trail, Hyungwoo's voice echoes back once again, calmly calling out, "Wrong, again." Tang Hae-ryong grits her teeth, pulling her arm back in frustration as she struggles to grasp the essence of the simple technique. Seoyeon looks completely sweat-dropped and worried as she stands amidst the exhausted escort warriors. Staring blankly at her weapon, Seoyeon wonders in disbelief, in such a simple, basic movement, what on earth are we supposed to find? She gazes at Hyungwoo's back with growing doubt, thinking to herself, did he just have no intention of teaching us in the first place? Recalling her passionate reaction from earlier, Seoyeon blushes crimson with extreme embarrassment, thinking, if I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have gone that far. Watching him walk ahead with absolute indifference, she pouts in frustration, grumbling, he should have just refused from the start. Seasoned escort warriors continue to swing their weapons repeatedly, sweat pouring down their faces from the exhausting practice. Gritting her teeth, the mysterious woman in black focuses all her concentration on the repetitive movement. Even the veteran master Tang Ho-gwan remains intensely focused, sweat dropping as he keeps his eyes fixed on the blade. Raising her sword high, Tang Hae-ryong desperately tells herself, surely everything about heavenly thunder is contained within this movement. Suddenly, a firm hand reaches out and firmly grasps her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. Hyungwoo steps up directly behind her, guiding her arm as he calmly states, I see it now, what the problem is. Seeing their close proximity, the woman in black points her sword in a jealous rage and screams, you two over there, what are you doing? Get away from each other this instant! Completely ignoring the shouting, Hyungwoo gently guides Tang Hae-ryong's arm forward, whispering, this is how you do it. As he corrects her posture, Tang Hae-ryong's eyes widen in amazement, realizing the nerves in my fingertips holding the sword are becoming terrifyingly sharp. Sparks of crackling blue electricity begin to envelop the blade as she gasps, now I can feel it. With absolute clarity, she prepares to execute the strike, thinking, with my energy loaded into the sword, I strike down. Under Hyungwoo's direct guidance, her swing unleashes a devastating wave of blue lightning, creating friction with the natural energy floating in the air. Watching from the sidelines, the woman in black and Tang Ho-gwan freeze in absolute shock, their jaws dropping at the sudden manifestation of power. The escort warrior and porter stare wide-eyed with sweat dripping down their faces, completely stunned by the incredible spectacle. Leaning in close, Hyungwoo whispers to the blushing, wide-eyed Tang Hae-ryong, it seems I won't have to explain any further. Envious of the lesson, the woman in black eagerly points her sword forward and demands, what exactly did you realize? Tell me too. Walking back casually, Hyungwoo simply replies, fine, come here, prompting her to happily exclaim, yes. Seeing this, the other escort warriors excitedly crowd forward, yelling, me next, and then me too. Smiling brightly with renewed hope, Seoyeon happily steps up, saying, in that case, I will try again as well. However, Hyungwoo turns his head back with a cold, indifferent profile and flatly refuses. No, once you give up, it's over. Stunned by his harsh rejection, Seoyeon's sweat drops in absolute shock, yelling, what? And thinking, he allowed it so easily when we first asked, so why now? Gently raising his hand to calm her down, Tang Ho-gwan calls out to her, Moonyang. Smiling warmly beneath his straw hat, the elder master reassures her, suggesting she leave the training to him for now. Seoyeon pouts with a visible tick mark on her forehead, looking back at the elder with a mixture of annoyance and frustration. The training in the quiet forest continues as Hyungwoo keeps his gaze forward, calmly instructing the group again. As Hyungwoo guides his hand, Tang Ho-gwan's eyes go wide with pure astonishment, thinking, this feeling? Feeling the raw electricity flow through him, Tang Ho-gwan realizes, if I can just connect that energy from moments ago with the 10,000 flowers amidst rain? Turning back to Hyungwoo with a competitive, eager grin, the veteran master asks, sparring with me one more time? Looking at the enthusiastic elder, Tang Hae-ryong remarks, Elder Tang Ho-gwan sure is full of passion, to which the woman in black replies, well, that's because he has something he's hoping for. Stepping onto a flat, grassy path, Tang Ho-gwan suggests they move to a wider area to begin their duel. Despite the intense martial arts training, the travelers enjoy their daily life of walking leisurely together, sharing conversations, and teaching. With a calm and confident smile on his face, Hyungwoo slowly draws his sword to accept the challenge. Shifting instantly into battle, Tang Ho-gwan leaps high into the air as the signal is given, begin. Reaching his hands toward the sky, the elder master unleashes his poison technique, launching several black spherical bombs directly at his opponent. Under the bright blue sky, several black spherical bombs crackle with green energy as they fly rapidly toward their target. In midair, the spherical poison bombs spin and split, releasing sharp projectile energy with crackling green sparks. Under the technique named Thousand Flowers Amidst Rain, countless glowing green needles rain down fiercely upon a calm and motionless Hyunwoo. Grinning with intense concentration, Tang Hogwan coordinates his attack, thinking the needles are being imbued with energy. Is it a success? Watching the terrifying display from a distance, one of the escort warriors sweat drops and remarks, "Skills are truly incredible," while another sighs, "The needles are so fast I wouldn't even dream of dodging them." Effortlessly spinning his sword above his head, Hyungwoo easily deflects every single incoming needle, rendering the deadly assault as harmless as falling leaves. Tang Hogwan lands firmly on the grass, looking back in complete astonishment at how easily his masterfully imbued attack was neutralized. Left completely wide-eyed and sweating from the effortless defense, Tang Hogwan stammers in disbelief. To block that many needles in such a way? Hyungwoo looks back over his shoulder with absolute composure, calmly asking, "Why did you throw the needles in such a strange way?" Raising his sword high into the sky, Hyungwoo prepares to demonstrate the correct execution of the technique, declaring, "Better to throw them like this." With an incredibly swift vertical slash, Hyungwoo strikes downward, unleashing a surging pillar of brilliant blue electrical energy. Executing the Thousand Thunders technique, Hyungwoo commands a colossal cascade of blinding blue lightning to rain down from the heavens, shaking the entire forest clearing. Staring in pure, unadulterated shock as the brilliant blue light reflects in their eyes, someone gasps, "This is..." Bolt after bolt of devastating lightning continues to crash down, completely enveloping the area in the magnificent roaring power of the Thousand Thunders. Standing peacefully amidst the fading crackles of electricity, Hyungwoo's eyes glow with a piercing, majestic blue light as he maintains his absolute composure. Blown back by the overwhelming force, Tang Hogwan sits frozen on the grassy slope, staring blankly in utter shock. Looking up at the young master with desperate pleading eyes, Tang Hogwan yells at the top of his lungs, "That? Please, teach me!" Sweating in absolute disbelief at the incredible spectacle, Tang Haryong wonders to herself, was that the Thousand Thunders great uncle has been searching for? Was that just unleashed from his hands? Staring in awe as Hyungwoo turns his head with a calm and silent profile, they're left questioning, who in the world is that man? Following their long and grueling journey, the silhouette of the travelers finally reaches the crest of a rocky hill as someone sighs in relief. Finally! From their vantage point on the hill, they look down upon a vast, majestic, traditional city sprawling beautifully under the clear, sunny sky. Gazing at the familiar sights of home with a mixture of relief and sorrow, Tong Hairyong softly whispers, "Returned." Looking down at the site of the Hainan Escort Bureau, the travelers are met with a heartbreaking scene of utter devastation, where only shattered wooden beams and rubble remain. Surveying the ruined courtyard, an escort warrior sighs, "Not a single pavilion is left intact," to which his companion replies, "It seems we really will have to start over from the very beginning." Turning to Tang Haryong as she stares sadly at the wreckage, the escort warrior gently asks, "Young lady, are you sure you do not need to visit the Zhou clan estate?" Looking down with a heavy, sorrowful expression, Tang Hairyong quietly replies, "Yes, I do not think I can go there yet." She vividly recalls the tragic fate of the Zhou clan estate, which was completely wiped out in a sea of flames by the terrifying blood demon. Her mind wanders back to the bright and happy days of the past when she stood smiling amidst fluttering golden butterflies alongside her beloved family. Watching her sorrowful silence, the escort warrior thinks to himself, "Young lady, I completely understand how she feels, but speaking objectively, we do not need two residences right now." He speaks up gently to guide her decision, saying, "If we are to rebuild the Hainan Escort Bureau, we must make a decision. Young lady, wouldn't it be better to clear out the Zhou clan estate?" Stepping forward with a warm and reassuring smile under his straw hat, Elder Tang Hogwan offers, "If you decide to do that, I will purchase the manor. I was originally planning to establish a branch estate in Shuchong anyway." He further explains with a gentle gaze, "If we do that, this child will manage it, but I will make sure you can visit whenever you wish, because it must be a place filled with precious memories for you." Bowing her head in deep gratitude, Tang Haryong smiles softly and says, "If the Tang clan would do that for us, I would be nothing but grateful," while the escort warrior notes that this arrangement will help avoid potential disputes. Grinning under his straw hat as he glances back at Hyungwoo, Tang Hogwan thinks to himself, "It will not be a loss for the Tang clan either. It gives me a justification to stick by Hyungwoo until I complete the Thousand Thunders." Smiling brightly as she leans in close to Hyungwoo, the mysterious woman in black declares, "I will be staying as well. I have not learned all the martial arts yet, after all. Instead, our Woman Clan's branch division will handle the construction materials needed to rebuild the Henan Escort Bureau.
Standing proudly with a grand pagoda building behind her, she confidently boasts, "I will show you that the rumors of the Woman Clan controlling 1/3 of the world's commerce are not just empty talk. How about it? Do you see me a little differently now?"
Looking at her with his signature flat, unimpressed expression, Hyungwoo remarks, "I understand you are not leaving until the manor is built," to which she happily replies, "Of course, the Woman Clan never makes a deal that results in a loss." Clapping his hands together with high energy, one of the muscular porters shouts to his companions, "Now then, if we have rested enough, let's start clearing this out. There is a mountain of work to do the moment we return." Surprised by their sudden eagerness, Tang Haeryong speaks up, "What are you all doing? You have all worked hard, so you can take your pay and return home. Later, when the Henan Escort Bureau rises again, then..." Smiling warmly, the porter responds, "Lady, the Henan Escort Bureau is a precious place to us as well. We want to continue staying at the Henan Escort Bureau." He rubs the back of his neck and chuckles, "Of course, that is if you grant us permission," while his companion jokingly adds, "We have nowhere else to go in the first place." Touched by their loyalty, Tang Haeryong smiles warmly through her rising tears and replies, "Of course, that is more than fine." With renewed energy and spirit, the workers immediately get to work, shouting, "Now, lift that side," and heave-ho, as they begin hauling the heavy wooden beams. Under the bright, blazing sun, Hyungwoo easily lifts an enormous heavy wooden pillar with just a single hand, leaving the surrounding workers staring in absolute jaw-dropped bewilderment. Looking incredibly handsome under the bright sun, Hyungwoo lets out a rare, gentle smile as he helps clear the heavy debris. Looking down with a menacing and smug grin, a fierce, red-haired warrior mockingly remarks, "I feel apologetic about this." Standing victoriously with his sword drawn over a defeated opponent, the red-haired man sneers, "You have suffered a lot, Lord of the Hua clan estate." Masked assassins clad in red robes mercilessly slash through the defenders of the estate, who scream in agony as they fall. Cue! At the Hua clan estate, a terrifying fire rages through the courtyard, reducing the grand pavilions to ashes while the bodies of slain warriors lie scattered across the ground. Gritting his teeth with blood trickling down his face, the defeated lord of the Hua clan estate yells in absolute despair, "I even gave you all the remaining thunderbolt bombs along with the heaven-shaking thunders, so why?" Gritting his teeth in pure rage as flames consume his estate, the defeated lord of the Hua clan estate looks up in absolute desperation. With a furious scream of "You bastards!" the lord of the Hua Crown estate leaps high into the air, wielding his polearm to strike back at his attackers. Slicing through the defenders with merciless force, the attackers leave a trail of blood and bodies amidst the raging fire. The fierce red-haired warrior grins smugly in the foreground as his companions brutally cut down the remaining defenders behind him. Slain warriors lie scattered across the ground, while a group of red-robed, masked assassins stands victoriously in the burning courtyard. A trembling, blood-stained hand slowly loses its grip on a burning thunderbolt bomb as it slips away onto the grass. A massive, roaring explosion erupts, completely engulfing the area in a devastating wall of fire and thick smoke. High above, the magnificent Grand Pagoda building of the Murim Alliance stands tall under a clear, bright blue sky. Inside the Murim Alliance Hall, the leader holds a scroll and notes with concern, at a time when the identities of those who destroyed the Zhou clan estate have yet to be revealed, to think that even the Hua clan estate, the successors of the Thunderclap sect, has been exterminated. One of the alliance members stands up and urgently asks, "Those culprits must have definitely taken the Thunderbolt bombs. Shouldn't we have a countermeasure?" The other elder members of the Murim Alliance listen in grave silence, looking deeply troubled by the news of the extermination. Skeptical and concerned, the leaders discuss the growing threat of the stolen Thunderbolt bombs. Close up on the Alliance leader's sharp eyes as he warns, if those culprits used the Thunderbolt bombs with impure intentions? Staring intently with deep suspicion, the Alliance leader ponders, but who in the world are those culprits? A splash of crimson ink stains the parchment as a mysterious voice in the shadows commends, "Good work." Sitting on his throne in a dark, ominous chamber, the blood demon praises his subordinate. "You handled the Hua clan estate very cleanly." Kneeling respectfully in the dim red light of the hall, the red-haired warrior bows his head and replies, "Thank you." He looks up and suggests, "As always, he is drowning in a liquor vat somewhere in Henan. Shall I send him to Xuchang?" The sinister master lets out a menacing grin and says, "Yes, if it is Ma Yang and his demon shadow squad." Behind the leader, the masked members of the Demon Shadow Squad bow in unison as he continues. They should be more than capable of handling the monster created by Chang'e-ja. Under a bright sunny sky, a bustling crew of workers is hard at work rebuilding the ruined Henan Escort Bureau, carrying materials amidst the wooden scaffolding. Running into the pavilion in a hurry, an escort warrior holding a document calls out, "Young lady!" Looking back with curiosity, Tang Hairyong turns her head to see the escort warrior rushing inside. Sweating slightly from his run, the escort warrior holds the paper up as Hairyong looks at him with expectation. Hairyong smiles brightly and says, "That is wonderful. What are the details of the request?" The warrior explains with a nervous face that the one who has decided to accompany her is the Sword King. Above, the imposing silhouette of the legendary Sword King is shown holding his weapon. Hairyong's eyes widen in sheer shock and disbelief as she gasps, "The Sword King?" Placing the request scroll on the table, the warrior says, "Here are the details of this request." The document reveals an illustration of their client, as the warrior explains. The client, Jiam Jia-young, is a quite famous wealthy merchant and martial artist in Henan. Hairyong looks down thoughtfully and asks, "I assume you've looked into why they made this request?" Nodding in response, the warrior explains, "Of course, Jiam Jia-young is currently part of a merchant alliance called the Golden Alliance." He further describes, "However, it seems they have recently been under pressure from the Sato Alliance. Their goal is likely the Golden Alliance's money." With a serious expression, the warrior continues, "So it seems Jiam Jia-young intends to use his own daughter as bait this time," to which Hairyong gasps in horror. "Bait? You don't mean—" He details the strategic situation, saying, "It appears the two merchant alliances are preparing for war. Since the route leads to Suzhou, where the Golden Alliance's headquarters is located, the Sato Alliance will definitely attack. It seems like a plan to strike their main base while the Sato Alliance's attention is focused there." He adds, "That is why they assigned the Sword King to her. Guillaume Yuhua is the fiancé of the next leader of the Golden Alliance, Yu Baexang." An illustration shows Guillaume Yuhua alongside Yu Baexang with the narration. He is using her as bait, but to ensure she doesn't suffer a single scratch, he hired one of the 10 great masters of the world. Below, the Sword King stands tall with an aura of immense power. The warrior turns to her and asks, "What should we do? Should we accept the request, my lady? Can we do it? Can we handle a request that involves facing the Sato Alliance?" Standing silently in the background, Hyungwoo listens with a calm, analytical expression on his face. A grand, wooden, horse-drawn carriage speeds down a narrow dirt path, kicking up dust with a thought bubble. Finally, driving the carriage with intense energy, the escort driver shouts, "Hiya! I'm..." Grinning widely with pure excitement, the driver thinks participating in an escort mission as an escort. "Hiya, hiya! To think I'd become an escort after my past contributions in martial arts were recognized." However, his excitement quickly fades into anxiety as he glances back at his companion, thinking, "On any other day, I would have just been happy. But the reason I can't be and am only feeling anxious is definitely because..." Close-up of Hyungwoo's stony, displeased face, with the driver thinking, "This guy's expression hasn't been good for a while now." As the carriage rolls on, the driver continues to ponder. "At first, I thought it was because I became an escort before him, but he isn't the type to have such complex thoughts, so that's probably not it." Sweating nervously, the driver worries, "I'm just worried that he might offend the person over there at this rate." And silently inside the carriage is the legendary Sword King himself, holding his massive sword in his arms with absolute composure. Close-up of the Sword King, Yeom Chol-gun, looking incredibly powerful and imposing with his stern facial features. Sitting opposite him, the client's daughter, Guillaume Yuhua, looks anxious under her veiled bamboo hat. Gazing at the legendary master, Guillaume Yuhua wonders to herself, "It has been 60 years since the Sword King made his name. He must be at least 80 years old." However, looking back at her with a reassuring but stern gaze, the Sword King says, "No matter how I look at him, he only appears to be in his 40s. Do not worry too much. I will definitely protect you." Under her veiled bamboo hat, Guillaume Yuhua blushes slightly and replies, "Yes, thank you." Keeping a sharp eye on the surroundings, the legendary Sword King mutters, "Anyway." Looking out through her veil, Guillaume Yuhua notes, "Among the escorts sitting up front, there is someone with a strong energy." Sitting on the front of the carriage, Hyungwoo suddenly looks back, grumbling, "I can't take this anymore." The driver gasps in utter shock as Hyungwoo suddenly prepares to jump. With incredible agility, Hyungwoo leaps high into the air above the moving carriage. He lands perfectly, standing tall on the roof of the carriage as it speeds forward. The driver looks up in panic and screams, "Hey, you!" Unbothered, Hyungwoo stands on the roof with a slight smile and says, "This is much better." Inside the carriage, the Sword King grins in amusement, thinking, "Climbing on top of the carriage, what an amusing fellow." The Sword King turns to Yuhua and remarks, "Anyway, those Sato Alliance bastards are moving surprisingly quickly for once," to which she replies, "Pardon?" Suddenly, a horde of masked assassins in red robes leaps down from the treetops to ambush the carriage. One of the masked assailants spots the vehicle and yells, "That's the carriage!" With swords drawn, the attackers shout in unison, "Attack!" Hyungwoo watches calmly from the roof as the enemy combatants close in. Sweating in fear, the driver screams, "Hyungwoo, behind you!" Back inside the carriage, the Sword King calmly places his hand on the hilt of his massive weapon. In a flash, a powerful slash cuts through the air as the Sword King prepares to strike. Smiling confidently, the Sword King reassures Yuhua, "I will finish this quickly, so rest easy," and she nervously nods, "All right." Sword King bursts out of the carriage into the midst of the attackers, leaving them shouting in confusion, "Who are you suddenly?" Recovering from their shock, the assassins shout, "Just attack for now." The Sword King swings his blade with effortless grace, muttering, "So noisy." Brilliant trails of blue light and blood erupt as he mercilessly cuts down the ambushers. Leaping forward, the master executes a devastating downward strike that splits the air. With absolute precision, the Sword King sheathes his heavy blade back into its scabbard. He stands victoriously in the middle of the road as the defeated assassins fall around him. Looking back, the Sword King thinks escorting the carriage during a mission is the escort bureau's job. That is why they probably didn't expect me to step into their business. However, anyone who has learned martial arts wouldn't have been able to take their eyes off my technique just now. Looking closely at Hyungwoo's position, the master wonders, how was it? Did he gain some enlightenment? To his absolute shock, the carriage roof is completely empty, prompting him to think, he's gone? Don't tell me he didn't even watch my sword. Grimacing, the Sword King chuckles. Is he refusing to even look at a mountain he cannot climb? Good grief! The Sword King contemplates, "It makes me wonder just what kind of guy he is," while the driver nervously asks, Hyungwoo, what about behind us? Sitting calmly on the driver's bench, Hyungwoo replies, "Don't worry and keep driving," as the driver sheepishly nods, "Okay." The carriage speeds away along the dirt path, leaving a pile of defeated attackers groaning on the grass. At the grand and imposing headquarters of the Sato Alliance, a tense atmosphere hangs over the fortress. A powerful fist slams down on the desk in absolute fury, with the leader roaring, "Failed a job that simply required capturing a single girl?" Kneeling before the throne, a subordinate trembles in fear, pleading, I apologize," as the leader yells, "And to say that such a large number of people were wiped out, does that even make sense?" Glaring in anger, Sato Alliance leader Gal Chiana commands, "The matter at Mount Hang also ended in failure. We must succeed in this mission at all costs." Gal Chanok's eyes turn menacing as he vows, "It seems that bastard Guillaume Jahong dragged in a pretty strong guy, but I'll teach him this time that there isn't a single decent person you can buy with money." Meanwhile, the legendary Sword King walks with a calm, imposing aura. Hyungwoo follows closely behind with his typical stoic, unreadable expression. Night falls and the party stops at a bustling multi-story inn to rest and eat. The waiter places a steaming plate on their table, announcing, "Here's the 20th dish. Enjoy your meal. You four must all be big eaters." Looking at the massive feast, the Sword King notes, "You ordered quite a lot," while Guillaume Yuhua asks Hyungwoo, "You must really love to eat?" Happily slurping up his noodles, Hyungwoo simply answers, "I do." The driver chuckles nervously, scratching his head and saying, "He eats a bit more than he looks." A tall stack of empty bowls begins to pile up on the dining table. Hyungwoo continues to vacuum up the delicious dishes at lightning speed, leaving the driver thinking in awe, just how delicious is it for him to eat so fast? Eager to join in, the driver smiles and says, "Then I'll try a bite too," as he reaches for a piece of meat. Before he can even taste it, the food disappears from his trowel sticks, leaving him staring in shock. Am I not feeling the weight of the food that should definitely be there? Chewing the snatched piece of meat, Hyungwoo calmly says, "Food is for eating, not just for smelling," while the outraged driver screams, "Did you snatch it away? How could you do something so cruel?" Looking at Hyungwoo, Guillaume Yuhua is utterly amazed by his speed, thinking to herself, "Amazing! How did he eat all that food so quickly?" While holding her chopsticks, she adds, "We couldn't even touch it." Looking closely at him, Yuhua contemplates, "This is the first time I've gotten a good look at him ever since the escort mission began." She continues, "Even if the Henan Escort Bureau has fallen, they wouldn't have assigned just anyone. He doesn't seem particularly extraordinary aside from his appetite." Looking at the legendary warrior, Yuhua wonders, so why is the Sword King taking an interest in that man? Having wiped the table clean, Hyungwoo calmly says, "That was a good meal." Exasperated, the driver shouts, "What do you mean that was a good meal? We barely got to eat anything because of you." Meanwhile, the waiter sweatingly apologizes. "I'm sorry, but we've run out of ingredients, so it will be difficult to make any more food." Reaching out with a small cup, Yuhua kindly offers, "If you're still hungry, would you like to have this liquor at least? I don't drink alcohol, so..." Handing it over, the Sword King's hand reaches out as he thinks, if it's leftover liquor. Taking the cup, the Sword King grins and says, "I'll drink it," as Yuhua blushes and replies, yes." Sweating in pure disbelief, the driver shakes in outrage, thinking, "Are all masters this gluttonous? I couldn't even get a sip of water, let alone alcohol." From the shadows, a sinister-looking man glares at the dining hall and mutters, "Well done." In the back room, a mother and her child are shown weeping on the floor, held hostage by several armed Sato Alliance assassins. Smiling maliciously, the leader of the group, Che Horyong of the Sato Alliance, thinks no matter how great the Sword King is, he won't be able to overcome the chi-scattering poison. Looking at the empty dishes on the table, Che Horyong thinks it won't be long before all of his internal energy scatters. Staring out from the balcony, Che Horyong declares, "Right then, we will ambush the Sword King." Sighing in frustration, the driver complains to Hangyu, "Sigh, I don't know if I'll be able to sleep on an empty stomach, since someone ate all the food by himself." Lying down on his mat, the driver grumbles, "Is he telling me to starve because I haven't done anything? He's being so petty. I'll just eat separately starting tomorrow." In the dark of the night, Hyungwoo stands completely still, his hair rustling as a sharp breeze blows around him. Under the moonlight, a powerful blue aura flares around Hyungwoo as he stands ready to draw his sword. In a flash, several masked Sato Alliance assassins leap down from the rooftops of the inn to begin their silent ambush. Inside the dark guest room, Hyungwoo stands completely still as he guards the chambers. An assassin smiles greedily while looking down at the sleeping lady, whispering, "So pretty. It's a shame we can't touch her since she's the most important merchandise." The assassin stretches out his hand to seize her as she lies asleep. Suddenly, a brilliant blue and white flash cuts through the darkness with incredible speed. A powerful line of blood splatters across the room as the Sword King, Yum Chelgun, stands tall with his heavy blade drawn. Looking menacingly at the remaining intruders, the Sword King growls, "So you're the ones who ruined the taste of my liquor." Releasing a surge of powerful blue energy, the legendary master prepares to annihilate the attackers. With absolute composure, the Sword King sheathes his weapon while standing guard over Guillaume Yuhua. Looking down at her quiet face, the Sword King notes, "Fortunately, I arrived before she woke up." Walking out of her chamber, the master clasps his hands behind his back and thinks, "I wonder if those guys can protect their own lives." The next morning, the driver stretches and yawns, happily saying, "I slept well." However, he instantly freezes in sheer terror as he spots a massive pile of dead assassins on the floor, screaming, "Hyungwoo, what are all these corpses?" Standing calmly over the pile of defeated enemies, Hyungwoo replies, "I slept well too. Since you're awake, clean these up first." Sweating and utterly confused, the driver stammers, "Sure," while thinking to himself, "He slept well? Then what are those?" Looking up at the clear morning sky, the driver wonders just what happened during the night. Later, Hyungwoo and the driver walk side by side down the wooden corridors of the inn. They encounter the Sword King and Guillaume Yuhua, who are also heading out to continue their journey. Looking at Hyungwoo, the legendary master smiles in approval and thinks, to take down all those numbers by himself, he's getting quite impressive. The wooden carriage speeds through the streets of Suzhou, with Hyungwoo standing tall on the roof while the driver steers. Watching them from a hidden balcony is Jin Cheonyak, the vice leader of the Sato Alliance and the Black Blood Sword. Smirking confidently, Jin Cheonyak raises his arm and commands a flock of red-eyed crows, "Go!" The massive flock of dark crows swoops down from the cloudy sky to circle directly above the carriage. Looking up at the ominous birds, Hyungwoo stares silently with a calm but focused expression. As they proceed deeper, the surrounding streets are completely desolate and empty of any townspeople. Guillaume Yuhua looks out the carriage window with a worried expression, while the Sword King sits calmly in the background. Wind blows through the deserted stalls and quiet alleys, creating an eerie silence. Looking at the abandoned stalls, Hyungwoo notes they're all terrified. The carriage finally arrives at their destination, a grand fortress marked as Hwawol Pavilion. Inside the carriage, both the Sword King and Yuhua prepare themselves for whatever lies ahead. With perfect balance, Hyungwoo leaps down from the carriage roof to land on the cobblestone ground. The driver runs forward in a frantic rush, shouting as they prepare to face the Sato Alliance head-on. Looking grimly ahead, the Sword King notes, "It seems the Sato Alliance bastards are planning to end things tonight," leaving Guillaume Yuhua to ask in shock, What is that?" Feeling a sudden icy shiver run down her spine, Guillaume Yuhua gasps, Just now I felt something chilling." Hyungwoo turns his head slightly, his sharp, dark eyes vigilant as he senses the incoming danger in the air. Even Guillaume Yuha and Zhang Chil, whose martial arts realms were relatively low, could easily feel the immense, suffocating killing intent radiating from the shadows ahead. Suddenly, a massive crowd of dark, red-eyed silhouettes blocks the street, and a booming voice bellows, "Sword King!" The smug commander of the ambush mocks him, saying, "To think that the great Sword King would move for mere gold, I never would have guessed. Even for you, it will be difficult to withstand 300 warriors of the Sato Alliance." Without a single word of reply, the legendary Sword King draws his heavy blade, unleashing a brilliant flare of blue energy. Hyungwoo steps forward beside the trembling, terrified driver and calmly remarks, "Didn't I tell you?" With a fierce, confident grin, the Sword King prepares to unleash his devastating power upon the surrounding horde. The enemy commander swings his sword and yells to his troops, "If we take down the Sword King, victory is ours." The red-clad Sato Alliance assassins charge forward in a violent frenzy, screaming, "Rah!" In a flash, a brilliant line of blue sword energy slices through the darkness, instantly cutting down the front line of attackers. With lightning-fast movements, the Sword King's heavy blade dances in a flurry of blue light, tearing through the charging assassins. Sprinting forward with immense power, the Sword King leaps high into the air, surrounded by a swirling storm of blue aura. Glaring down with absolute ferocity, the legendary master's eyes glow with blue light as he prepares to strike. Watching his troops fall, the enemy commander laughs maniacally and shouts, "Ha! You're damn right! 90% of the Sato Alliance's total strength is gathered right here. Even the Sword King can't take on the entire alliance. Kill 'em all!" Dozens of assassins leap down from the rooftops, raining down upon the defenders from all angles. Seeing the endless waves of enemies, Zhang Chil cries out in panic, "Damn it, they're endless," while Guillaume Yuhua gasps in disbelief, 90% of their total strength just to get to me? Glancing back, the Sword King reassures her, "Don't worry, I told you I'd protect you, didn't I? But I don't think I can afford to look after both of you. You're on your own. Try to stay alive." Hyungwoo stands completely still, staring ahead with a stoic and unreadable expression as the horde closes in. The Sword King grins fiercely at his young ally's calm attitude, thinking to himself, "What a cheeky brat until the bitter end. To think he'd tell the Sword King not to die." A massive eruption of blue light flares around him as the master declares, "I shall show him why I am called the Sword King." Gritting his teeth, the Sword King channels his internal energy to its absolute limit, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. A massive shockwave of blue lightning-like energy blasts upward, illuminating the night sky and shaking the entire city district. The devastating strike shatters the air, tearing through the battlefield with blinding white light and immense pressure. The sheer force of the explosion obliterates the surrounding structures and sends enemy assassins flying through the air. Looking up in absolute awe, Guillaume Yuhua watches the spectacular display, thinking, "Incredible, so this is the Sword King at full strength?" Despite the strain, the Sword King continues to swing his heavy blade, carving a path of destruction through the endless enemy forces. Though many fall, the enemy's numbers are so overwhelming, they eventually swallow up that fear, surging forward relentlessly. Sweat dripping down his face, the legendary master fights on, his heavy breathing revealing the physical toll of the battle. Suddenly, a severe pang of pain strikes his core as he realizes, if I perform even one more technique, I won't be able to stave off chi deviation. Panting heavily, the Sword King struggles to maintain his posture, thinking desperately, "Phew, I need to stabilize my chi, and fast." Spotting his moment of weakness, the enemy commander smiles maliciously and bellows, "Now's our chance," as he charges in. The commander's sword clashes violently against the Sword King's blade, sending a shower of sparks flying into the dark night. Channeling his physical strength, the Sword King blocks the strike and sends his opponent hurtling backward through the air. Coughed-up blood splatters across the ground as the chi-scattering poison begins to tear the master's body apart from the inside. The enemy commander crashes heavily into the cobblestone ground, shattering the street beneath him. Roaring in fury, the commander leaps high into the air once more, raising his blade for a final lethal downward strike on the weakened master. Looking down at the young lady with a sorrowful smile, the Sword King says softly, "I wanted to protect you until the very end. I'm sorry." Tears welling in her eyes, Guillaume Yuha replies gently, "Don't be. You've already done more than enough." Looking up at the dark sky, the legendary warrior grips his weapon tightly and sighs, I should have looked at my granddaughter's face one more time before leaving." Suddenly, a brilliant bolt of white lightning-like energy strikes down from above, crackling with immense power. The colossal bolt of lightning rips through the battlefield, slicing through the air with devastating force. The enemy commander screams in sheer terror as the blinding white energy engulfs him completely. Both the Sword King and Guillaume Yuhua look up in absolute shock and disbelief at the sudden intervention. Standing amidst the swirling storm of white-blue energy is Hyungwoo, holding his sword as the lightning crackles around him. With a fierce, cool expression, Hyungwoo channels the incredible lightning energy, ready to wipe out the remaining forces. Seeing the legendary display of power, Zhangshil runs forward with a bright, relieved smile, shouting, "No need to worry anymore." Behind Guillaume Yuhua, the Sword King looks on in quiet awe, deeply amazed by the incredible strength of the man they had underestimated. An assassin looks back in sheer terror, sweat dripping down his face as he exclaims, "The vice leader? He was turned to ash in an instant." Running quickly toward the carriage, Zhangshil yells, "Young Lady Guillaume, hurry, this way!" While Guillaume Yuhua looks back at Hyungwoo in absolute shock, thinking, "That man? He's actually a peerless master?" Watching Hyungwoo approach the weakened master, Guillaume Yuhua thinks in disbelief, the group that went after those two was dozens strong. Did he really wipe them all out? Before crying out, "Don't touch him! One wrong move and he'll fall into chi deviation!" Ignoring the warning, Hyungwoo calmly places his hand over the Sword King's head, channeling a gentle, soothing blue aura to stabilize the elder's chaotic internal energy. As the radiant blue chi flows into the Sword King, Guillaume Yuhua watches in complete amazement, thinking his chi is stabilizing and the chi deviation is already subsiding. Looking down at the recovering master with a calm expression, Hyungwoo tells him, "You did well. Rest now, old man." Standing up and turning to walk away, Hyungwoo leaves the bewildered Sword King staring at him in shock as he asks, "Who the hell are you?" Glancing back with a calm and different expression, Hyungwoo replies, "You still haven't figured it out? I'm just a porter from the Hainan Escort Bureau." Hearing his answer, the Sword King falls back in comical disbelief, sputtering, "A porter? Not even an escort? What kind of gua?" While Zhangshil and Guillaume Yuhua watch with sweat drops. From the shadows, an assassin watches Hyungwoo walk away and yells to his comrades, "The vice leader may have fallen, but we still have the advantage in numbers. If we kill him, it's over. Don't let a single one of them live." The remaining horde of Sato Alliance assassins charge forward at a violent frenzy, shouting, "Yeah, kill him!" Standing completely unfazed, Hyungwoo channels a devastating surge of white lightning energy that crackles intensely around his raised sword. In a spectacular flash of raw power, a colossal bolt of white lightning strikes down from the heavens, completely illuminating the dark city skyline. The massive bolt of lightning tears through the courtyard, unleashing a devastating shockwave that completely obliterates the charging enemy forces. The next morning, Namgung Han of the Namgung clan arrives at the scene, staring ahead in complete, sweating disbelief as he gasps, "What on earth?" Looking over the desolate street littered with dozens of smoking, defeated Sato Alliance assassins, Namgung Han wonders in awe, what happened here overnight? A messenger on horseback rides up in a frantic rush, shouting, "Young master, we found where the Sword King is staying," to which a startled Namgung Han replies, all right." Turning to his men under the bright morning sun, Namgung Han commands, "I'll go see the Sword King first. In the meantime, bring the men and move these bodies," as his subordinate replies, "Yes, sir." Inside a quiet room, the legendary Sword King sits cross-legged in deep meditation, slowly centering his recovered energy. Swirling blue light gently surrounds the Sword King's body as he continues to focus on stabilizing his internal chi. Slowly opening his eyes, the legendary master notes, "A couple of new faces appeared while I was meditating." Stepping forward with a respectful bow, Namgung Han greets him. Namgung Han, a humble student of the martial world, greets the Sword King. "Elder, are you well?" Guillaume Yuhua explains, "While you were meditating, young Master Namgung brought a physician," prompting Namgung Han to reply modestly, "The Sword King is an idol to all swordsmen. This is the least I could do." The Sword King looks on with a calm and knowing smile, appreciating the young master's respect. Namgung Han smiles and continues, "He's doing well. He's healthy and his voice is as loud as ever. But he's nothing compared to you, Elder. You alone wiped out the Sato Alliance last night." Turning his head slightly, Hyungwoo reveals a surprising secret, asking, "Did you not know until now? I'm a porter from the Hainan sect." A powerful flashback depicts Hyungwoo unleashing a devastating downward slash surrounded by brilliant crackles of heavenly lightning. Sweating in sheer disbelief, Namgung Han looks between Hyungwoo and the Sword King, asking, "Is it true that you're just a porter?" Staring in absolute shock, Namgung Han's mind races as he thinks, what on earth is he talking about? The one who defeated the Sato Alliance wasn't the Sword King, but this man? Hyungwoo stands calmly, his expression unreadable as the incredible truth of his heavenly thunder technique lingers in the air. Sensing the rising tension, the Sword King raises his hand and commands, "Enough, there's no need to make a fuss." With a sudden, intense glow in his eyes, the legendary master points a finger and says, "Instead, answer me this one thing." Feeling the immense pressure, both Guillaume Yuhua and Zhang Chil sweat nervously as the Sword King begins. By any chance? Leaning forward with a fierce, eager expression, the Sword King asks, "Would you like to meet my granddaughter?" Namgung Han, Zhang Chil, and Guillaume Yuhua all freeze in comical, wide-eyed shock, stammering, "What?" Keeping a completely deadpan and indifferent expression, Hyungwoo flatly replies, "I'm not interested." Later, Namgung Han sits atop his black horse, saying politely, "Now that I've confirmed you're safe, I'll take my leave." Standing nearby, the Sword King replies, "All right, send my regards to your old grandfather," while Namgung Han adds, "Yes, sir. If the Sato Alliance attacks again, please let us—" The Sword King waves his hand dismissively and chuckles. "Don't worry about that. Last night, this old man and that porter brat wiped out their main force." Riding away, Namgung Han looks thoughtful and notes, "So the Golden Union must have already made their move." Peering through the wooden window of the carriage, Guillaume Yuhua gasps in surprise. "Ah." Looking down with a soft, apologetic expression, she says, "You already knew. My apologies." The Sword King looks back in silence, his expression serious as he contemplates the unfolding power struggle. A dramatic flashback shows the Sato Alliance's headquarters engulfed in raging flames. As the narrator explains, while the Sword King endured the Sato Alliance's attack last night, the Golden Union launched an all-out assault on the Sato Alliance's headquarters. The flashback continues, showing the wounded Alliance leader Gao Qianek fleeing for his life, as the narrator adds, and with Gao Qianek, the Alliance leader, fleeing after being gravely wounded. Breaking the tension with a hearty laugh, the Sword King grins and says, "Well, it's fine. My granddaughter is safe, you're alive, and so am I." Zhang Chil turns around in comical panic, sweating as he asks, "You're going to sit here? Why?" Sitting comfortably right next to the driver, the Sword King looks up at Hyungwoo on the roof and smirks, "Because I feel like it. You don't mind if I sit, do you, porter?" Glancing back over his shoulder with a cool smirk, Hyungwoo retorts, "Now that you're healed, you've become quite talkative." The legendary Sword King grins widely, clearly enjoying the witty banter with his powerful young companion. "Stop talking nonsense and just start moving, you brat," the Sword King shouts, delivering a swift slap that sends Zhang Chil crying out in pain. As the carriage speeds through the busy streets, the persistent grandfather asks, "But seriously, are you really not interested in meeting my granddaughter? She doesn't take after me, she's cute, just meet her once," while Hyungwoo remains completely silent. The legendary Sword King gazes forward with a serious and contemplative expression. Hyungwoo looks back with a calm, subtle smile under the clear blue sky. Sitting on the driver's seat, the Sword King remarks, "By the way, I feel a bit sorry for you," to which a sweating Zhang Chil replies, "Yeah, well, I thought my eyes were going to pop out." Turning his head, the Sword King clarifies, "Not that, I'm talking about the sword forms I taught you." Zhang Chil lets out a deep breath as he stands before the carriage, practicing his sword movements under Hyungwoo's watchful eye. Sweating from the exertion, Zhang Chil focuses intensely as he performs a horizontal slash with his training sword. Unable to just stand by and watch his companion struggle, the legendary Sword King had decided to personally step in and teach Zhang Chil a few of his highly refined martial techniques. From his comfortable spot on top of the carriage roof, Hyungwoo calmly observes Zhang Chil's dedicated training. The Sword King continues to explain his sudden realization. "What looked like waste to me was actually the correct path to heavenly thunder. That art is meant to cut through the gaps between energies. By cutting those gaps, the resulting collision creates heavenly thunder." Reflecting on the incredible display of power, the master admits in awe, "I've lived with a sword my whole life and thought I knew everything. I never expected to see a new way of the sword in my old age. Thank you, kid." Standing on the roof of the carriage, Hyungwoo casually waves his hand to dismiss the elder's heartfelt gratitude. Staring down at Zhang Chil, the Sword King sighs and notes, "And it's too late for this one, isn't it?" Startled and defensive, Zhang Chil angrily protests, "Too late for what? I even managed to defend myself with your techniques yesterday," as a flashback shows him clashing with Sato Alliance assassins. The elder explains calmly, "That's exactly the problem. Heavenly thunder can only be achieved through an inefficient sword path, but you've learned efficient forms and even used them in real combat." Sweating in absolute horror, Zhang Chil realizes the truth. Your subconscious will now reject the inefficient path of heavenly thunder. Does that mean I can't learn heavenly thunder anymore? I endured that grueling training by imagining myself using heavenly thunder. Shattered by the devastating revelation, Zhang Chil despairs internally. You're saying I can't expect to ever use it properly? I'm a heavenly thunder eunuch. Suddenly, a massive, violent flash of purple energy rips through the trees ahead of him as a voice gasps, "What's that sound?" Zhang Chil screams in sheer terror as he pulls hard on the reins of the startled horse. From atop the carriage, Hyungwoo looks down coldly as a giant shockwave of purple energy tears through the forest trail. Emerging from the smoke is a formidable warrior with long hair and a partially open robe, radiating a highly malevolent dark purple aura. The carriage skids heavily to a halt, kicking up a large cloud of dust on the narrow dirt road. Standing tall amidst the swirling debris, the mysterious swordsman unleashes an immense, crackling dark energy. Grinning maliciously as he spots his targets, the warrior chuckles, "What a stroke of luck!" Looking up at the intruder, the Sword King notes, "Who is that guy? He doesn't look like he's from the Sato Alliance or the Green Forest." Step by step, the menacing warrior approaches, demanding, "Which one of you is Dan Hyungwoo? I'll kill him first, then I'll have some fun with the Sword King." Behind him, a massive squad of masked assassins clad in dark robes silently emerges from the shadows of the forest. Standing unfazed on the roof, Hyungwoo peers down at the hostile forces with a sharp, calculating gaze. Meanwhile, inside a dark, purple-lit mountain fortress, a powerful voice echoes, "How is the mission I gave Myung progressing?" Kneeling respectfully, a subordinate reports, "He led the demonic shadow squad out, so he should have just encountered that porter." The subordinate continues, "However, according to reports from a few days ago, the porter and the Sword King are traveling together." Squinting his glowing red eyes in the darkness, the master of the demonic cult growls, "The Sword King, he's up to his old meddling habits again." The subordinate reassures him, "There is no need to worry, master. I heard Myung recently reached the 9th stage of the Blood Demon's sword." Upon hearing this, the master smiles proudly, thinking, "The 9th stage already? He truly is a once-in-a-century genius." Grinning wickedly, the master says, "Since he's nearly mastered my martial arts, I have high expectations." Back in the forest, Myung's massive purple aura flares up violently, shaking the surrounding trees as the carriage stands trapped on the road. Staring directly at them with an evil grin, Myung repeats his threat, "Which one of you is Dan Hyungwoo? I'll kill him first, then I'll have some fun with the Sword King." Hyungwoo stares back in absolute deadpan silence. Turning back with a smirk, the Sword King asks, "What will you do? He said he has business with you." Enraged by Hyungwoo's total lack of a response, Myung's veins bulge as he snarls, "How dare you? I, the disciple of the Blood Demon, asked you a question. Answer me this instant!" Myung screams, drawing his blade and unleashing a devastating dark slash directly toward the carriage. Inside the vehicle, Guillaume Yuhua gasps in shock as she peers through the wooden window and sees the incoming attack. Sensing the danger, the Sword King shouts in alarm, "He's attacking the carriage!" With a thunderous metallic clash, the massive purple sword strike is violently deflected, sending sparks and shockwaves flying in every direction. The carriage shakes violently from the sheer impact, causing Guillaume Yuhua to scream as she tries to steady herself. Smiling confidently, Myung praises his opponent, as expected of the Sword King, to neutralize my sword slash so easily. Looking back over his shoulder, the Sword King calmly replies, "But I didn't do anything." With a fierce glint in his eyes, the elder warns, "Anyway, targeting the carriage? You've really done it now. There's someone here far more terrifying than me." "And you just made him angry," the Sword King adds, as Hyungwoo stands in front of the carriage, his sword drawn and crackling with a powerful swirling blue wind. Looking at the disciple with a cold, terrifying expression, Hyungwoo warns, "We're on an escort mission. Don't touch the carriage." Myung grins mockingly, shouting, "That brat is scarier than the Sword King? Don't make me laugh!" To which Dan Hyungwoo calmly responds, "And if I do?" Unleashing a terrifying aura, Hyungwoo declares, "I'll kill you," while Myung stands frozen in sweat, thinking in shock, "What is this pressure? I couldn't even feel any internal energy from him a moment ago." Smiling knowingly, the Sword King remarks, "Someone that strong hiding his energy so perfectly is terrifying, isn't it?" To which a sweating Zhang Chil replies, "Yes, it is." Channeling a violent, blood-red aura around his blade, Myung grins maliciously and says, "I see, so you're Dan Hyungwoo." Hyungwoo stares back in deadpan silence and asks, "Yes? Scared?" While Guillaume Yuhua peers anxiously from the carriage window behind him. Myung's expression contorts with rage as he thinks, "I don't know what trickery this is, but how dare a brat like him remind me of my master?" Leaping forward with extreme speed, Myung roars, "I'll make sure your death is especially painful." Engulfed in a violent, swirling red energy, the formidable Myung prepares to unleash his master's ultimate technique, the Blood Demon. Sword. Mi Young charges forward, leaving his squad of masked assassins watching in awe as one exclaims, "He's using the Blood Demon sword already?" A massive sphere of crackling crimson energy explodes across the path, carrying the sheer force of the Blood Demon sword first form Bloodfire. Observing the devastating attack from beside the carriage, Zhangchul sweatingly notes, "Such incredible heat, I'm not even sure if I could block this at full strength," while the Sword King watches closely. With a thunderous clash, Hyungwoo swings his sword, easily neutralizing the raging crimson flames in a spectacular burst of blue and red energy. The impact sends powerful shockwaves of wind slicing through the surrounding trees, leaving Mi Young sweating in utter disbelief. A massive gust of deflected wind pressure sweeps over the narrow forest trail, shaking the carriage but leaving it completely unharmed. In a brilliant display of swordsmanship, Hyungwoo spins midair to deflect the residual dark red energy with his blade. Landing gracefully, Hyungwoo continues to evade, prompting an enraged Mi Young to shout, "I knew you were no ordinary brat." Hyungwoo leaps effortlessly into the clear blue sky, soaring high above Mi Young's horizontal energy slash. Sweating in shock, Mi Young realizes his efforts are futile and thinks, "He neutralized all my attacks? But how?" As a sudden flash of blue lightning energy surrounds Hyungwoo. A massive bolt of crackling blue electrical energy strikes down, clashing heavily against Mi Young's raised sword. Under the overwhelming pressure of the crackling lightning strike, Mi Young screams in agonizing pain, "Ah!" Seeing their leader overwhelmed, the demonic shadow squad cries out, "Unit leader," but hesitates as they feel a sudden pressure, noting, "The Sword King's aura, this is a warning." Sweating in fear, a masked assassin thinks, "If we intervene in this fight, the Sword King will kill us," while the Sword King smirks, thinking, "At least one of them is quick-witted." Under the immense pressure of Hyungwoo's lightning strike, Mi Young's steel blade shatters into pieces with a sharp metallic snap. A powerful discharge of electrical energy rips through the forest path as Hyungwoo stands firm, completely dominating the battlefield. Mi Young is thrown backward into the air, left entirely defenseless under the bright blue sky. Sweating heavily, Mi Young realizes he stands no chance and thinks, "He's seen through my techniques and my sword is broken. I have no chance," before ordering, "Demonic Shadow Squad, retreat." Acting quickly on their commander's orders, the masked assassins of the Demonic Shadow Squad turn and flee into the forest. Sweeping away in a streak of red light, Mi Young shouts from afar, "We'll meet again soon, Dan Youngwoo," while the carriage and its drivers watch them escape. With the threat gone, Hyungwoo calmly sheaths his sword as the swirling currents of blue energy around him slowly fade away. Inside the vehicle, GM Yuha peers through the window in deep admiration, thinking, "I knew he was strong, but to think he was at this level?" Looking at Hyungwoo's back as he walks toward them, she contemplates, "If he joined us, he'd be a massive asset to the Golden Alliance." Breaking the tension, the Sword King delivers a swift slap to Zhangchul's head, laughing, "All right, let's move. We've still got a long way to go, boy." While Zhangchul protests, "Old man, please stop hitting me in the head." With Hyungwoo sitting calmly back on the roof, the carriage continues its journey through the forest as the narrator adds, "Quiet you. The escort mission isn't over, so we need to hurry." Meanwhile, at a grand mountainside bureau, a beautiful young woman with long, light brown hair gazes out over the balcony at the scenic city horizon. Walking along the stone path below, two sect disciples carrying heavy building materials look up and wave, calling out, "Greetings, bureau head." Smiling warmly, she leans over the railing and waves back, saying, "Hello, good work today, everyone." Suddenly, her attention is drawn to a large procession of prestigious young swordsmen riding past the courtyard on horseback. A senior member of the branch joins her, explaining, "They're young masters from the Sichuan Tang clan here to support the Henan branch," to which she asks in surprise, "That many of them?" The senior member explains, "Well, rumors of Lady Wuman's beauty have spread since the last escort mission. It seems they're all eager to meet her. Since she's staying with us, they keep coming here to ask about her." Hearing about the rival beauty, the young bureau head lets out a defeated sigh and replies, I see." Looking down with a melancholic expression, she thinks to herself in worry, "A lady that beautiful is after Brother Hyungwoo." The senior member quickly reassures her, saying, "There's no need to worry. I heard they've already wiped out the Sato Alliance," prompting her to gasp in surprise. "What? The Sato Alliance?" He nods and adds, "The rumors have been circulating for a while now. They should be arriving at Lake Hongzhe any moment," as she listens intently, murmuring, "I see." The scene shifts to the crystal-clear waters of Lake Hongzhe, where a solitary sailboat glides gracefully across the sparkling blue surface. Standing tall and calm on the deck of the boat, Dan Hyungwoo gazes out at the beautiful scenery. An aerial view reveals the majestic, canyon-like rocky cliffs of Lake Hongzhe, bustling with countless large trade ships and boats navigating the river. Bathed in the warm, golden glow of the setting sun, a massive, multi-deck trade ship sails smoothly along the waterway. A handsome young master with brown hair prepares to board, leaping onto the side of the sailing vessel. Standing proudly on the deck, the young master looks down with a calm, self-assured smirk on his face. Meanwhile, inside a dark, ominous cave, a sweating warrior in a red robe looks down with a grim, troubled expression at a bubbling pool of dark blood. Game Yuhua smiles warmly beneath her veiled hat and strikes up a conversation, saying, "Great warrior Dan, you seem to like the water a lot." As Hyungwoo remains silent and continues to stare out at the water, Guillaume Yuhua asks hesitantly, "Do you perhaps not want to talk to me?" Hyungwoo continues to gaze silently over Lake Hongzi, maintaining his quiet and unreadable expression. Determined to recruit him, Yuhua thinks, he just keeps staring at the water. If I want him to join the Golden Alliance, I need to have a conversation with him, before asking aloud, "Then did you know that Lake Hongze, although it looks like a sea, is actually fresh water?" Suddenly, a hand holding a sword points toward them as someone calls out, "Hey, that's not how you do it." The Sword King corrects Zhang Chil's posture while advising Yuhua, "If you want to get close to Hyungwoo, you have to talk about something else." Zhang Chil asks, "Something else?" To which the elder replies with a grin, "Yes, if you mention food, his eyes completely change." Taking the advice, Yuhua mentions a famous delicacy, describing, "The skin is thin, but the meat juice is abundant. If you're interested, would you like to go with me?" Hearing about the delicious food, Hyungwoo's eyes instantly light up with intense focus as he asks, "Where is that place? When can we go eat?" Surprised by his sudden enthusiasm, Yuhua's sweat drops and replies, "Once we arrive in Suzhou, we can go straight there." While thinking to herself in disbelief, his gaze completely changed when we talked about food. With a sudden, heavy slap, the Sword King strikes the back of Zhang Chil's head, catching the younger warrior completely off guard. As the Sword King shouts again, Zhang Chil grumbles internally, "I'm not even his disciple, but he's always yelling at me." Sweating from the rigorous training, Zhang Chil changes the subject and asks, "By the way, there are a lot of boats on Lake Hongze even at night, aren't there?" Yuhua looks up towards the horizon and comments, "Boats? It doesn't seem like there are that many." Zhang Chil points urgently into the distance, correcting her, "No, I mean over there." Following his finger, Hyungwoo and Yuhua look out as a massive fleet of imposing warships with tall white sails speeds through the water. The Sword King observes, "It looks like they are ships from the Qingyan Fortress." Yuhua asks in concern, "The Qingyan Fortress? The water bandits?" And the elder explains, "Yes, their territory stretches from here at Lake Hongze to near Suzhou. There are other water bandit groups, but they are practically sub-organizations of the Qingyan Fortress." Trying to reassure herself, Yuhua says, "They are very famous, but since the Elder Sword King is with us, they shouldn't trouble us." Suddenly, the calm atmosphere is broken as Yuhua gasps in shock, her eyes widening in sudden alarm at what lies ahead. A massive warship cuts violently through the water, leaving a raging trail of white foam in its wake. An aerial view reveals their solitary boat completely surrounded in a circular blockade by the massive warships of the water bandits. Gazing at the overwhelming blockade, Hyungwoo notes with complete calm, "We are surrounded." Watching from a high vantage point, two figures observe the scene. One asks, "Did you successfully deliver the goods to the Qingyan Fortress?" To which the other replies, "Yes, just as you ordered, we delivered 3 in total." The masked assassin of the demonic shadow explains, "With our support, they have practically taken control of the Lake Hongze region. To avoid losing it again, they will be willing to risk their lives." The demonic shadow leader grins maliciously, plotting, "While those water bandits distract them, we will attack the Sword King and Dan Hyungwoo," as his subordinate replies with a firm "Yes." On one of the bandit ships, a rugged warrior complains, "Those bastards, they think they're so high and mighty just because they gave us a little support. They come and demand that we face the Sword King while they go and hide." Yun Jexim, chief of the Qingyan Fortress, smiles confidently as he holds a massive rope-bound explosive, remarking, "But if we use that heaven-shaking thunder they gave us, the Sword King won't be a problem." Looking at the opposing fleet blockading their path, Zhang Chil yells out, "You're blocking someone's path. Do something useful." Chief Yen Jexim's smile widens into a menacing grin as he responds, "Do something useful? As you wish." Sparks ignite and sizzle along the fuse of the massive heaven-shaking thunder explosive, preparing to unleash its devastating power. With immense strength, the chief hurls the burning explosive high into the air, sending it flying like a blazing meteor toward their ship. Spotting the incoming projectile, Zhang Chil asks in confusion, "Is something flying this way?" To which the Sword King replies, "Yes, it looks round, as if they threw a metal sphere." Enveloped in raging flames, the massive explosive sphere hurtles directly toward the defenseless deck of the boat. Chief Yen Jexim shouts mockingly, "Sword King!" eager to see the legendary master's demise. Sensing the imminent danger, Hyungwoo narrows his eyes in sharp focus, preparing to intercept the attack. Leaping high into the evening sky, Hyungwoo charges directly toward the descending fireball with his blade ready. Far away, Jo Mi-hae gazes into the distance with a look of deep concern, thinking to herself, "But what was that sense of unease I felt just a moment ago? Is Brother Hyungwoo doing all right?" Back at the bureau, horses in the courtyard whinny loudly as a delegation of young masters arrives. Two prestigious young masters, Namgung-jin and Peng Chul-young, stand confidently in the courtyard. Peng Chul-young smiles and salutes Jo Mi-hae, saying, "It has been a long time, young lady Jo. I am so glad you are safe." To which she replies, "It is good to see you both." Jo Mi-hae questions them politely, asking, "You must be busy with the affairs of the Murim Alliance. What brings you all the way here?" Blushing slightly, Peng Chul-young compliments her. "My word, in all this time, you have become even more beautiful." Namgung-jin chimes in to explain their purpose. "About that, we came because we were worried about you, young lady Jo, and also to express our gratitude." Jo Mi-hae tilts her head in surprise, repeating, "Gratitude?" Peng Chul-young explains, "Back then, Bureau Head Joe saved our lives, didn't he? Strictly speaking, he was our savior. To return that favor, we volunteered for missions from the Murim Alliance. The Murim Alliance itself has decided to provide full support, both material and spiritual, to the Henan Escort Bureau." Looking on, the senior member of the Bureau thinks bitterly to himself, they are coming to offer support now, even though the Murim Alliance did nothing after the destruction of our clan? He continues to contemplate, if it weren't for the deeds of Dan Hyungwoo and for establishing connections with the Sichuan Tang clan and the Wuming clan during that life-risking escort mission. He sighs internally, thinking, would they have even come to help? We probably wouldn't have even survived, let alone be able to rebuild anything. She surely feels that more than anyone. Will she be all right? Dismissing the young masters politely, Jo Mi-hae smiles and says, "Thank you very much. You must be tired today, so please get some rest." As they depart, Jo Mi-hae's warm smile fades, replaced by a gaze filled with deep melancholy and lingering concern for her brother. The young masters bow in respect and reply, "Yes, then I look forward to working with you." Peng Chul-young wears a confident, self-assured smirk, fully determined to make an impression during his stay at the Bureau. A narration box notes that not only Zhang Chil and Guillaume Yuhua, but even the legendary Sword King himself has never seen the devastating power of the Heavenly Thunder before. Amidst a blazing flash of fire, the massive explosive sphere hurtles directly toward the deck of the boat, only to be met by a swift vertical stroke of Dan Hyungwoo's blade. High on his warship, the enemy chief grins wickedly, shouting, "Dan Hyungwoo won't be able to survive the Heavenly Thunder," while Guillaume Yuhua calls out in sheer terror, "Warrior Dan!" As a massive explosion clears, the Sword King, Zhang Chil, and Yuhua look up at the empty sky in disbelief, crying out, "Disappeared?" Gazer fixed on the sky, the Sword King remarks with profound awe, "So that is the power of the Heavenly Thunder." On the enemy flagship, a pirate screams in panic, "Captain, the Sword King is still alive and well!" prompting Chief Yan Jaksim to shout back in disbelief, "What?" Refusing to back down, the chief grins and hoists another explosive sphere, laughing, "Fortunately, I obtained 3 Heavenly Thunders, no matter how great the Sword King is." He thinks to himself in absolute confidence, even he won't be able to do anything when the Heavenly Thunder explodes right beneath his feet. Underwater, a group of agile water bandits swim silently toward the boat, their commander thinking, "Those people also don't seem to notice our rising dragon division." Chief Yan Jaksim raises another ignited explosive, shouting with frantic confidence, "The Yama stronghold will defeat the Sword King today." Spotting the threat, Zhang Chil sweats in panic and screams, "Elder!" Standing calmly, the Sword King reassures them, saying, "There's no need to make a fuss," as a brilliant flash of blue lightning descends from above, because the lightning has returned. A massive, terrifying pillar of blue lightning-like sword energy crashes down violently from the sky, splitting the heavens. In a split second, the incoming explosive sphere is sliced perfectly in half by Dan Hyungwoo's incredible lightning-fast sword strike. The sliced halves detonate prematurely, triggering a chain reaction of massive, fiery explosions that engulf the water bandits' fleet as they scream in terror, "Arr, help!" Watching the spectacular display of destruction, Yuhua comments in shock, "All of the Yama ships are sinking from the explosions," to which a bewildered Zhang Chil asks, "Then why is our boat the only one that's safe?" The Sword King smiles knowingly and replies, "Why do you think? It's all because my future grandson-in-law took care of it, as Dan Hyungwoo lands gracefully back on the deck." Gripping his sword, Dan Hyungwoo advises, "Let's get out of here quickly. I can sense presences even underwater." Zhang Chil grinds his teeth in frustration and surprise, shouting, "Something in the water too?" Their boat surges forward to escape the chaos as a voice calls out, "Let's go, full speed ahead." beneath the surface, a water bandit from the Rising Dragon Division looks up through the water in utter shock and disbelief. The boat cuts smoothly and rapidly through the waves, leaving a long trail of white foam behind. Propelled by immense inner force, the small boat literally leaps high out of the water, soaring gracefully into the air. A huge splash erupts as the boat lands back down, surging ahead at unbelievable speed. Zhangqiu clings tightly to the boat, screaming in sheer exhilaration, "Whoa, we're flying!" Standing tall and completely unfazed on the deck, Dan Hyungwoo and the Sword King look forward as they speed away. The boat continues to glide majestically through the canyon-like waters, leaving the burning ships far behind. Watching them escape from a high vantage point, an assassin asks, "Should we pursue them and block their path?" Gritting his teeth in frustration, the leader of the demonic shadow orders, "They're people we couldn't stop even with 3 heaven-shaking thunders in the Yama Fortress pirates. For now, we will follow them quietly." To which his subordinate replies, "Yes, sir." Staring intently, the leader contemplates in grim realization. Only a handful of masters could unleash something like that. Dan Hyungwoo remains quiet, gazing thoughtfully into the distance as their boat finally leaves the danger zone. The scene transitions to a beautiful, sunlit harbor as the boat smoothly arrives at a bustling, elegant estate next to a grand pier. A luxurious wooden carriage speeds along the paved road, its large wheels spinning rapidly. Stepping off the vessel under the clear blue sky, the Sword King sighs in relief. "We finally arrived." Standing majestically before them is an enormous, multi-tiered castle-like compound, identified as the main headquarters of the Golden Alliance. Elegant maidservants bow warmly to welcome them, saying, "Welcome, the Alliance leader is waiting for you." A handsome young master with long, flowing dark hair and a brilliant smile walks out, saying, "Yuhua, thank goodness you returned safely." Overjoyed, GM Yuhua runs toward him with a bright smile, calling out, "Baeksang." As Yuhua and Baeksang share a warm embrace, the Sword King nudges Hyungwoo and whispers playfully, "How is it? Doesn't it look good? It could happen if you just get to know my granddaughter," while Zhangqiu looks on in shock. Smiling warmly, Yu Baeksang cradles Yuhua and expresses his gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much for bringing Yuhua back safely." Inside a grand, beautifully decorated dining hall, a massive and delicious feast is presented as Baeksang says, "You must be hungry, so please enjoy the feast we have prepared." Looking at the glistening dishes, Dan Hyungwoo's eyes widen with intense focus as he thinks, "As expected of the Golden Alliance, the table is full of delicious food I've never seen in my life." Sitting around the lavish table, Yu Baeksang remarks politely, "I heard even the Sword King was injured while protecting Yuhua. It's a pity that I can only offer money as a reward." To which the Sword King replies, "It is fine. Your generosity is more than enough to show your sincerity." Pointing with his chopsticks toward Hyungwoo, the Sword King adds, "Besides, there is someone else who is much busier than me, even though he's only focused on his food right now." Munching happily in the background, Zhangqiu chuckles and thinks to himself, "That's why I'm sitting a bit further away this time." Turning his attention to the quiet warrior, Yu Baeksang remarks, "I heard Warrior Dan has an extraordinary talent." Holding his plate and eating a delicious piece of meat, Hyungwoo replies with complete sincerity, "Yes, this food has an extraordinary taste. It's delicious." Sweat dropping at Hyungwoo's blunt, food-focused response, Baeksang smiles politely and comments, "Warrior Dan is quite unique, isn't he?" Taking a sip of his drink, Baeksang transitions the conversation, asking, "Come to think of it, there's an interesting rumor spreading lately. Have you heard it?" Shifting the focus of the conversation, the Sword King looks up in sudden excitement and asks eagerly, "Oh, even Cheonggi-ja made a secret cave? So, what's inside?" Yu Baeksang shares that according to the rumors, Cheonggi-ja's secret cave contains incredible treasures, ranging from masterfully crafted items and secret martial arts manuals to rare throwing weapons and explosives. Yu Baeksang smirks and adds, "They say countless martial artists are flocking there." Sipping his drink, the Sword King asks, "So what are the Golden Alliance's plans?" Yu Baeksang answers, "Of course, we will also participate. It's said that the Murim Alliance has already dispatched their warriors to the Hainan Escort Bureau." Sweating in sudden shock, Zhangqiu gasps, "To our Hainan Escort Bureau?" Yu Baeksang explains that the Murim Alliance originally intended to handle the secret cave quietly before rumors could spread, but news of it leaked and quickly spread throughout the Murim anyway. The Sword King's expression grows incredibly serious and tense as he listens to the brewing trouble. The Sword King contemplates the series of events, thinking from the sinister master they met in the forest to the pirates armed with the heavenly thunder, and now this mysterious secret cave. Yu Baeksang continues, explaining that because of these incidents, the Murim Alliance has been facing criticism from various martial artists, and the resulting chaos has now dragged in the Hainan Escort Bureau. Gripping his sword, Dan Hyungwoo suddenly stands up from the feast and says firmly, "Let's go back." The Sword King looks up in surprise and tries to stop him, saying, "You're leaving already? You should rest for at least a day. Besides, it makes no difference whether you leave now or tomorrow." Yu Baksang also tries to reassure him, saying, "Warrior Dan, please rest, just as the Sword King said. After all, since the Murim Alliance martial artists are staying at the Hainan Escort Bureau, nothing should happen." Disregarding their suggestions, Dan Hyungwoo declares, "I'll be going now," and instantly prepares to depart. In a blinding flash of speed, Dan Hyungwoo vanishes from the dining hall in the blink of an eye. Yu Baksang and Gyum Yuha are left frozen in complete shock at his unbelievable speed. Watching him leave in such an immense hurry, the Sword King remarks thoughtfully, "Seeing him leave in such a hurry," a narration box notes, "It seems the Hainan Escort Bureau is a special place to him." Driven by a deep sense of urgency, Dan Hyungwoo leaps across the sky, soaring over the trees at breathtaking speed. In a flashback, an angry mob surrounds the burning gates of the Hainan Escort Bureau, shouting, "Hainan Escort Bureau, open the gates!" Jo Seolian stands determinedly at the front of the crowd amidst the raging fire, demanding, "Open the gates right now." A transition slide notes, as soon as Dan Hyungwoo finished his second escort mission, Dan Hyungwoo continues to fly through the air, rushing back to Hainan with absolute focus. The scene shifts to a rocky mountain under a clear blue sky, with a caption reading, "And this place is Mount Cheonjung." A variety of martial artists are seen gathered on the cliffs of Mount Cheonjung, watching the area closely. A large disciplined group of martial artists clad in blue uniforms stands in neat rows, ready for action. Looking at the gathered forces, Ha Won-hu remarks, "A considerable crowd is gathered," to which Dako-un replies, "So it seems. We can't force everyone to leave either, which has become a real headache." The leader of the Murim Alliance, Dako-un, looks on with a grim expression alongside the Rising Dragon Division leader, Ha Won-hu. Dako-un turns his attention to the ongoing situation and asks, "What is the situation at the Hainan Escort Bureau?" Ha Won-hu reports, "Half of our Rising Dragon Division is stationed there, so nothing serious should happen. However, it seems they won't be able to assist with the Escort Bureau's work for the time being." Dako-un sighs and murmurs, "That is unfortunate. I never imagined a disturbance like this would break out." The Murim Alliance leader, Dako-un, had sent Peng Cheliang, Namgung Jin, and half of the Rising Dragon Division to the Hainan Escort Bureau to secretly search for Cheongija's cave. Ha Won-hu defends their actions, saying, "And strictly speaking, it isn't the fault of our Murim Alliance either." Dako-un gently corrects him, replying, "No, even so, that is not right. Make sure to properly compensate the Hainan Escort Bureau later on." Dako-un warns, "Furthermore, we must be careful this time. It is a suspicious situation. Perhaps the heavenly demon is moving in the shadows," as an ominous dark shadow looms behind him. Ha Won-hu asks in surprise, "Could it really be him? Have you discovered any signs of that?" To which Dako-un answers, "No, but there is no harm in being cautious." Ha Won-hu nods and replies, "Understood. I will proceed with even greater discretion." Dako-un adds, "Regardless, I remain concerned. There shouldn't be any more damage to the Hainan Escort Bureau." Back at the burning gates of the Hainan Escort Bureau, the hostile crowd clamors, "Open the gates! Open up, Hainan Escort Bureau!" Jo Seolyeon stares ahead with burning rage as the mob shouts, "Open the gates!" The attackers shout, "Burn it all to the ground until they come crawling out," as they rain down flaming arrows, completely burning down the newly constructed pavilions. Massive flames consume the structures of the Hainan Escort Bureau as the tragic siege intensifies. A narration box notes, Jo Seolyeon and the people of the Hainan Escort Bureau could only watch as it all unfolded, with the majestic estate burning to ash. Inside, a member of the Bureau protests in disbelief. "We used goo poison? What kind of unjust false accusation is this?" Looking at the devastating loss of their home, Jo Seolyeon tearfully despairs. How did things end up like this? Under the cover of night, a martial artist from the Rising Dragon Division patrols the dark forest around Mount Cheonjung. Sensing a sudden rustle in the trees, the patrolman gasps in alarm, "Who's there?" Suddenly, a hostile martial artist in a crimson robe leaps down from above with a swift sword strike to ambush him. With a heavy thud, the assailant strikes the patrolman down, forcing him to scream in pain, "R." Standing victoriously over the fallen warrior, the attacker from the Red Wind Society Unorthodox sect sneers, "I wonder what the Murim Alliance is looking for." Hearing the commotion, other Rising Dragon Division members rush forward through the woods, shouting, "Who are those bastards?" The charging Alliance warrior yells, "If you interfere with the Rising Dragon Division, the Murim Alliance will not stand idly by." The leader of the Red Wind Society stabs him ruthlessly, shouting back, "You bastards of the Murim Alliance, how dare you try to keep Cheongija's cave all to yourselves?" as the warrior cries out, "Kuh!" Standing in the dark forest, a hostile martial artist demands to know how their secrets were discovered and declares that they cannot let anyone leave alive.
Charging forward with swords drawn, the attackers yell, "Kill them all!" to eliminate the witnesses.
A narration box notes that in the end, the martial artists who fought against the Rising Dragon Division were brutally slaughtered.
Dark clouds loom over the grand pavilions of the Hainan Escort Bureau at night.
Suddenly, the gathered martial artists begin to scream in pain, having been poisoned with goo poison.
An angry man holds up a bottle of poison and shouts, "The bottle containing the goo poison has the name of the Hainan Escort Bureau on it. Even if we have to slaughter them all, we must find the antidote."
A massive mob gathers at the burning gates of the Hainan Escort Bureau, shouting, "Hainan Escort Bureau, come out this instant and hand over the antidote." As the narrator notes, they have crossed the point of no return. Inside the burning estate, a member of the Bureau runs up to Zhou Selian and calls out, "Young Lady Zhou." A sweat-dropping warrior of the Rising Dragon Division says apologetically, "I am sorry. I never thought things would end up like this." Zhou Selian looks on sadly but firmly and replies, "It is already decided. What happens next is more important." Shifting his gaze, the Alliance warrior thinks to himself, "Damn it, if she acts like this, it makes it even more awkward to say." Zhou Selian stares at him and says, "If there is something you wish to say, please do not hesitate. That way I can also plan for our next move." Sweating nervously, the leader of the stationed Alliance Division reports, "The Rising Dragon Division, by order of the Alliance leader, it seems the entire Rising Dragon Division must leave the Hainan Escort Bureau." Hearing this devastating news, the older, bearded Bureau member throws his hands up in complete shock and protests loudly. Zhou Selian sighs and replies, "If that is the case, it cannot be helped. In fact, I was also starting to feel a bit worried about that." The red-haired Alliance warrior suggests politely, "We cannot take the entire Hainan Escort Bureau with us, but at least you, young Lady Zhou, will you come with us to Mount Chanjiang?" Zhou Selian firmly rejects his offer, asking, "Are you asking the Bureau head to abandon all her people? I will pretend I didn't hear that, so please leave now." Saluting her with deep respect, the Alliance warrior says, "Then I shall pray that good fortune accompanies you in your future." The Rising Dragon Division members prepare to leave, walking away through the courtyard while Zhou Selian and the others watch. The older bearded member of the Bureau warns, "You did well, young lady, but if this continues, the moment they leave, we will probably all be killed by the martial artists outside." The remaining men of the Hainan Escort Bureau sweat in immense anxiety and look downcast at their seemingly hopeless situation. Zhou Selian turns around with a clever look and suggests, "Then this time, why don't we make use of the Rising Dragon Division a little?" The bearded old man gasps in disbelief. "Make way for the Rising Dragon Division?" The gates of the Hainan Escort Bureau suddenly swing open as the Rising Dragon Division members announce, "We are the Rising Dragon Division of the Murim Alliance. We are opening the gates to depart from the Hainan Escort Bureau." A majestic horse stands ready as the rider yells to the surrounding mob, "Everyone, stand back!" Riding out on horseback, the Alliance warriors warn, "Anyone or any sect that takes a step forward will be considered as daring to oppose the Murim Alliance." An angry martial artist from the crowd steps forward and yells, "Are you going to run away like cowards after doing something like that?" The Alliance warrior shouts back firmly, "Do you intend to make enemies of the Murim Alliance over something whose truth hasn't even been revealed? Just because someone is wearing the uniform of the Rising Dragon Division doesn't mean everyone is part of it. This matter has nothing to do with the Rising Dragon Division, so back off." The hostile crowd looks completely baffled and murmurs, "What nonsense is this?" The Alliance leader looks back and commands, "Let's go." Seizing the moment, Zhou Selian grips her horse's reins and shouts, "Now is the time." The crowd of martial artists outside is caught off guard as they see the members of the Hainan Escort Bureau suddenly charging right behind the departing Alliance Division. Zhou Selian urges her horse forward, shouting, "As close as possible and break through," as her followers respond, "Yes, Bureau head." In a brief flashback to their planning, the bearded man notes, "My lady, if the Rising Dragon Division leaves, we'll have no other options. The Sichuan Tang clan and the Yuman clan have already left to find Chengdu secret cave. At this rate, it's the end for us." Zhou Selian responds with absolute conviction, "No, there's still one move left." She explains her plan, noting, "The martial artists outside fear the Murim Alliance. They won't dare touch the Rising Dragon Division." Zhou Selian adds urgently, "The longer we wait, the more danger we're in." Back in the present, the lead horse charges past the crowd as the rider bellows, "Stand back!" An angry martial artist from the crowd looks on in complete shock as they realize they've been outsmarted. Zhou Selian smiles with fierce determination as her horse leaps forward. Galloping through the chaos, Zhou Selian yells, "Everyone stay close and break through," to which her people answer, "Yes, Bureau head." With a loud battle cry, she encourages everyone, shouting, "Ha! We can make it, all of us together!" A member of the bureau yells, "Lady Joe," in astonishment as the horses stampede through the burning gates in a cloud of dust. Realizing they've been used as a shield, the martial artists in the crowd shout in shock. Impressive. To think she'd use our Rising Dragon division as a shield to escape. The Hainan Escort Bureau is getting away. Screaming in rage, the pursuers yell, "Get the horses!" We pursue them at once. Riding away at full speed, Jo Seolyeon tells her companions, "I'm glad the plan worked. They'll be after us soon, so we must keep moving without rest." To which they reply, "Yes, my lady." A narration box explains that having escaped the Hainan Escort Bureau thanks to Jo Seolyeon's quick wit, the group headed toward Mount Chunjong, where the Murim alliance was stationed. Leading the heavy pursuit on horseback, the hostile leader commands his men, "Catch them, do not stop for anything." Meanwhile, the narrator notes that other martial artists still lingered among the charred remains of the Hainan Escort Bureau. Sifting through the smoldering debris, the remaining martial artists shout, "Search everywhere, there might be a clue about the antidote." As the heavy door slowly creaks open, a dark-haired young man with intense blue eyes peers out, as a narration box simply notes, and amidst the smoldering debris of the Hainan Escort Bureau, several martial artists sift through the charred ruins in search of any remaining clues. A heartwarming memory flashes back, showing a time when Jo Seolyeon and her brother Hyungwoo shared a peaceful meal with their companions. Sifting through the ruins, a hostile martial artist from the crowd looks down and notices a survivor, shouting in shock, "Huh? Those clothes? He's from the Escort Bureau." Cornering the survivor, the assailant raises his weapon threateningly and sneers, "Now what should I do? Maybe he'll hand over the antidote if I cut off an arm." Staring back at his pursuers, the survivor thinks with great dread and confusion, What is this damn porter talking about?" In a dramatic flashback, the young martial artist moves like lightning, determined to protect the people of the Hainan Escort Bureau at all costs. A massive explosion of blue lightning strikes down, causing the enemies to scream in agony, "Ack! Gack!" Floating majestically through the air, the young warrior manipulates the brilliant blue electric currents of his heavenly thunder technique. Falling back in sheer terror, an enemy screams, "Eek! A bolt of lightning from the sky!" Glaring with crackling energy in his eyes, the young warrior coldly demands, "Where did the people of the Hainan Escort Bureau go?" Sweating in pure terror under the electric aura, the captive stammers out, They must have gone to Mount Changjiang, I'm certain." Facing the young warrior's overwhelming presence, the trembling captive pleads, I will lead the way." With a swift, aggressive motion, the young warrior grabs the terrified captive tightly by his collar. Pulled face to face with his formidable interrogator, the shivering captive quickly submits. "Yes, sir!" A narration box explains, meanwhile, the Hainan Escort Bureau and their pursuers arrived at Mount Changjiang, as several riderless horses are seen running wild across the glassy mountainside. Escaping on foot, the members of the Hainan Escort Bureau run desperately up the grassy slopes while their pursuers close in. Running at full speed, a companion shouts, "Everyone, stay strong! We can't rest until we find the Murim Alliance," as another yells, "Hurry, if we're caught, we're dead!" A companion worries that no one else can use lightness art, making escape nearly impossible just as the pursuers leap down, shouting, "Give up, Hainan Escort Bureau, there's nowhere left to run." A hostile martial artist leaps from above with his sword drawn, aiming a deadly ambush strike at the group below. Pointing his sword at Jo Seolyeon, the enemy leader commands his men, "That girl is the bureau head. She must have the antidote on her. You can kill all the others." Jo Seolyeon realizes their brutal intent, thinking in horror, "Kill everyone except me?" before resolving, "I won't let," as memories of her burning home flash before her eyes. Drawing her sword with sharp focus, Jo Seolyeon declares with burning determination, "I won't let that happen." The enemy leader lunges forward and clashes blades with her, roaring, "Do I have to cut off your arm for you to hand over the antidote?" A loyal companion of the Hainan Escort Bureau quickly steps in to protect her, clashing blades with the enemy while crying out, "My lady!" Deflecting the blow, Jo Seolyeon remembers her intense preparation, thinking, "I've been training with Brother Hyungwoo," so unleashing a swift counterattack, she thinks, "I can do this," as her strike cuts the enemy leader, forcing him to grunt, "Ugh, I went easy on her, and she—" Pointing her sword at her bleeding opponent, Jo Seolyeon pleads, "Please stop this now." Jo Seolyeon defends her people with absolute conviction, shouting, "I swear we have nothing to do with the goo poison." Her blue-clad companion backs her up, shouting, "She's right. If we were behind this, we would have handed over the antidote already. Why else would we be risking our lives to run away?" Unconvinced, the hostile leader yells back to his subordinates, "Then why don't you just come with us quietly? What are you waiting for? Capture him!" Cornered by the closing enemies, Jo Seolyeon prepares for the worst, thinking, "If I can just mimic Brother Hyungwoo's heavenly thunder." She focuses her energy and prepares to swing her sword, determined to cleave the atmospheric energy, even if it's just a little. A close-up of Jo Seolyeon's eye shows her immense concentration as a powerful aura of blue electric currents begins to crackle around her sword. The surrounding attackers are violently thrown backward, crying out "Ga" and "Ak" as a sudden, massive shockwave of lightning sweeps across the battlefield. Staring in complete bewilderment at the blue electric currents lingering in the air, Zhou Xiaolian wonders in disbelief. Could it be? Suddenly, a hand reaches out from behind and gently rests on her shoulder, accompanied by a soft, reassuring hum of energy. Looking up, she sees a familiar face as a narration box reads, "From my second escort mission." Overjoyed and relieved, Zhou Xiaolian tearfully exclaims, "Brother, Hyungwoo," while the captive enemy behind them cowers in fear. Stepping forward to shield her, Hyungwoo tells her gently, "Leave the rest to me," before charging forward to strike down the remaining foes. With a swift, powerful strike, Hyungwoo blows the enemies away in a massive gust of wind, leaving them crashing onto the ground. Senior disciple of the enemy group looks on in absolute shock, exclaiming, "Senior disciple? I thought you were at the Hainan Escort Bureau. How are you here?" Terrified, the defeated leader grabs his companion and shouts in panic, We have to get down. I've found another way to save Master. If we stay here any longer." Looking up at Hyungwoo's imposing figure standing with his sword raised, the enemy finishes in utter despair. "We'll definitely die." The enemy leader realizes the vast difference in power and thinks, "We have to run, no matter what." Standing behind Hyungwoo, Zhou Xiaolian warns him, "Brother, this is a trap someone set for us. I don't want to play into their hands by killing anyone." Looking firmly ahead, Zhou Xiaolian steps forward and requests, "So please stop for a moment." The defeated hostile martial artists steer back in sweating, wide-eyed terror, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming power before them. In a final panel showing Hyungwoo holding his sword high under a dark, storm-filled sky, the enemy leader realizes with deep dread, "I can't tell his exact realm, but he's at a level beyond our imagination." Glaring with cold, piercing eyes, Hyungwoo looks down upon his trembling enemies, asserting his absolute dominance over the battlefield. Sweating in pure terror, the enemy leader realizes the vast difference in power and thinks, "We have to run, no matter what." The moment that sword strikes, a terrifyingly dark, silhouetted warrior with glowing red eyes stands poised to strike with his sword as the text screams, "We're dead." Looking up urgently, Zhou Xiaolian grabs her companion and calls out, "Wait a moment, brother." Zhou Xiaolian explains with heavy determination, "This is clearly a malicious trap to pit us against one another. I don't want to play into their hands by spilling more blood." Looking calm and resolute under a gentle snow, Hyungwoo begins to lower his sword in response. Stepping forward, Hyungwoo calmly declares, "I understand." As the trembling enemies gasp in immense relief, "We're saved." Zhou Xiaolian speaks sincerely to the hostile martial artists, "I hope no one else gets hurt or killed by these false accusations, so please withdraw." Sweating heavily, the captive martial artists ask in utter disbelief, "Does that mean the Hainan Escort Bureau really didn't spread the goo poison?" Zhou Xiaolian implores them, "It really wasn't us, so please leave it at this and withdraw. The truth behind this incident will surely come to light soon." Her loyal, blue-clad companion looks on in distress and cries out, "My lady, what have we done wrong that you're bowing your head, bureau head?" Gritting his teeth, the enemy leader realizes the truth, thinking, "Right, it was strange that the source was left right on the goo poison. Whether by force or justification, there's nothing more I can do here." Turning back to descend the mountain, the hostile leader reluctantly commands his men, "Very well, we shall descend." Watching their pursuers leave, Zhou Xiaolian turns to Hyungwoo and says softly, "We've overcome another crisis, thanks to you, brother." Staring up at him with hope, she asks, "I'm not dreaming, am I? How did you get back so fast?" A close-up of Zhou Xiaolian's eyes captures her wonder and joy as she thinks, "He smiled. This time, it was for real." Looking at her with a gentle, reassuring smile, Hyungwoo responds softly, "Because?" Her gray-haired companion drops to his knees in deep relief and exclaims, "Anyway, I'm really glad you're back, Hyungwoo. Thanks to you, we're alive. We're alive." Turning back with his usual calm demeanor, Hyungwoo simply answers, "Yeah." A companion happily says, "Yunsak, we really were on the brink of death. Even after all this time, you're still the same." Just as the sudden, sharp clanging of swords echoes from above, putting everyone on high alert. Looking around with growing dread, the companion mutters in panic, "I didn't realize it because the situation was so urgent, but this place is actually..." A narration box explains, "This is Mount Qianzheng," as a small panel shows two martial artists fiercely clashing swords on the rocky cliffs. The narrator continues, "A place where endless struggles break out in the search for Changyijia's secret cave," as another panel depicts a warrior launching an aggressive leap attack. Slashes of dynamic energy cut through the air as the narrator notes, "It was truly a pandemonium." Zhou Xiaolian tells the group, "Let's descend as carefully as possible so we don't get caught up in any more fights." Looking ahead with sudden intensity, Hyungwoo warns her, they're heading right for us.
Amidst a flurry of motion, a dark-haired warrior in gray-black robes unleashes a bloody slash with a fierce look in his eyes.
In midair, a red-clothed, red-haired warrior swings his heavy blade with immense power and aggression.
Two powerful martial artists clash blades directly in a high-speed, bloody aerial battle.
Blood splatters through the air as a razor-sharp blade slices forward with terrifying force.
Their collision unleashes a massive shockwave of white light that tears through the forest landscape. Jo Seolyeon and her companion look on in absolute shock and disbelief at the sheer power of the clashing warriors.
Spinning through the air, the two relentless warriors continue their duel, matching each other blow for blow.
With a heavy sweep, the red-haired warrior shatters a wooden barrier, sending debris and splinters flying in all directions. Landing on a grassy clearing, the two formidable opponents stand apart, catching their breath before the next exchange.
A close-up of the red-haired warrior shows his wild grin and bloodthirsty expression.
The dark-haired warrior smirks back with equal ferocity, his purple eyes glowing with excitement.
Moving in a blur of red energy, the combatants suddenly pause as they notice a group standing on the grassy plain below.
Seeing the deadly combatants close by, the gray-haired companion urges urgently, "Let's take another path, quietly." Suddenly, a massive stone boulder is forcefully shattered into pieces, flying directly toward the retreating group. The red-haired warrior slices down a rock and roars, "Halt! How dare you rats wander around as you please?" The red-haired warrior lands aggressively on the pathway amidst shattered stone fragments. The members of the Henan Escort Bureau are forced to dodge and jump back as large fragments of debris rain down around them. A protective hand reaches out to shield Jo Seolyeon as the dust slowly begins to clear. Looking down at the newcomers, Hyungwoo thinks calmly, "So there was someone quite clever among you. However, that doesn't change a thing." Standing tall with his blood-stained sword, the red-clothed warrior sneers mockingly, "Move and you're dead." Looking at him with deep frustration, Jo Seolyeon asks, "Is there a reason we shouldn't be moving? We just sent the Zuchang martial artist back, and now this." Grinning wickedly, the red-clothed fighter replies, "Why would the Bloodblade Wanderer need a reason to do as he pleases, as his identity is revealed in a status window?" Staring in sheer horror, the members of the Bureau gasp in unison. "So that's him? The Bloodblade Wanderer?" A narration box explains, "A notorious figure of the demonic path, infamous for a cruelty that matches his title, as the Bloodblade Wanderer stands with a bloody grin over a pile of defeated foes." The narration box finishes ominously, "Every practitioner of the demonic path is eccentric, cruel, and bloodthirsty, as a terrifying dark silhouette looms under a blood-red sky." Their master, the Heavenly Demon, gathered these demonic freaks together to create the Heavenly Demon Castle, a demonic power that rivals the Murim Alliance. How dare you look away while fighting this sword demon? Do you plan on dragging out this martial arts duel all night? Man calling himself the Sword Demon was also a top expert of the Heavenly Demon Castle. "Sword Demon, we've been clashing for years. Why are you in such a rush now? I just wanted to have a little fun with them. They're from the same organization, yet they fight so viciously. They truly are demonic practitioners. We're in deep trouble." A cold, lethal gaze pierces through the darkness as a splash of blood cuts across the view. Standing calm and composed, Hyungwoo unleashes a quiet but powerful aura of blue energy. The Castle Lord? Does he mean the leader of the Heavenly Demon Castle? "Oh, you're right, Sword Demon. Now that I look at him, he's definitely emitting demonic chi, just like us." The energy coming from Hyungwoo is demonic chi? Has the Castle Lord really lost faith in us to send a demonic practitioner we've never even seen before? He's the one who sought us out first, and now he doesn't trust us? Calm down, Bloodblade Wanderer. Let's deal with him first. We can finish our duel after that. Fine, I'll take him down and prove my martial prowess to the Castle Lord. Stand back. Hyungwoo steps forward, drawing his sword as a magnificent swirling blue aura envelops him. With a wild grin, the Bloodblade Wanderer swings his massive curved blade, unleashing waves of red energy. The Sword Demon dashes forward with a sinister smile, ready to strike with his blood-red sword. Moving in a blur of terrifying speed, both demonic practitioners charge simultaneously at their target. Hyungwoo lunges forward to protect his companions as Jo Seolyeon watches in absolute shock. Massive slashes of red and white energy clash violently, cutting through the battlefield. The three warriors leap high into the air, clashing their blades in a high-speed aerial duel. Their speed is on a different level compared to when they were fighting one another. I knew they weren't just ordinary warriors. Hyungwoo remains completely calm and focused as the deadly blades close in on him. With a powerful block, Hyungwoo effortlessly stops both of their incoming weapons at the same time. Bada Hyungwoo,
The overwhelming impact of their clash shatters the rocky ground below, triggering a massive shockwave. Dust and debris fly everywhere as the combatants continue their fierce high-speed struggle. To think he withstood a combined attack from both of us, and so effortlessly at that. Dongwu swings his sword with immense force, unleashing a blinding flash of blue energy to push his opponents back.
He blew away both blood blades and my demonic chi? I can't believe it!
Nonsense! To think he'd defeat those demonic practitioners like this? With the fight finished, the defeated opponent reaches out in trembling disbelief at Hyungwoo's overwhelming power. Even here, martial artists searched for Cheonggi-ja's secret cave. Tang Hokwan of the Sichuan Tang clan and Wu Minhai of the Wu Min clan keep a watchful eye on their surroundings.
This is concerning. To think we've already been ambushed by demonic practitioners twice?
You're right, for demonic practitioners who have never left Xinjiang to appear here on Mount Tianzong, but now the leader of the Murim Alliance is here on Mount Tianzhong. Could they have found a way to overcome the Alliance leader's anti-demon art? It was true. It wasn't just the heavenly demon castle that came to. Demonic practitioners from all the provinces of Xinjiang and Qinghai had gathered. However, they all had a natural enemy, the leader of the Murim Alliance, Dokgo Song. The reason was the anti-demon art he had mastered. The main characteristic of the anti-demon art was its reaction to demonic chi. No demonic practitioner under the heavens could withstand this technique. The elder of the heavenly demon castle. If the demonic practitioners are after the anti-demon art hidden in Cheonggi-ja's cave, once they lose their fear, the invasion of the Central Plains will be inevitable. The old man is quite smart. Suddenly, a group of demonic practitioners launches a surprise ambush from above, catching Tang Hoguan completely off guard. Looking up in sudden alarm, Zhou Xiolian gasps, "Another ambush from demonic practitioners?" Leaping aggressively with a wild grin, a demonic practitioner shouts, "I know who you are, but it's going to be fun playing around a bit. I was already annoyed that we couldn't find the secret cave, but now these two cuties?" The enemy roars, "Kill everyone except the bitches," as he swings his sword down with immense force, shattering the ground in front of the retreating group. Striking a combat stance, Zhou Xiolian commands her group, "Everyone, take your positions." Charging directly at her, the demonic practitioner sneers, "So you know how to fight? You're exactly my type, so I'll give you some special treatment." The escort guard stands firm to protect his allies, yelling, "Protect the young lady! Where do you think you're going, you demonic bastard?" A bloody, chaotic clash erupts on the grassy plain as swords collide in a flurry of lethal motion. Zhou Xiolian bites her lip in deep frustration and thinks, there are too many of them and their martial arts are formidable. If we want to survive this? Suddenly, a powerful streak of blue energy slashes through the battlefield with blinding speed. Staring in shock at the sudden intervention, Zhou Xiolian mutters, "That?" as her gray-haired companion looks on grimly. Sweat dripping down his face, the gray-haired companion continues to think, however, remembering his past struggles, he reflects, "I haven't succeeded a single time, except for when Dan Young-moo was by my side." Looking around at the desperate struggle, Zhou Xiolian shouts, "If things continue like this, we'll all be massacred." A defender is brutally slashed by the enemy, crying out in pain, "Kyuk!" Stealing his resolve, the gray-haired companion exclaims, "All right, I'll try it," as he prepares to launch his technique. Leaping high into the air, he releases a rain of projectiles, roaring heavenly lightning. Multiple sharp daggers enveloped in green poison energy rain down furiously from above. Mocking the attack, the demonic opponent laughs, "Heavenly lightning, my ass! That's just the enveloping petal rain with some poison needles thrown from above." Seeing his technique easily countered, the companion thinks in despair, "As I expected, did I fail again?" Suddenly, brilliant crackles of blue energy spark through the air, causing him to react with a stunned. Blinding strikes of actual lightning crash down alongside the daggers, tearing through the clouds. Engulfed in the overwhelming energy blast, the demonic practitioner screams in agony, "Kwa!" The massive force of the lightning strike slams into the ground as the companion lands back down. Zhou Xiolian stammers in absolute shock, "It can't be," while the companion smiles with relief, thinking, "Honestly, I wasn't expecting much." A narration box expresses his astonishment. Did it actually work? Without Hyungwoo's help? Feeling a massive weight lifted from his shoulders, the companion smiles warmly, touching his chin. Startled by a familiar voice nearby, a companion turns around and gasps, "That voice!" A group of familiar allies waves happily, calling out, "So you were all here, it's been a while." Standing calmly among them, Dan Hyungwoo smiles gently with a quiet and composed expression. The gray-haired companion looks at him and realizes with sweat on his brow, "As I suspected, like the first time, Hyungwoo was nearby." Before anyone can say a word, Zhou Xiolian runs past the others, throwing herself forward. She leaps directly into Hyungwoo's arms, hugging him tightly in a sudden burst of raw emotion. Resting her head against his chest, she whispers softly, "I missed you." Hyungwoo remains quiet and composed, looking down at her with a gentle expression. Interrupting the sweet reunion, a dark-haired warrior with a knowing smirk remarks, "It's touching, but is this really the time for that?" Confused by the stranger, Jo Seolyan asks, "Huh, who is that? Who's that man?" As her companion thinks, "It's a face I've never seen before." Staring in sheer horror at the dark-haired man, the companion stammers, "B?" As his granddaughter asks, "Grandpa, is he someone you know?" Bowing respectfully, the ally confirms, "Yes, that's correct, Elder." Standing tall and dangerous, the black-robed warrior looks on as his identity is revealed. He is the sword demon of the Heavenly Demon Castle. The elder offers his assistance, saying, "If you need any help, just say the word. I'll do everything in my power." To which the young lady replies, "I appreciate just the offer, Elder." The ally inquires, let me ask you something. When it comes to poisons and hidden weapons, there's no place under the heavens like the Sichuan Tang clan, right? By any chance, would you have any idea about this goo poison?" The elder explains, "The problem with goo poison is that its nature varies greatly depending on who created and cultivated it. There are countless variations, which makes it difficult to identify. If we could obtain even a little bit of the poison that afflicted them, there might be a way." Suggesting an alternative, the young lady asks, "In that case, what if we went to the sect that was poisoned to take a look?" With a grim look, the elder replies, "For now, that seems to be the only way. The bastard who spread the poison wouldn't be here anyway." Suddenly, Hyungwoo extends his hand and asks, "Is this the goo poison we're talking about?" Resting in the palm of Hyungwoo's hand is a small, writhing, black caterpillar-like insect. Stunned, the elder drops his jaw and exclaims in complete shock, "How did you get that?" With a calm, indifferent expression, Hyungwoo drops the squirming black insect onto the ground. Horrified by the sudden realization, the sword demon flinches and shouts, "What?" Looking down in absolute panic, Jo Seolyan gasps, "Could it be? Were we poisoned too? Quickly check your inner force." Dan Hyungwoo looks back calmly and reassures his worried companion, saying, "Don't worry, it didn't enter anyone's body." Releasing a heavy sigh of relief, Jo Seolyan gasps, "What a relief!" as the tension begins to fade. Tang Ho-gwan carefully examines the dried insect in his hand, explaining, "Yeah, judging by its dried-up state, it seems to have died before it was even activated. It would be better if we had a live specimen, but it's a relief that we at least have this." Staring at the empty space where Hyungwoo was just standing, the sword demon thinks in utter astonishment, "He disappeared? Not just his presence, but his very demonic chi vanished in an instant." As the others look around in confusion, Jo Seolyan says, "What a shame. He disappeared again. He'll be back soon, right?" While the sword demon reflects, "I've never seen or heard of such a saber art in my life. Why are they so calm about this?" Keeping his eyes focused ahead under his bamboo hat, Tang Ho-gwan confidently replies, "Of course, as always, he'll return with the answer." Clenching his fist tightly, Tang Ho-gwan advises his allies, "Let's not worry and just wait." Moving like a flash of lightning, Dan Hyungwoo bounds across the rocky mountainside at a terrifying speed. With a calm and focused expression, Dan Hyungwoo charges forward through the rushing wind. Elsewhere, a sinister practitioner named Doc Young stands in a dark canyon holding a small black caterpillar-like insect in the palm of his hand. A swirling vortex of dark, chaotic energy forms on the ground at the bottom of the rocky ravine. Doc Young looks down at his hand as a red light envelops his palm, while the narrator notes, along with Sa Young, he is the shadow of the blood demon seed who operates alone. A close-up shows the squirming black goo insect writhing ominously in the center of his palm. The narrator explains that Doc Young's ultimate technique allows him to turn them into his own personal puppets, blood jiangshi. Looking back at those who once doubted him, Dokyang thinks with a wicked grin, "If I can just complete this, the times I was looked down upon in the blood demon sect for having no subordinates will be wiped away in a single stroke." Suddenly, Dokyang's expression twists with pure frustration as he yells at the insect, "I thought it was nearly finished, so why does it become utterly useless in the face of demonic energy?" Recalling his targets, Dokyang realizes that the puppet goo that were attached to Dan Hyungwoo and the sword demon were nothing more than... Spotting a solitary martial artist in the distance, Dokyang continues to reflect, scattering dust in the presence of their demonic energy. To compensate for that weakness, I need to conduct further experiments on demonic practitioners, and it just so happens a foolish demonic practitioner is wandering around all alone. Smirking maliciously, Dokyang targets his unsuspecting prey, shouting, "Go, my puppet goo!" Dokyang whispers a soft, "Hoo," as he prepares to unleash the deadly goo insect from his palm. Suddenly, a hand clad in gray fabric reaches out from behind, clamping tightly over Dokyung's mouth with a muffled, "Ugh!" Dokyung's eye dilates in complete shock as he desperately thinks, "What? Just now? Who dares cover my mouth?" Dan Hyungwoo stands directly behind him, effortlessly holding him down as Dokyung panics internally. To think I couldn't sense anyone approaching. Dan Hyungwoo looks down at his captive with an incredibly cold and silent gaze. Gripped tightly by the jaw, Dokyung lets out a choked groan. Ah! Sweating profusely in sheer terror, Dokyung thinks, just who is this guy to track me down and subdue me so easily? The swift, fluid motion, Dan Hyungwoo completely subdues the sinister practitioner, turning him into a helpless captive. Dan Hyungwoo leaps high into the air, dragging the helpless Dokyung along behind him at high speed. In a blur of motion, Hyungwoo carries his captive through the sky, returning to where his companions are waiting. Back with the group, the sword demon spots the captive and thinks, is this the bastard who tried to plant goo inside me? With a sudden gasp, Dokyung's eye trembles in absolute terror as he finally realizes who he has been brought to face. Unsheathing his blade as a terrifying red aura erupts around him, the sword demon coldly declares, then I'll chop his head off right now. Hyungwoo tosses the practitioner onto the ground as Dokyung screams in panic, what in the world? Staring at the razor-sharp sword pointed directly at his face, Dokyung gasps in horror. The sword demon? Tang Hogwan intervenes, telling the sword demon, we're still examining these goo, so you can't just go and kill him. While Dokyung panics, even Tang Hogwan of the Sichuan Tang clan? Jo Sil-yan's companion agrees, shouting, he's right, if that man is the mastermind, we must drag him to Xucheng and clear our names. Realizing his desperate situation, Dokyung breaks into a cold sweat and curses his luck. Damn it, of all places I was dragged to the Henan Escort Bureau? Tang Hogwan carefully picks up a squirming insect with his tools, noting it really is a living goo. Furthermore, this one is quite unique. As Dokyung laments, on top of that, all of my puppet goo were taken. Trying to reassure himself, Dokyung thinks, but fortunately, I have no internal or external injuries, and my blood points are fine. Glancing over his shoulder, Dokyung plots his escape. I just need to find an opportunity and escape. Standing right behind him, Dan Hyungwoo looks down at Dokyung with an intensely terrifying, shadowy expression. Looking up at the man standing over him, Dokyung trembles, thinking of the guy who dragged me here. Staring directly into Hyungwoo's eyes, Dokyung's entire body goes completely rigid as he panics. What is this? We merely locked eyes, but my body won't move an inch. An overwhelming illusion of pure terror flashes before Dokyung's eyes as a massive horde of red-eyed demonic beasts and skulls erupts from the darkness behind Hyungwoo's silhouette. The terrifying projection represents demonic beasts and death built up over 10 years in hell. Overwhelmed by the agonizing pressure directed toward him, Dokyung screams in absolute mind-shattering horror. Arr! Dokyung falls backward onto the ground, thrashing in desperate panic as he screams, stop, stay away, no, while completely gripped by fear. Jo Sil-yan and her companion watch the practitioner's sudden breakdown in utter bewilderment. The sword demon stares at Hyungwoo in complete disbelief, thinking, he placed such a perfect restriction using nothing but fear? As Dan Hyungwoo stands completely calm and composed, the sword demon realizes the true depth of his power, thinking, even the heavenly demon wouldn't be able to do this. Looking at a dried-up insect skewered on a needle, Tang Hogwan's voiceover notes in surprise that the goo poison shriveled up and died on its own. Exuding absolute shock, Tang Hogwan realizes that the demonic energy was responsible for neutralizing the deadly goo. Lying helpless on the ground, Dokyung grits his teeth in pure frustration, realizing that the group has completely figured out his scheme. Seeing Dokyung's panic, Tang Hogwan confidently notes that they have hit the mark, suggesting they use this knowledge to save the infected in Xucheng and clear up any misunderstanding. The sword demon stands silently over the defeated practitioner, waiting to see what the next move will be. Tang Hogwan agrees with the plan, but breaks into a cold sweat as he adds, however, if we don't have our friend Hyungwoo, Jo Sil-yan and her companion worry that without Hyungwoo's unmatched power, they won't be able to handle the demonic practitioners swarming the mountain, meaning they might have to give up on Chengdu's hidden cave. Grasping his sword tightly, the sword demon unleashes a burst of red demonic chi that surges high into the sky, leaving Jo Sil-yan staring in utter amazement. A terrifying wave of red demonic energy sweeps across the rocky landscape, tearing up the ground in a demonstration of immense power. Calmly sheathing his blade, the sword demon offers his assistance, explaining that since they only need demonic energy, he will call upon some of his nearby subordinates to accompany them. With a serious look, the sword demon warns them that since he is sending demonic practitioners to the Orthodox faction, they must guarantee their absolute safety. Respectfully clasping her hands, Jo Seo-yeon readily agrees and promises that they will return them without a single scratch. Jo Seol-yeon adds that they will naturally need the Sichuan Tang clan's cooperation as well, to which Tang Hogwan readily promises his support. The companion from the Wooman clan echoes the promise and suggests that since they are with the great hero Dan, they should send the rest of their personnel back to Shucheng. Nodding in agreement, the ally in the foreground confirms that they can do just that as Dan Hyungwoo looks on silently. The narrator explains that the group set off with Dak Young, the mastermind behind the Gu incident, and the captured demonic practitioners who are to serve as the antidote. Under a clear blue sky, the massive rocky ravine stands silent and imposing, hiding ancient secrets within its depths. The companions walk carefully through the grassy floor of the canyon, searching for a path forward. Feeling a sudden sense of dread, Jo Seol-yeon and her companion realize that they can't seem to escape the valley and keep returning to the exact same spot. The narrator notes that Dan Hongwoo's party has found themselves completely trapped inside a bizarre, illusory valley. Suddenly, a spectral, translucent projection of a white-haired elder appears before them amidst a swirling vortex of wind. Dan Hyungwoo narrows his eyes in focus as he gazes at the mysterious, ghostly figure blocking their path. The Sword Demon and Tang Hogwan look up in surprise, wondering if escaping Changyi-ja's legendary formation will finally reveal the entrance to the hidden cave. Feeling overwhelmed by the ancient magic, the green-clad young lady nervously asks how on earth they are supposed to escape such a complex formation. Brimming with confidence, the Sword Demon draws his blade and shouts, "What are you worried about? We just need to cut it down." Moving with blinding speed, the Sword Demon unleashes a powerful sweeping red strike that tears through the air. A massive red arc of sword energy flies across the valley, aiming to shatter the invisible barrier of the formation. A massive explosion of red demonic energy erupts against the rocky cliffs, sending shockwaves echoing through the canyon. Grunting in pain from the intense recoil, Tang Hogwan and the young lady are nearly blown off their feet by the blast. Annoyed by the reckless display, Jo Seol-yeon snaps, "Please stop doing such dangerous things, old man," while the offended Sword Demon retorts, "What? Just who do you think you're daring to?" Suddenly, Jo Seol-yeon's attention is caught by something ahead, and she frantically shouts, "Brother, there?" Stepping forward, Dan Hyungwoo punches the air with immense force, unleashing a blinding burst of purple and white energy that rips through the illusion. With a calm and determined expression, Hyungwoo focuses his absolute power to shatter the ancient spell once and for all. As the blinding white light of the shattered formation fades, the companions look ahead as Jo Seol-yeon asks if this was indeed the place they were looking for. The group walks down a dark path littered with broken mechanical parts, realizing that the illusion has finally been dispelled. A close-up shows the rusted gears, giant saw blades, and broken traps that once guarded the entrance to the cave. Examining the wreckage, the ally realizes in utter shock that Hyungwoo managed to destroy the hidden traps at the same time he sliced through the formation. Hyungwoo looks back at the Sword Demon, who wears a slight, satisfied smile as they prepare to proceed. Walking silently in the lead, Dan Hyungwoo keeps his eyes fixed on the path ahead, ready for any danger. Noticing her staring, the Sword Demon turns to Jo Seol-yeon and asks if she has something to say to him. Locking eyes with him, Jo Seol-yeon firmly requests, "Give me the information you promised. What on earth is inside this secret cave?" With a wry smile, the Sword Demon comments that she's treating him like a companion now, before revealing that the forbidden demonic art is hidden inside. Stunned by the revelation, Jo Seol-yeon realizes why the demonic practitioners are gathering there, asking in disbelief, "Are you saying Changyi-ja stole the forbidden demonic art?" The Sword Demon quickly clarifies that Changyi-ja didn't steal it, adding that he was actually the one who created it. Staring in awe, Jo Seol-yeon is deeply impressed, reflecting on how truly incredible of a person Changyi-ja must have been. A spectral image displays the legendary creations of Changyi-ja, the diagram manual, the Blood Shadow Sword, and the Heavenly Flash. The young ladies discuss the weapons in absolute awe, marveling at the incredible power these treasures beyond imagination must possess. Dan Hyungwoo continues to walk silently in the lead, his expression turning increasingly grim. Recalling his childhood training in a dark, terrifying cavern, Hyungwoo inwardly laments, "Why? Why does it have to be a cave again?" Staring at the spectral guide walking ahead inside the dark cavern, Hyungwoo silently wonders what Changyi-ja was planning when he built this place. Ahead of them in the deep, shadowy cavern lies a mysterious three-way fork in the road. In Hyungwoo's mind, the ghostly image of his old master, Changyi-ja, stands silently in the dark corridors of his memories. Standing firmly with a calm and focused expression, Dan Hyungwoo prepares to lead his companions deeper into the cave. Pointing towards one of the dark tunnels, Hyungwoo calmly says, "This way," as a silent question begins to weigh heavily on his mind. Recalling his brutal childhood training in a dark cavern, Hyungwoo inwardly asks his master, "Why did you leave us in that hell and disappear?" He stares ahead with a cold, intense look in his eyes, determined to find the answers hidden within the depths of this cave. Standing before the dark, dividing paths, the group prepares to make their choice at the fork in the road. Elsewhere, a group of Martial Alliance members charges forward, eager to claim the legendary treasures of Cheonggi-ja. Suddenly, the lead member points ahead and shouts in excitement, "It's a two-way split!" Leaders of the Martial Alliance stand with composed, dignified expressions, ready to explore the cavernous depths. With steady and determined footsteps, the Alliance members march together into one of the dark, cavernous tunnels. Sprinting forward with a wild, ambitious grin, the purple-haired practitioner shouts, "Is this Cheonggi-ja's secret cave? I will obtain the forbidden demonic art and escape the Murim Alliance leader's grasp." Grinning wickedly, he thinks to himself, "And I'll seize Cheonggi-ja's weapons as well, even if I have to kill everyone here." The group of greedy martial practitioners dashes headfirst into the deep, swirling darkness of the cave. Meanwhile, a tense, heavy silence falls over the quiet corridor of the cavern as the companions proceed. Suddenly, Dan Hyungwoo stops dead in his tracks, his eyes narrowing slightly as he senses something ahead in the dark. Peering forward into the gloom, Jo Seol-yeon and her companion gasp in utter surprise, asking, "What is that?" Looming before them is an impenetrable barrier, which the elder identifies as a dark iron gate, a massive structure made of a rare, renowned metal that is dozens of times heavier and harder than ordinary iron. The companions gather closely around the gate, staring up at its immense size in complete awe. Examining the seamless metal surface, Jo Seol-yeon notes with concern, there isn't even a gap to insert a hand or grab onto. Are we supposed to push it open? Sweating from the sheer scale of the barrier, the elder explains, "Dark iron of this size must weigh hundreds of thousands of June. If people were to push this open, it would easily take hundreds of them." Believing they can force their way through, two Martial Alliance members step forward and shout, "Push! 1, 2," as they strain with all their might. Despite their desperate efforts, the massive metal gate refuses to budge even a single millimeter, remaining completely rigid. A muscular martial artist steps forward, raising a giant double-headed battle axe and yelling, "Everyone, get out of the way!" He swings his massive weapon back, aiming to shatter the ancient dark iron barrier with sheer brute strength. With a deafening roar, he strikes the gate with all his force, only to be met with a powerful, bone-shattering recoil that sends him flying backward. The warrior crashes violently to the ground, groaning in agonizing pain as his comrades look on in complete shock. Looking at the undamaged gate, the purple-haired practitioner grits his teeth in pure frustration and panics. What on earth is this? Jo Seol-yeon's companion worries about a direct attack, warning, "If we just slice through a measly gate like this, what if we try to force our way through and get blown back like before? There's nowhere to run here." Clutching his beard, the elder nods in deep thought and says, "I agree, but..." Jo Seol-yeon tries to calm the tense situation, pleading, "Opening that door safely comes first, so please bear with it for a moment." Staring at the massive door, the young lady raises a thoughtful question. But why did Cheonggi-ja make a door that no one can open? She continues to ponder, asking, could Cheonggi-ja have designed it to only open for someone close to him? But as far as I know, Cheonggi-ja had no children. Suddenly, a realization hits her and she suggests, what if it's not a child, but a disciple? Cheonggi-ja must have wanted only his disciple to open this door. The elder and Jo Seol-yeon exchange surprised glances, murmuring in realization, Cheonggi-ja's disciple? Jo Seol-yeon turns to look at the silent man standing beside them, noting, as far as I know, he has only one disciple. Staring at Hyungwoo in absolute shock, they realize the truth and exclaim, it's brother Hyungwoo. Deep in thought, the companion watches Hyungwoo closely and asks, you are Cheonggi-ja's disciple? All he ever taught us was, in Hyungwoo's memory, the spectral guide Cheonggi-ja explains, these are the sword's martial arts techniques from the three-talent sword style I created. The sword is the sky. It is heaven. The narrator explains that what Dan Hyungwoo inherited from Cheonggi-ja was indeed Cheonggi-ja's three-talent sword style. The narrator notes that, over time, that sword technique grew beyond its origin and was no longer just Cheonggi-ja's. The narrator adds that though Dan Hyungwoo had never used Cheonggi-ja's three-talent sword style since leaving the cave, his body had never forgotten it, and he slowly raises his blade with absolute focus and calm. Moving with flawless grace, Hyungwoo perfectly recreates the ancient sword style, unleashing a brilliant swirling wave of pure white sword energy. Brilliant white energy sweeps across the chamber, creating a magnificent vortex that illuminates the dark cave. With a calm and resolute expression, Hyungwoo strikes the massive dark iron gate with his blade. As the sword makes contact, the legendary sword technique, Supreme, resonates with the ancient gate, unleashing a blinding flash of light. The companions stare in absolute awe and wonder as the massive dark iron gate slowly slides open, revealing a breathtaking view ahead. With the ancient barrier finally removed, a magnificent pillar of pure, radiant light shines down from the ceiling of the cavern. Standing before the glorious pathway, Hyungwoo and his companions prepare to take their first steps toward the legendary secrets of the cave. Peering ahead, the young lady gasps in complete disbelief, asking, "What is this?" Before them stands a massive circular chamber where 100 masterwork swords are planted firmly in the ground. The elder is deeply amazed by Cheonggija's legendary craftsmanship, while Joseolian suddenly notices that there is writing engraved on the swords. Examining the hilts closely, they realize that every single sword has its owner's name written on it. Staring at the massive display, Hyungwoo feels a sudden wave of shock as he realizes what the 100 swords with 100 names truly represent. The young lady leans in close and reads one of the names aloud in surprise. Ak Segi? Hearing the name, Jo Seolyeon explains that Ak Segi was Hyungwoo's childhood friend and fellow disciple from the Ok clan manor. Looking around at the sea of blades, the young lady begins to wonder if there might be another familiar name hidden among them. Suddenly, she gasps as Hyungwoo steps forward and slowly pulls one of the swords from the ground. Looking down at the engraving, Hyungwoo holds the hilt of his very own sword, bearing his name, Dan Hyungwoo. A somber memory of his childhood training in the dark cavern flashes through Hyungwoo's mind, recalling the faces of his many fallen comrades. The 100 swords stand silently in the dim cavern, serving as cold grave markers for those who did not survive. Remembering his old master, Hyungwoo looks at the swords and reflects on how Cheonggija was not just a mere genius, but a complete madman. Jo Seolyeon's companion comments that while it feels wrong to touch the swords, it seems like a terrible waste to let such legendary weapons rot away. The elder quickly rebukes her, reminding her that these swords belong to Hyungwoo's deceased comrades and warns her to watch her mouth. Keeping his back turned to them, Hyungwoo remains completely silent as he grips his sword. Sensing the heavy and sorrowful atmosphere, the young lady looks at Hyungwoo with deep worry and concern. Remembering how his companions died in that dark cavern, Hyungwoo prepares to put their spirits to rest once and for all. Channeling his absolute power, Hyungwoo firmly declares that he must bury them, unleashing a bright wave of energy. With a powerful strike, Hyungwoo slams his blade down, tearing a massive fissure into the floor of the cavern. Jo Seolyeon and the elder look on in utter shock as they realize Hyungwoo is actually burying all of the masterwork swords. Hyungwoo gently tosses his own sword into the deep chasm as a final farewell to his past. The 100 swords are swept away into the swirling dark vortex inside the collapsing cavern floor. A massive rock slide completely seals the chasm, leaving Hyungwoo and his companions standing in the quiet chamber. Meanwhile, the sword demon stares intently upward, his eyes fixed on something glowing in the darkness. He looks up with a look of pure anticipation, sweating from the sheer intensity of the energy radiating from above. Looking toward the ceiling of the cavern, they notice a mysterious, crimson-glowing blade embedded deep within the rock. The sword demon immediately recognizes the blood-red blade and hilt, realizing that there is absolutely no mistake. With a wild, ecstatic grin, he laughs in pure excitement at the sight of the legendary Blood Shadow sword. The elder and Jo Seolyeon look up in absolute awe, wondering if Cheonggija's true legendary treasure is finally revealing itself. Hyungwoo calmly warns him that the moment he pulls that sword out, the entire secret cave will collapse. Stunned by the warning, the sword demon turns back and shouts in pure frustration, "What? We can't pull it out?" Hyungwoo explains that the energy of the Blood Shadow sword is identical to the ancient magic formation sealing the cave. Red energy lines flow from the sword, acting as one of the critical anchors keeping the entire structure stable. He explains that the formation relies on 3 pillars, and if even one of them is removed, the cave will collapse on top of them. Raising his hand to halt any reckless actions, Hyungwoo asks the sword demon if he still intends to pull the sword out. The companions try to calm the furious sword demon, pleading with him to let go of his obsession and prioritize their survival. Clutching his head in sheer agony and frustration, the sword demon groans about being unable to touch the treasure right in front of him. He unleashes a loud scream of pure rage while Hyungwoo watches with a calm, amused expression. Refusing to risk their lives, Hyungwoo tells the group that it is time for them to leave the chamber. Elsewhere, the purple-haired practitioner shouts at his men to hurry up and break down the massive stone gate. 2 martial artists swing their heavy axes with all their might against the ancient gate marked with the character for human. With a loud crash, the gate shatters into pieces, but the practitioners gasp in shock as the wall suddenly collapses. As the thick dust clears, a dark silhouette slowly emerges from the other side of the broken gate. Standing calmly on the other side of the rubble is Dan Hyungwoo, looking back at the intruders with a cold, piercing gaze. Recognizing him, the purple-haired practitioner points in shock, shouting, "That guy is from the Henan Escort Bureau! Who the hell are you people?" Jo Seol-young and her companions look back in surprise as Hyungwoo notices that they have stepped right onto a hidden mechanism underfoot. Looking down at the shattered entrance, Hyungwoo silently notes that they have indeed encountered the human gate this time. An Alliance member charges forward yelling, "How dare you butt in?" before another member panics as he recognizes one of Hyungwoo's companions. The sword demon steps forward with a terrifying, furious glare, instantly silencing the greedy practitioners with his overwhelming presence. Sweating in sheer terror, the practitioners panic as they recognize the terrifying presence of the sword demon standing right before them. Looking back at Dan Hyungwoo, the elder breaks out in a cold sweat, worrying that the demonic practitioners might turn on them to seize the blood shadow sword now that they're outnumbered. Looking back with a cold and indifferent gaze, Dan Hyungwoo tells them he didn't find the treasure and demands they stop making a fuss, noting that his companion is the only one who can open the gate anyway. The purple-haired practitioner's face contorts in absolute disbelief, shocked to hear that this man can open the massive dark iron gate that none of the demonic practitioners could even budge. Pointing out the meaning behind the ancient character on the gate, Hyungwoo explains that human represents people, and people walk upon the earth. With a sharp, analyzing gaze, Hyungwoo deduces that the human gate's mechanism must be tied to a specific footwork technique. With a heavy mechanical clanking sound, the massive gate slowly slides upward, revealing the feet of Dan Hyungwoo and his companions standing resolutely on the other side. As the ancient gate fully opens, Dan Hyungwoo and his companions step forward into the chamber, surrounded by a swirling vortex of glowing blue energy. Inside the chamber sits an ornate wooden chest containing 100 legendary elixir pills glowing with a soft purple radiance. Alongside the elixirs, a legendary blade glowing with a magnificent radiant blue energy is revealed, the Heavenly Flash. Looking at the incredible treasures left behind, Dan Hyungwoo silently reflects on his old master, concluding that Changija was indeed completely out of his mind. Seeing the gate slide open, the greedy Bloodblade Wanderer charges forward with a manic grin, ecstatic at the sight of the legendary treasures inside. As the Bloodblade Wanderer leaps toward the blue sword, Hyungwoo desperately yells at him to stop, warning that pulling it out will cause the entire cave to collapse. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the elder cries out in panic as the greedy practitioner moves far too quickly for them to stop him. Watching the reckless display, the female companion mutters in disgust and horror, calling the demonic practitioners absolute fools to the very end. Standing firmly amidst the chaos, Dan Hyungwoo stares forward with absolute focus, bracing himself as the reckless practitioner reaches for the dangerous sword.